Psychology of the Masses and Analysis of the Human Self. Introduction. The difference between individual psychology and psychology of the social psychology of the masses, which, at first glance, appears to be quite significant, turns out, on closer examination, to be not so essential. Individual psychology draws its conclusions from observations of an individual person and investigates the manner in which the person in question seeks to satisfy his drives, but it must be realized that only in extremely rare cases and only under certain conditions is it possible in these investigations to disengage from the relationship of the investigated person to other individuals. In the individual's mental life, the other, and this is the rule, acts as a model, object, helper or adversary, and, consequently, individual psychology is initially also, in this expansive, but quite justified interpretation, social psychology. The relationship of the individual to his parents, his brothers and sisters, to the object of love, to the doctor, as well as all the relationships that have hitherto been the subject of psychoanalytic research, can claim to be treated as social phenomena, and can thus be contrasted with other phenomena that we might call narcissistic, that is, phenomena in which the satisfaction of drives escapes the influence of others or takes place without interaction with them. The opposition between social and narcissistic Bleuler would probably call them autistic mental acts is therefore within the realm of individual psychology and cannot be used to distinguish it from social psychology or from mass psychology. In these relationships to parents, siblings, lovers, friends and physician, the individual is always influenced by a very limited number of persons, each of whom is of great importance to him. It is now customary, when speaking of social psychology or the psychology of the masses, to abstract from these relations and to single out as the subject of study the simultaneous influence on the individual of a large number of persons with whom he is related in some one respect, while in many other respects they remain alien to him. Social psychology, or the psychology of the masses, is thus concerned with the individual as a member of a tribe, nation, caste, class, institution, or as a constituent part of a human crowd, arisen and organized at a certain time to achieve a particular goal. Once this natural connection was severed, it was logical to regard the phenomena arising under these special conditions as the expression of a special, not reducible to simpler forms of drive, a social drive, herd instinct, group mind that does not arise under other conditions. Against this it may be objected that it is difficult to conceive of the possibility that a number in itself could be of such great importance that it could by itself awaken in the human soul a new, dormant urge. We will draw attention to two other possibilities. The social attraction is not primary, elementary or indecomposable, and the beginning of its formation is within a closer circle, such as the family. The psychology of the masses is still in its infancy, embracing an immense number of separate, private problems and posing countless tasks that have not even been clearly formulated to date. The mere classification of various forms of the organization of the masses and the description of the mental phenomena inherent in them requires an enormous number of observations and their generalization and presentation, which are contained in a rather rich literature on the subject. If we compare the modest volume of this book with the enormous volume of literature devoted to the psychology of the masses, it is not difficult to realize that only a few sections of the entire material will be considered here. Indeed, only those issues that might be of particular interest to the psychoanalyst and cause him to investigate them in depth will be addressed here. 2. The soul of the masses as represented by Leben. 1. It seems to me reasonable and more expedient not to define the soul of the masses, but to begin by pointing out the field of its manifestation and extracting from it the most notable and characteristic facts, from which the study can begin. We will achieve both ends if we use passages from Gustav Leben's well-known book, The Psychology of Peoples and the Masses. Let us once again grasp the essence of the matter. If psychology, the purpose of which is to study the inclinations, drives, motives, views of the individual which explain his actions and attitude to his immediate environment, solves this task to the end and manages to explain all these relationships and interdependencies, it will inevitably face a new, unresolved problem. Psychology will have to explain a striking fact. An individual, once he has become intelligible to it, begins to feel, think, and act absolutely differently, i.e., to behave differently than we expect from him, and this condition is his joining the human crowd, which has the properties of a certain psychological mass. But what does this mass represent? How does it acquire the ability to influence the individual's mental life so radically and decisively, and what are the mental changes it imposes on the individual? In order to answer these three questions, it is necessary to involve the data of theoretical psychology in their solution. it is best to begin by attempting to answer the third question. The observation of an individual's altered response provides us with material to study the psychology of the masses. Every attempt to explain a phenomenon must be preceded by a description of what is to be explained. Let us give the floor to Lebin himself. He writes, p. 165, 2, the most striking fact observed in the spiritualized crowd is this: whatever the individuals who make it up, whatever their mode of life, occupation, character, or mind, their transformation into a crowd is enough for them to form a kind of collective soul which makes them feel, think, and act quite differently from what each of them would think, feel, and act individually. There are ideas and feelings that arise and turn into actions only in the individuals who make up the crowd. The spiritualized crowd is a temporary organism formed of heterogeneous elements, which for a moment have joined together, just as the cells that make up a living body join together to form through this joining a new being with properties different from those possessed by each cell separately. We will allow ourselves to interrupt Lebin's presentation and make one important observation. In our opinion, if individuals in a mass unite into some unified whole, then there must be something that connects them, and this connecting material may be just that which is characteristic of the mass. Lebin, however, does not answer this question. He tries to deal with the change of the individual in the mass, and he describes this change in terms that agree well with the fundamental assumptions of depth psychology. Page 163. It is not difficult to see how different the isolated individual is from the individual in the crowd, but it is much more difficult to determine the reasons for this difference. In order to at least somewhat clarify for ourselves these reasons, we must recall one of the tenets of modern psychology, namely, that the phenomena of the unconscious play a prominent role not only in the organic life, but also in the activities of the mind. The conscious life of the mind is only a very small part compared to its unconscious life. The subtlest analyst, the shrewdest observer, is able to discern only a very small number of unconscious drives which it obeys. Our conscious acts derive from the substrate of the unconscious, created especially by the influences of heredity. This substratum contains the innumerable hereditary residues that constitute the actual soul of the race. In addition to the openly acknowledged causes that guide our actions, there are still secret causes that we do not admit to, but behind these secret ones there are even more secret ones, because they are unknown to ourselves. Most of our daily actions are caused by hidden drives that escape our observation. In the mass, according to Lebin, the individual achievements of a single man disappear, and consequently his originality also disappears. The racial unconscious comes to the fore, the heterogeneous is drowned in the homogeneous mass. We can thus assert that the psychological superstructure, which each individual develops so peculiarly, breaks down and disappears, exposing the same unconscious foundation of all members of the mass. In this way the average character of the man of the crowd could be realized. It is true that Lebin argues that the people who constitute the masses exhibit new qualities that they did not possess before they were united in the masses. Lebin justifies this assertion with three main arguments. Page 165. The first of these reasons is that the individual in a crowd acquires through numbers alone a consciousness of irresistible power, and this consciousness enables him to succumb to such instincts as he never lets loose when he is alone. In a crowd, however, he is all the less inclined to curb these instincts because the crowd is anonymous and therefore does not bear responsibility. The sense of responsibility, which always restrains individuals, disappears completely in the crowd. From our point of view, however, we should not attach so much importance to the emergence of new qualities. It would suffice to say that the individual, en masse, finds himself in conditions which enable him to cast aside the displacement of his unconscious urges. These supposedly new qualities manifested by the individual are only a reflection of the unconscious, in which lurks all the evil of the human soul. It is easy to understand the disappearance of conscience or sense of responsibility that takes place under such conditions. We have long held the view that the core of the so-called conscience is necessarily social fear. The well-known difference between Lebin's views and ours is that his understanding of the unconscious does not coincide with the understanding of the unconscious in psychoanalysis. Lebin's unconscious first of all contains the deepest hallmarks of the racial soul, which psychoanalysis, in fact, excludes from consideration. We recognize, however, that the core of the human self, to which the archaic heritage of the human soul belongs, is the unconscious, but we distinguish a displaced unconscious which is derived from some part of that heritage. Lebin's notion of the displaced is absent. Page 165. The second cause, contagion, also contributes to the formation of special properties in a crowd and determines their direction. Contagion represents such a phenomenon, which is easy to point out, but not to explain. It must be ranked among the hypnotic phenomena, to which we will now turn. In a crowd, every feeling, every action is contagious, and moreover to such an extent that the individual very easily sacrifices his personal interest to the interest of the collective. Such behavior, however, is contrary to human nature, and therefore a person is only capable of it when he is part of a crowd. This last phrase will later give us grounds for one important assumption. Page 165. The third reason, and moreover the most important one, for the appearance in individuals in a crowd of such special properties which may not be found in them in an isolated position, is susceptibility to suggestion, the contagion of which we have just spoken serves only as a consequence of this susceptibility. To understand this phenomenon, we should recall some recent discoveries of physiology. We now know that by various means the individual can be brought into a state in which his conscious personality disappears and he submits to all the suggestions of the person who has brought him into this state, performing at his command acts which are often quite contrary to his personal character and habits. Observations show that the individual, having spent some time among the crowd in action, whether under the influence of the currents emanating from the crowd or for some other reason is unknown, soon comes to a state which is very similar to that of a hypnotized subject. The conscious personality of the hypnotized person completely disappears, as well as the will and reason, and all feelings and thoughts are directed by the will of the hypnotist. The same is approximately the situation of the individual who is part of the spiritualized crowd. He is no longer conscious of his actions, and in him, as in a hypnotized person, some abilities disappear, while others reach an extreme degree of tension. Under the influence of suggestion, such a subject will perform known actions with irrepressible impetuosity, and in a crowd this irrepressible impetuosity manifests itself with even greater force, as the influence of suggestion, the same for all, increases by reciprocity. Page 166. Thus, the disappearance of the conscious personality, the predominance of the unconscious personality, the same direction of feelings and ideas determined by suggestion, and the desire to turn immediately into action the ideas suggested are the main features which characterize the individual in the crowd. He ceases to be himself and becomes an automaton with no will of his own. I have given such a detailed and extensive quotation in order to confirm that Lebon indeed considers the state of the individual in a crowd to be hypnotic, and not merely similar to hypnotic. We see no contradiction in this, but want only to emphasize that the last two causes of the change in the behavior of the individual in the crowd, contagion and high suggestibility, are not identical, since contagion is a consequence of suggestibility, not vice versa. It seems that the influence of both is not clearly distinguished in Lebon's text. Perhaps our interpretation of his opinion would be best if we explained contagion by the mutual hypnotic influence of individual members of the crowd on one another. At the same time, the phenomena of suggestion in the crowd, occurring simultaneously with the phenomena of hypnotic influence, point to another source external to the crowd. What is this source? We should have a feeling of incompleteness, because one of the main components of this equation, namely the person playing the role of hypnotist in the eyes of the crowd, is not mentioned at all in Lebon's text. Nevertheless, he distinguishes from this, which remains in the darkness of the enchanting influence, a certain contagious effect that the individuals composing the crowd have on each other, and this effect reinforces the original suggestion. Here, however, is another important point for judging the individual who is part of the crowd. Page 167, thus, by becoming part of an organized crowd, man descends several steps lower on the ladder of civilization. In an isolated position he might be a cultured man, in a crowd he is a barbarian, an instinctive being. He has a tendency to arbitrariness, rampage, ferocity, but also to the enthusiasm and heroism characteristic of primitive man. Lebon especially emphasizes the diminished intellectual capacity characteristic of a person who joins a crowd. 3. Let us now leave the individual alone and turn to the description of the soul of the crowd as Lebon imagines it. Here we do not see a single trait whose identification and evaluation would be difficult for the psychoanalyst. In fact, Lebon himself points the way to the solution, speaking of an analogy with the mental life of primitive men and children, page 169. The crowd is impulsive, fickle, and irritable. The crowd is governed almost exclusively by the sphere of the unconscious. The impulses to which the mass is subjected may, depending on the circumstances, be noble or rude, heroic or cowardly, but in each case, however, they are so imperative that they subvert all personal qualities and even weaken the instinct of self-preservation, page 170. Crowds have no deliberate goals. Even if the crowd longs for something, the longing is never sustained. The crowd is incapable of persistent will. The crowd cannot tolerate any delay between the emergence of desire and its fulfillment. The crowd feels all-powerful. The individual in the crowd has no notion of the impossible. The crowd is exceptionally easy to indoctrinate. It is easygoing and devoid of criticism. For the crowd, there is no such thing as the unbelievable. The crowd thinks in images, which, by superficial associations, arise one from another, as is the case with man at the mercy of free fantasies, which have no real relation to reality. The feelings of the masses are always very simple and redundant. The crowd knows no doubts or sense of uncertainty. In interpreting dreams, from which we have drawn the most reliable information about unconscious mental life, we follow the technical rule whereby we disregard doubt and uncertainty in dream narratives and regard every substantive element of a dream as absolutely reliable. We regard doubt and uncertainty as a consequence of the censorship to which the dream memory is subjected, and we accept that the primary thoughts of dreams know no doubt or uncertainty because they are devoid of all criticism. Nevertheless, doubt and uncertainty may, like everything else, have a place in dreams as remnants of daytime impressions. See Interpretation of Dreams. The crowd immediately goes to extremes in its actions. Any suspicion expressed immediately becomes irrefutable truth in the crowd. The germ of antipathy turns into wild hatred, page 182. It is precisely this intensification and extremization of all feelings which constitute the content of the affective life of the child, and which is also reproduced in the dream life, where, thanks to the subconscious amplification and isolation of individual emotional impulses, a slight irritation in reality directed against a person may in the dream turn into a wish for his death, and a hint of temptation turns into a cause of crime which takes place in the dream. Regarding this fact, Dr. Hans Sachs made a very perceptive remark. What the dream told us about its relation to real reality we then want to find in the mind, and we should not be surprised if the monster we see through the magnifying glass of analysis turns out to be nothing but an infusoria, interpretation of dreams. The mass, prone to all kinds of extremes, is aroused only by excessive stimuli. He who wants to influence a crowd does not need logical arguments. He must paint impressively strong pictures, exaggerate and repeat the same things. Since the mass has no doubts about the truth or falsity of anything and clearly feels its power, it is characterized by extreme intolerance, but easily trusts authority. It respects strength and is weakly influenced by kindness, which it considers a kind of weakness. The mob demands force and even violence from its heroes. It wants to be dominated, it wants to be suppressed, it wants to fear its lord. The mass, conservative in its essence, has a deep aversion to all innovation and progress, but an infinite awe of tradition, page 187. In order to make a correct judgment on the morality of the masses, one must take into account that all the individuals who make up the masses have abandoned all individual inhibition, and all the rude, cruel, and destructive instincts, which are remnants of primitive savagery and are dormant in the human soul, are awakened to free pursuit of the impulses. It should be noted, however, that under the influence of the indoctrination of high moral categories, the mass is capable of self-denial, selflessness, and sacrifice in the name of noble ideals. And if for an isolated individual personal benefit is almost always the motive spring of his actions, in a crowd personal benefit recedes into the background. One might even speak of the ennobling influence of the mass on the individual, page 188. While the intellectual activity of the mass always lags far behind that of the individual, morally the behavior of the crowd can either far surpass that of the individual or fall far below it. Leben's characterization sheds light on the validity of comparing the soul of the mass to that of primitive man. Two mutually exclusive ideas can easily coexist next to each other in the mass, and their proximity does not lead to a logical conflict. The same thing happens in the unconscious soul life of individuals, children, and neurotics, which has long been convincingly proven by psychoanalysis. For example, a young child may have ambivalent feelings about the person closest to him or her for quite a long time, and the manifestation of one of the attitudes does not interfere with the manifestation of the other, opposite to it. When a conflict finally develops between the opposite attitudes, it is resolved as a result of the child changing the object, one of the ambivalent feelings shifting to the substituting object. From the history of the development of neurosis in the adult patient, it can be deduced that the repressed feeling, sometimes for a very long time, continues to exist in the unconscious, and sometimes also in conscious fantasies whose contents directly contradict the dominant aspiration, and yet out of this contradiction the protest of the self against that which it naturally rejects is not born. Such fantasies remain tolerable for some time, until, usually due to increased affectivity, the situation explodes and a conflict arises between the fantasies and the ego, with all the consequences that this entails. In the process of human development from a child to a mature adult personality, there is a growing integration of the personality, the unification of initially independent instinctive drives and specific aspirations. A similar process in the sphere of sexual life has long been known to us as the unification of all sexual urges into a finely formed genital organization. 3 articles on the Theory of Sexuality, 1905. Numerous examples, however, indicate that the unification of the self can be as disturbed as the unification of the libido, as the example of naturalists who believe in the scriptures shows. The masses, among other things, are easily subjected to the truly magical power of words, which can cause the most terrible storms in the soul of the masses, but can also calm them, page 227. Neither reason nor persuasion can fight against known words and known formulas. They are uttered before a crowd with reverence, and immediately the expression of faces becomes deferential and heads bow. Many people compare such words to forces of nature or even to supernatural power, page 227. Here it would be appropriate to recall the taboo of names among the primitive peoples, the magical power which these peoples ascribed to names and words. Finally, the masses have never known the thirst for truth. The masses demand illusions, without which they cannot do without. The imaginary always takes precedence over the real, the non-existent affects them almost as much as reality. The masses have a marked tendency not to distinguish between the two, page 197. We have shown that a determining factor in the psychology of neuroses is the dominance of fantasy life and illusory desires conditioned by non-fulfillment. In our research we have found that it is not the usual objective reality that matters to neurotics, but the psychic reality. The hysterical symptom rests on a fantasy, not on the reproduction of an experienced reality. The obsessive neurotic consciousness of guilt rests on the fact of an unrealized evil intent. Just as in dreams and hypnosis, in the mental activity of crowds, evidence of reality recedes into the background before the power of effectively colored desires. Levin speaks less exhaustively about mass leaders. In Levin's presentation we do not see any distinct patterns here. Levin believes that as soon as living beings unite in a certain number, whether it be a herd of animals or a human crowd, they immediately and instinctively submit to the authority of the leader, page 239. The masses are a submissive herd, unable to live without a master. The masses have such a greedy desire for obedience that they are instinctively ready to fall at the feet of anyone who declares themselves their leader. In addition to the instinctive need of the masses for a leader, however, he must have certain personal qualities. He himself must sincerely believe in the idea in order to awaken the same faith in the masses. The leader must have a strong, admirable will, which he infects the weak-willed masses with. Levin goes on to discuss the various types of leaders and the means by which they influence the masses. In general, Levin believes that a leader influences the masses by the fanaticism with which he himself believes in the ideas he wants to impress upon them. To these ideas, as well as to the leaders themselves, Levin attributes a mysterious and irresistible power, which he calls charm. Charm is a kind of domination over us by an individual, a work, or an idea. Charm paralyzes our capacity for criticism and fills us with awe-inspiring admiration and attention. Charm evokes a feeling akin to hypnotic trance, page 250. Levin distinguishes between acquired, or artificial, charm and personal charm. In the first case, the charm is achieved by name, wealth, reputation. The charm of worldviews, works of art, etc., is created by tradition. Since charm in all cases rests on the past, it, by itself, gives little insight into its mysterious influence. Personal charm is characteristic of the few people who, by virtue of this charm, become leaders. It is to their charm that these people owe the fact that everyone obeys them, as if under the influence of some kind of magnetic magic. But all charm depends on success and can be lost when it fails, page 260. In general, when reading Leben, one does not get the impression that he correctly connects the role of the leader and the importance of charm with a brilliant description of the soul of the masses. 3. Other assessments of the collective mental life. We have used Leben's presentation as an introduction, since the importance he attaches to the unconscious mental life largely coincides with our views on psychology. To this, however, we must add that none of the author's assertions is anything fundamentally new. Everything destructive and derogatory that Leben says about manifestations of the mass soul, the soul of the masses, has already been said before him by others with the same certainty and the same hostility, all that has been said and written by thinkers, statesmen and poets since ancient times. Both provisions containing the most important views of Leben, the provision on the collective repression of intellectual activity and the provision on the amplification of effect in the masses, had been formulated before him by Sherpio Sigil. In fact, Leben left only 2 points of view on the unconscious and a comparison of the mental life of the mass with the mental life of primitive peoples, although these questions had been addressed in literature before Leben as well. Not only that, but the description and evaluation of the mass soul as presented by Leben and others has by no means remained unchanged. There is no doubt that all the previously described phenomena of the mass soul corresponded faithfully to observation, but there are, however, other, opposite manifestations of the mass that allow us to give its soul life a much higher estimate. Leben himself was also prepared to admit that the morality of the mass, under certain conditions, might be higher than the morality of each of the individuals comprising the mass, and that only the people gathered in a crowd were capable of the greatest selflessness and self-sacrifice. Page 189. Personal interest is very seldom a powerful engine in a crowd, whereas in the individual it comes first. Others believe that it is society that prescribes moral norms to the individual, while the individual tends to fall behind these lofty requirements. In exceptional states, it is in the crowd that the phenomenon of enthusiasm manifests itself, through which the crowd becomes capable of beautiful and sublime acts. As far as intellectual activity is concerned, it must of course be stated that the great achievements of thought, meaningful discoveries and solutions to complex problems are accessible only to individuals working in solitude. But, however, the soul of the masses is also capable of ingenious spiritual creations, such as language, folk songs, folklore, etc. Beyond this, one can only guess how much the individual thinkers and poets owe their insights to the masses among whom they live. It is possible that they are only the executors of a spiritual work in which many others participate. In the face of this contradiction, it might seem that all the work of mass psychology is unlikely to be fruitful. In fact, however, there is a hopeful way out, and it is very easy to find it. Probably the term masses combines a variety of phenomena that need to be separated from one another. The reasoning of Sigil, Leben and others refers to short-lived masses, which quickly emerge from the most heterogeneous individuals under the influence of transient interests. There is no doubt that these authors' descriptions were greatly influenced by the revolutionary masses, especially the masses of the French Revolution. The opposing statements are based on assessments of those stable masses that are embodied in stable social institutions. Masses of the first kind relate to masses of the second kind in the same way that high wind waves relate to low but long waves of sea foam. McDougall, who in his book The Group Mind proceeds from the above-mentioned contradiction, finds its resolution in the moment of organization. In the simplest case, McDougall argues, the mass, the group, does not have any organization at all or has the beginnings of organization, which, however, does not deserve such a name. McDougall refers to such a mass by the word crowd. Nevertheless, he admits that gathering a crowd is not an easy task, that a crowd is formed under the influence of some initial organization, and it is in these simple masses that the basic facts of collective psychology are most easily recognized. In order for something resembling a mass in the psychological sense to form from the randomly gathered members of a human crowd, the following condition must be met: these individuals must have something in common, a common interest in some object, a common orientation of feelings in a certain situation, and, I would say, as a consequence thereof, a certain degree of ability to influence one another. Some degree of reciprocal influence between the members of the group. The stronger this mental homogeneity, the more easily a psychological mass is formed of individuals, and the more noticeable are the manifestations of the soul of the mass. The most striking, and at the same time the most important phenomenon characterizing the mass is the exaltation or intensification of emotion of each individual in the mass. One might say, McDougall observes, that a person's affects are hardly as strong in conditions other than in the mass. It is a very pleasant feeling for the participants, who are able to surrender to their passions without limit, losing their sense of individual isolation and merging completely with the mass. McDougall explains this fascination of individuals with the flow of the mass on the basis of his invention of the principle of direct induction of emotion by way of primitive sympathetic responses, that is, of the long-known contagiousness of feelings. It has long been known that the outward signs of an affective state can automatically induce the same effect in an outside observer. This automatic compulsion will be the stronger the more people in the crowd with outward manifestations of such effect. The individual's critical thinking fails and is silenced, and he gives himself over to this effect. In doing so, he increases the arousal of the other individuals, who in turn continue to affect him, and the mutual arousal increases the overall degree of effect in the crowd. The irresistible urge to act as one with others, to be equal to all, manifests itself. It is precisely the coarsest and simplest feelings that are most likely to spread among the masses in this way. This mechanism of increasing affectivity is further favored by several other influences emanating from the mass. The masses give the individual the impression of an unlimited, irresistible, and dangerous force. The crowd, for a brief moment, takes the place of all human society, which embodies the supreme authority whose punishment people fear, the society for the sake of which people impose so many different restrictions on themselves. Aware of the obvious danger of coming into conflict with society, people feel safe in following the example of their nearest and dearest environment, and even begin to howl like wolves. By obeying the new authority, the individual gains the right to exclude conscience from the motives for his actions, while succumbing to the temptation to obtain the pleasure that one seeks, rejecting delays and repression. In sum, it is not surprising that the individual en masse does or approves of such things as he would turn away from in his normal circumstances of life, and we should hope that this will allow us to dispel a little of the darkness surrounding the mysterious word compulsion. McDougall himself also does not disagree with the claim of suppression of intellectual activity in the masses. McDougall says that higher intelligence is reduced under the influence of lower intelligence, descending to its level. High intelligence is suppressed because increased affectivity in general creates unfavorable conditions for mental and spiritual work, because the individual is usually intimidated by the mass, because the individual's thinking loses its freedom, and because each individual's sense of responsibility for his actions is weakened. McDougall's general judgment of the mental activity of the simple disorganized mass is as negative as that of Levin. The mass is easily excitable, impulsive, subject to blind passions, inconstant, inconsistent, indecisive, yet ready for any extremes in its actions, receptive only to gross passions and the most elementary feelings, extremely suggestible, thoughtless in its judgments, passes judgments without reasoning, responds only to the simplest and most imperfect conclusions and arguments. Easily controlled. The mass is easily intimidated. It lacks self-awareness, self-respect, and a sense of responsibility, but, conscious of its power, it is willing to commit any crime that we can expect only from the most absolute and irresponsible power. The mass thus behaves like an uncultivated child or a passionate, unbridled savage in an unfamiliar situation. In the worst cases, the behavior of the mob is more like that of a pack of wild beasts than that of an assembly of human beings. Since McDougall contrasts the behavior of the highly organized mass with the behavior of the mass described above, we would be most interested to know what the organized nature of the mass is and what moments determine and establish it. The author counts 5 such principal conditions necessary for the transition of the mental life of the mass to a higher level. The first condition is a certain degree of constancy in the composition of the mass. This constancy can be material or formal. In the first case, the same people are in the mass for a long time, and in the second case, certain permanent roles are established within the mass, and these roles are played by successive individuals. The second condition is that the individual within the mass develops a certain conception of the nature, function, activity, and demands of the mass, and on the basis of these conception and attitude toward the mass as a whole is formed. The third condition, the mass enters into some kind of relationship with other masses that are similar to it, but still different in many ways, which gives rise to competition with them. The fourth condition is that in such a mass, traditions, customs, and institutions emerge, especially those that determine the relations of the members of the mass to one another. The fifth condition is that the mass undergoes dismemberment. In this dismemberment, there is also differentiation, as a result of which each individual performs in the mass a special function assigned to him. According to McDougall, if these conditions are met, the mass is freed from its mental deficiencies. From the collective suppression of intellectual activity, such a mass is protected by the fact that the solution of intellectual problems is taken out of the jurisdiction of the mass and entrusted to individuals, the members of the mass. It seems to us that the condition designated by McDougall as the organization of the mass can be more rightly described in another way. The task, then, is to create in the mass those properties that were characteristic of the individual but faded when he joined the mass. The point is that, outside the primitive mass, the individual possessed his own wholeness, self-awareness, traditions and habits, a special capacity for work and orientation of thought, which distinguished him from other individuals with whom he competed in everyday life. This singularity the individual loses for a short time after joining the unorganized mass. If we think of the mass as endowing it with the attributes of the individual, it is useful to recall Trotter's insightful observation that in the propensity to form masses he saw an extension of the biological tendency of higher organisms toward multicellularity. 4. Indoctrination and libido. We proceed from the basic fact that the individual in the mass often undergoes profound changes in his mental activity under its influence. The individual's affectivity increases considerably, and the intellectual component weakens just as much. Both of these processes aim at equalization with the other members of the mass. These processes can only be achieved if the inhibition of instinctive drives is weakened and specific individual inclinations are abandoned. We have heard that these undesirable influences can be, at least in part, weakened by the high organization of the masses, but the basic fact of mass psychology, the statements about increased affectation and reduced mental activity in the primitive crowd, does not contradict this statement at all. Our task is to find a psychological explanation for such a mental upheaval in an individual's psyche. Rational explanations such as the already mentioned intimidation of the individual in the masses, which includes his instinct for self-preservation, cannot clarify the essence of the observed phenomena. Sociologists and specialists in mass psychology have always offered the same explanation, albeit under different names, and the magic word here is suggestion. Tard calls it imitation, but we must admit that the author is right in reminding us that imitation falls under the concept of suggestion and is its direct consequence. Lebon attributes everything strange and incomprehensible in social phenomena to two factors: the mutual indoctrination of the constituent individuals and the charm of the leader. But the charm itself is also influenced by suggestion. In analyzing McDougall's assertions, we might have the impression that his principle of primary induction of effect allows us to exclude suggestion, but on reflection we must recognize that it expresses nothing more than the imitation or contagion we already know, but further emphasizes their effective component. There is no doubt that we have a tendency to fall into effect if we observe this effect in others, but we often successfully resist this temptation and react to another's effect in the exact opposite way. So why are we infected with effect en masse, and is this the rule rather than the exception? Perhaps we should say to this that it is the suggestive influence of the mass that makes us submit to the propensity to imitate, thereby inducing effect in us. However, McDougall is not without suggestion. From him, as from others, we hear, the masses are characterized by a special suggestibility. We are now prepared to accept the assertion that suggestion, it is more correct, however, to say suggestibility, is not reducible to simpler elements, a primary phenomenon, a basic fact of human mental life. This was also the opinion of Burngame, whose amazing art I witnessed in 1889. But I remember that even then I felt a deaf irritation at the tyranny of omnipresent suggestion. When the patient, who did not yield to suggestion, began to be shouted at, "What are you doing? You are defying suggestion," I told myself that this was an outright injustice and an abuse of the individual. A person has every right to resist compulsion if it is used to subdue him. My resistance later took a slightly different direction. How is it that suggestion, with which they tried to explain everything, in itself as a phenomenon, has no convincing explanation? With regard to suggestion, I often repeated the old joke. Christopher carries Christ, and Christ is the whole world. Tell me, what was the point of Christopher's foot? Christophorus Christum, sed Christus sustulat orbum. Considerat pedibus die ubi Christophorus? When I turned to the problem of suggestion after a break of 30 years, I found that nothing had changed. I can affirm this strongly, except for the one exception due to the influence of psychoanalysis. One can see how much effort is being made to formulate the concept of suggestion correctly, that is, to make the use of the term conventional, and this is not unreasonable, for the word is becoming more and more common with the distortion of its original meaning, and it will soon denote any influence, as in English, where to suggest, suggestion corresponds to our terms to suggest, to recommend, to induce. However, there is no explanation as to the essence of suggestion, that is, as to the conditions under which influence is exercised without sufficient logical justification. I will not support this assertion now with an analysis of the literature of the last 30 years, as a detailed study on this subject is in preparation. Instead, I will attempt to explain the psychology of the masses using the concept of libido, which has served us well in the study of neuroses. The libido is a term taken from the doctrine of affect. It is what we call the energy of such urges, which we regard as quantitative though no one has yet measured it as dealing with phenomena that can be designated by the general term love. The core of what we call love is indeed what is called love in everyday speech and what is sung by poets, that is, sexual love, which has the goal of sexual coitus. But from this concept we do not distinguish everything else associated with the word love, such as love to oneself, love to parents and children, friendship and humanity. We do not distinguish attachment to concrete objects and attachment to abstract ideas from the concept of love. This approach is justified by the conclusions of psychoanalytic studies that all these aspirations are expressions of the same urges that push people to sexual intercourse, but in some conditions the sexual goal is replaced by another goal, or the urge is simply inhibited, but at the same time a sufficient part of the original essence is always preserved in the urge, and the urge retains its identity, characterized by some features inherent in love, the ability to sacrifice, the desire for intimacy, etc. We believe that language, by using the word love in all its manifold senses, has created a very strong and justified generalization, and the best we can do is to put this word as the basis of our scientific research and ideas. With this action, psychoanalysis has provoked a storm of indignation, as if such use were some impermissibly criminal innovation. I must say, however, that psychoanalysis has not created anything original with this expansive interpretation of love. The philosopher Plato's Eros in its origin, actions and attitude toward sexual love fully coincides with the love force, the libido, of psychoanalysis, as Nachmanson and Pfister wrote about it, and when the Apostle Paul in his famous epistle to the Corinthians exalts love above all other feelings, he certainly understood it exactly in this expanded sense, which implies that people do not always take their thinkers seriously, even when reverently worshipping them. This love attraction, because of the above and its origin, is called in psychoanalysis the sexual attraction. Educated people, for the most part, took this name as an insult and retaliated against psychoanalysis by accusing it of pansexualism. Those who find sexuality shameful and degrading to human nature might be advised to use the more aesthetically pleasing expressions eros and eroticism. I could have done the same thing from the very beginning, and I would have avoided a lot of accusations. But I did not do so, lest I succumb to my own cowardice. I could not follow such a slippery slope. First you yield in words, and then you yield in deeds. I find no valor in being ashamed of sexuality. The Greek word eros, which is supposed to mitigate the insult of tender feelings, corresponds exactly to our German word love, and, besides, he who has the ability to wait should not make concessions. Let us assume, however, that love relations, to put it more indifferently, sensual relations, constitute the essence of the soul of the masses. We must remember, however, that the authors we have quoted do not say a word about this. What corresponds to a loving relationship is obviously hidden behind a screen of suggestion or suggestion. This assumption is supported by two obvious thoughts. First, the idea that the mass is held together obviously by some force. What could this force be but eros, which holds and binds all things together in this world? Second, the idea that, observing the individual in the mass, it is impossible to shake off the feeling that the individual in the mass, abandoning his individual originality and falling under the influence of suggestion, does so because he feels the need to be in the mass and not to oppose it, that is, perhaps, he acts to please the mass. v. Two artificial masses, the Church and the Army. Regarding the morphology of masses, it is necessary to recall that there are many kinds of masses and just as many contradictory principles of their organization. There are volatile, ephemeral masses, and there are stable masses. There are homogeneous masses composed of similar individuals and heterogeneous masses, natural and artificial masses, for the organization of which an external force must be applied, primitive masses and highly organized ones. For some reason we would like to draw particular attention to one distinction that has escaped the attention of the authors we have examined. I refer to the distinction between masses without leaders and masses with leaders. Contrary to established tradition, we will choose as our starting point not a relatively simple mass, but highly organized, stable and durable artificial masses. The most interesting examples of such structures are the church, a community of believers, and the army, an army. The church and the army are artificial masses, which means that a certain amount of coercion must be exerted from outside to keep them from disintegrating and to prevent their structure from changing. As a rule, the individual is not asked whether he wants to join this mass, nor is he given the free right to do so. Nevertheless, the attempt to withdraw is usually prosecuted, punished, or subjected to some very specific conditions. Why these associations need such special preserving measures is beyond the scope of the present work. The only thing that attracts us here is the fact that in these masses, protected by great efforts from disintegration, one can discern with great clarity certain relations which in other masses are more latent. In the Church, the Catholic Church as an example, just as in the army, however great the difference between them may be, there is the illusory notion that there is a chief leader in the Catholic Church, Christ, and in the army a commander-in-chief who loves all members of the masses equally. Everything depends on this illusion. If it disappears, the church and the army immediately disintegrate, no matter what efforts are made to save them. Christ spoke of this love directly and openly. Truly I say to you, inasmuch as you did it to one of my least brethren, you did it to me. With respect to the mass of believers, Christ is the good elder brother, he replaces their father. All demands on individuals are derived from this love. The democracy of the Church is determined precisely by the fact that all are equal before Christ. He gives an equal share of his love to all. It is not without good reason that the homogeneity of the Christian community is compared to the family, and that believers call themselves brothers and sisters in Christ, that is, brothers in the love Christ bestows on them. There is no doubt that the unity of each individual with Christ is the reason for the unity of the church members with one another. The same can be said of an army. Its commander-in-chief is a father who loves all his soldiers equally, and that is why they are each other's comrades in battle. An army differs in its structure from a church in that it consists of a hierarchical ladder of such masses. Each captain is at the same time the superior and father of the soldiers of his squad, and each non-commissioned officer is the father-commander of the soldiers of his platoon. The same hierarchy, it is true, is established in the church, but here the hierarchy does not play such a self-sufficient role, since the knowledge and care for people is attributed more to Christ, God, than to the pastor, man. Against such an understanding of the libidinous structure of the army one can rightfully object that the ideas of fatherland, national honor, etc., which are very important for the preservation of the army, are not reflected in my reasoning. To this it may be replied that this is another, more complicated case of the masses, and the examples of great commanders Caesar, Wallenstein, Napoleon show that these ideas are not a necessary condition for the preservation of the army. On the possible replacement of the leader by a guiding idea and the relationship between the leader and the idea, we shall speak a little below. The neglect of this libidinous factor in the army, even if it is not alone in playing an organizing and preserving role, is a great theoretical defect, and in practical terms fraught with danger. Prussian militarism, which suffers from a lack of psychology as much as German science, felt this in its own experience during the Great World War. The military neuroses that decimated the German army were the individual's protest against the role imposed on him in the army, and, according to E. Simmel's research, it can be argued that the indifferent attitude of commanders toward their soldiers was the main cause of the mass disease of neuroses. With a better appreciation of the significant role of the libido, the fantastic promises of the 14 points of the American president probably would not have found such support and faith, and the faithful weapon would not have broken down in the hands of the German military commanders. Note that in both of these artificial masses each individual displays a libidinous attachment to the leader, Christ, the commander-in-chief, on the one hand, and to the other individuals who make up the masses on the other. How both these ties relate to each other and how to describe them in terms of psychology will be the subject of our study somewhat later. But even now we can rebuke the authors we have reviewed for not having sufficiently assessed the significance of the leader for the psychology of the masses. We have chosen this subject first in our study, which puts us in an advantageous position. It seems to us that we are on the right track to clarify the main manifestation of the psychology of the masses, the unfreedom of the individual in the masses. If each individual in the mass experiences an extremely strong emotional attachment in two directions, it will not be difficult for us to deduce from this relationship the observed changes in the individual's personality and his dependence on the mass. The hint that the essence of the mass lies in its libidinous attachments can be confirmed by the phenomenon of panic, which has been best studied precisely for military masses. Panic arises when such a mass is degraded. The main sign of panic is that the individuals comprising the mass cease to obey the orders of their superiors, and each seeks to save himself without thinking of the others. Mutual bonds and attachments are severed, and a huge, senseless fear is rapidly crawling outward. Naturally, one could argue that the opposite is true. Fear is so strong that it overwhelms the capacity for good judgment and emotional attachment. McDougall, page 24, even looks at the case of panic, not military panic, though, as a prime example of the increase in effect he discovered as a result of contagion, primary induction. However, this rational explanation is totally unsuitable in this case. First, one must find an explanation for such intense fear. The magnitude of the danger cannot be the cause of panic, because the same army, which at the moment is seized by panic fear, behaved with impeccable valor before, in moments of far greater danger. The essence of panic is that it does not depend on the degree of imminent danger and can break out on the most insignificant occasion. When the panic-stricken individual begins to save his own skin, he thereby recognizes that the emotional ties which until then had diminished the threatening danger in his eyes have ceased to exist. Now that the individual is alone with the danger, he perceives it more acutely and involuntarily exaggerates it. Consequently, panic fear implies a weakening of the libidinous structure and is the proper reaction to it, not the other way around, that is, it is not fear that destroys the libidinous attachment. This observation does not at all contradict the assertion that fear in the mass through contagion, induction, can take on truly monstrous proportions. McDougall's interpretation is generally correct when the danger is real and the mass lacks strong emotional attachments. This happens, for example, when a fire breaks out in a crowded theater. What is instructive and useful for us is the above-mentioned case of panic in the army, when the danger is habitual or very slightly above the usual level. We should not expect, however, that the word panic is a strict term defining any precisely defined condition. Sometimes the word refers to any mass fear, other times to the fear of an individual if that fear is extremely severe, and even more often to an outbreak of unjustified fear. If we use the word panic to refer to mass fear, we can draw a far-reaching analogy. An individual's fear is caused either by the size of the danger or by the disappearance of sensual, libidinous, connections. In the latter case, it is a typical neurotic fear. See lectures on Introduction to Psychoanalysis, XXV. Panic can arise either because of an increased danger threatening everyone, or because of the disappearance of the emotional ties that unite the mass, in which case panic is also analogous to neurotic fear. See, for example, Bella von Felsegui's informative, albeit somewhat fantastic, article Panic and the Panic Complex on this subject. If we follow McDougall in describing panic as one of the most visible manifestations of group consciousness, we will inevitably arrive at the paradoxical conclusion that in its highest manifestation the mass itself cancels itself. There can be no doubt that panic is the decomposition of the mass. Panic leads to the breaking of all ties that unite the individuals of the mass into a unified whole. A typical cause for panic is described in Nestroy's parody of Goebbels' drama of Judith and Holofernes. In the play, one of the warriors shouts, "The warlord has lost his head." And all the Assyrians rush out in a panicked flight. The loss of the leader, in any sense as well as the craziest fictions about him, causes panic even if the danger remains the same. With the severance of the bond with the leader, as a rule, the bonds that united the individuals of the mass also crumble. The masses disperse like a bolognese vial whose tip has been broken off. The same decomposition of the religious mass is not as easy to observe as the decomposition of the military mass. More recently I came across an English novel When It Was Dark, written by a Catholic and recommended by the Bishop of London. It is a very talented and faithful description of this possibility and its consequences. The novel is set in the present day. A group of conspirators, enemies of Christ and the Christian faith, managed to find a tomb with an inscription in which Joseph of Arimathea confesses that, motivated by piety, on the third day after the crucifixion he removed the body of Christ from the tomb and secretly buried it in a new place. By this action the conspirators destroyed faith in the resurrection of Christ and in his divine essence. The consequence of this archaeological discovery was the shaking of the foundations of European culture and the outbreak of unbridled violence and crime. All of this violence and crime ceased only after the conspirators had been exposed and found to have falsified it. In the foreground of the reasons for the decay of the religious mass described in the novel is not fear, for which there is no reason, but the reckless and hostile attitude of individuals toward one another, which was not previously evident because of the common love of believers for Christ. Outside this unity and during the kingdom of Christ stand individuals who do not belong to the community of believers, individuals who do not love Christ and whom he does not love. It is for this reason that religion, though it may be called a religion of universal love, is by necessity cruel and merciless toward those who do not belong to it. At its core, every religion is, without exception, a religion of love toward those whom it unites, but it is always cruel and intolerant toward those who do not share it, and we have no right to reproach believers for this, no matter how difficult it may be for each individual. Psychologically, it is much better for non-believers and indifferent people to be in this situation. That this intolerance is no longer as brutal and violent today as it once was is hardly the result of relaxed morals. Rather, the reason is the apparent weakening of religious sentiment and the associated libidinous, emotionally colored, unity of the masses. If something else takes the place of religious unity, and we see something of this kind in the organization of the socialist masses, then the same intolerance toward people who do not belong to the masses as was characteristic of the era of the religious wars will arise. And if the difference in scientific outlook has a similar significance for the masses, then the result will be exactly the same. 6. Further tasks and directions of research. We have examined two artificial masses and found that they are imbued with emotional attachments of two kinds. One of these attachments is directed to the leader, and at least as it appears to the mass itself is more definite and distinct than the other, the attachments of the masses to each other. A great deal remains undescribed and unexplored in the morphology of masses. We must assume that a mere aggregation of people is not yet a mass, since it is an aggregation devoid of the affections mentioned, but at the same time we must recognize that in any aggregation of many people there is very easily a tendency to form a psychological mass. The researcher must pay attention to diverse, more or less constant, spontaneously occurring masses in order to study and understand the conditions of their formation and disintegration. First, we should be interested in masses with a leader and masses without a leader. Are not the masses with a leader more archaic, but nevertheless more perfect? Is not the leader in other masses replaced by some abstract idea, as, for example, in the religious masses with their invisible supreme leader? Is not the general tendency or aspiration shared by most masses also a substitute for the leader? These abstractions may, on the other hand, be embodied to a greater or lesser degree in the figure of a sort of secondary chief, and many interesting regularities can be deduced from the relation of idea and chief. A leader or guiding idea can also be negative, so to speak. Hatred directed against a person or institution can be no less powerful a unifying force than positive affections. Meanwhile, another question can be asked: does a collection of people need a leader in order for it to become a mass? However, all of these issues, which have been partly addressed in the literature on the psychology of the masses, cannot distract us from the basic psychological problems associated with the structure of the mass. First of all, we shall turn to the reasoning that will lead us in the shortest possible way to the proof of the fact that the masses are above all characterized by libidinous attachments. First, a preliminary remark: what, in general, characterizes people's affective attitudes toward one another? According to Schopenhauer's famous comparison of frozen porcupines, human beings do not tolerate too close proximity to other people. In the cold winter, a society of porcupines crowds close together to protect themselves from freezing by mutual warmth. Soon, however, they feel mutual jabs that cause them to move away from each other. When the need for warmth brings them close to each other again, then the same misfortune is repeated, so that they are flailing between these two afflictions until they find a moderate distance which they can best endure. Parerga und Paralipomena, 2. Thiel, XXXI, Gleichnis und Parabeln. According to psychoanalysis, every long, intimate, sensually colored relationship between two people, marriage, friendship, parent-child relationship leaves a residue of rejecting hostile feelings, which are destroyed by displacement. These hostile feelings manifest themselves more clearly when partners are constantly quarreling with each other or when subordinates continually express dissatisfaction with their superiors. The same happens when people join together in larger groups as well. Whenever two families are related by marriage, each family believes itself to be better and nobler than the other. Two neighboring towns compete with each other with all their might, each canton looks down on the other cantons disparagingly. Closely related tribes dislike each other. The southern German loathes the Prussian, the Englishman scolds the Scotsman, the Spaniard despises the Portuguese. That there is a strong animosity between unrelated groups, Gaul versus Germanic, Aryan versus Semitic, white versus colored, has long since come as no surprise to anyone. If hostility is directed against an otherwise beloved person, we refer to it as ambivalence of feeling, and we rationalize this as the numerous occasions for conflicts of interest that inevitably arise in long-term close relationships. In the undisguised manifestations of hostility and dislike directed against the surrounding strangers, we can recognize an expression of self-love, of the narcissism of a person who seeks self-affirmation and behaves as if the very existence of a deviation from his individual development requires him to criticize and change. Why the sensitivity to such minor differences is so great, we do not know, but there is no doubt that all human behavior is permeated by a readiness for hatred and aggression, the origin of which is unknown. Apparently, these traits are of a spontaneous, primal nature. In a recent book, 1920, On the Other Side of the Pleasure Principle, I tried to link the polarity of love and hate with the accepted opposition of the desire for life to the desire for death, and to consider the sexual urge as the purest substitute for the first, the urge for life. However, all this intolerance disappears, for a short or long time, when the mass emerges and in the mass itself. As long as it exists, within its influence, individuals behave as if they were all the same, tolerating the originality of others, equating themselves with them and feeling no resentment toward them. This limitation of narcissism, according to our theoretical views, can only be explained by one thing: a libidinous attachment to other personalities. Self-love ends where love for others begins, love for external objects. This immediately raises the question: does not community of interest, by itself, without libidinous attachment, lead to tolerance and respect toward others? The answer to this objection is that there is no persistent suppression of narcissism in this situation, since tolerance exists no longer than the mutual benefits of cooperation. Practically speaking, however, this controversial question is of little importance, for it is known from experience that when colleagues and comrades work closely together, it is the libidinous relationship which strengthens their bond better than any benefit. The same thing happens in people's social relationships, as has been found by psychoanalytic research in the development of the individual libido. The libido relies on the satisfaction of fundamental life needs and chooses persons important in this respect as its first objects. In both individuals and in the development of all mankind, love alone is the cultural factor that transforms egoism into altruism. Sexual love for a woman, with all its compulsions, nevertheless spares what is dear to her, just as sexually devoid, sublimated homosexual love for another man arises from close working relationships. Thus, if there is a limitation of narcissistic self-love in the mass, which does not exist outside the mass, this is irrefutable evidence that in the mass we are dealing with the emergence of libidinous attachment of people to each other. But this raises an interesting question for us: what kind of attachment is this? In the psychoanalytic doctrine of neurosis, we have so far almost exclusively considered the affections arising in the formation of attachment, which have a sexual purpose. Obviously, when applied to the mass, we are not dealing with any sexual goals. In the mass, we are dealing with love drives that act with no less energy, even though they have deviated from their original purpose. However, already within the framework of ordinary sexual mastery of the object, we have noted some phenomena corresponding to the deviation of the attraction from its original sexuality. We attribute these deviations to some degree of falling in love and note that they cause some damage to one's own self. We will pay special attention to these manifestations of falling in love because we can rightly expect to find in them some regularities that can be carried over into explanations of the emergence of libidinous attachments in the mass. In addition, we want to know whether this type of object possession is the only kind of sensual attachment to another person, or whether we will have to take into account other similar mechanisms. We know for certain from psychoanalysis that there are other mechanisms of the emergence of sensual attachments, so-called identifications, but they are rather poorly studied. It is difficult to state their essence, and their study would divert us for a while from the subject of the psychology of the masses. 7. Identification. In psychoanalysis, identification refers to the earliest manifestation of sensual attachment to another person. Identification plays a role in the prehistory of the Oedipus complex. The little boy constantly shows interest in his father. He wants to become like his father, to be in his place in every possible situation. You can simply say, the father is an ideal for the boy. This attitude has nothing to do with a passive or feminine attitude toward the father, and toward men in general. On the contrary, it is purely masculine. This attitude coexists very well with the Oedipal complex, which it contributes to. Simultaneously with the identification with the father, or a little later, the boy begins to manifest a desire to possess the mother as an object on which he can lean. Thus, two psychologically different attachments are formed in the boy: a purely sexual attraction to possessing the mother and an identification of the father with an ideal. For a while, both of these attachments exist side by side, far from interfering with or influencing each other. Eventually, however, the mental life becomes unified, and both attachments merge, forming a normal Oedipal complex. The child notices that the father has become an obstacle standing between him and the mother. Identification with the father takes on a hostile coloring. The child is seized by the desire to take the father's place also in relation to the mother. Identification is ambivalent from the very beginning. Tenderness and desire to eliminate the rival collide. Identification is a direct continuation of the oral phase of the organization of the libido, when a beloved and valued object is appropriated by eating it, simultaneously destroying it as such. Cannibals are known to stop at this stage of development. He eagerly devours his enemies, but he eats only those whom he used to love. Later, this identification with the father is easily lost from view. Then it may happen that the Oedipus complex undergoes a reversal, and the father, with the assimilation of the feminine attitude, becomes the object from which the immediate sexual attraction waits for its satisfaction, i.e., identification with the father becomes the precursor of object attachment to the father. The same, with appropriate adjustments, applies to the little girl. It is easy enough to formulate the difference between identifying with a father and choosing a father as an object. In the first case, the father is who one wants to be, and in the second case, the father is who one wants to possess. That is, it is essentially a question of whether attachment is a subjective or object relationship of the self. Attachment of the first type can exist prior to the choice of the object of sexual attachment. It is much more difficult, however, to visualize this difference metapsychologically. What is clear is that identification tends to liken one's own self to another taken as an ideal model. When a neurotic symptom occurs, identification has to be distinguished from a more convoluted dependence. The little girl we are currently observing suffers from the same symptom as her mother, such as an agonizing cough. The formation of this painful resemblance can occur in various ways. Either it is an identification following from the Oedipus complex, meaning a hostile desire to take the place of the mother, and this symptom expresses an object love for the father. This symptom realizes the substitution of the mother while realizing its own guilt. You wanted to be a mother, and you became one, at least in suffering. Such is the completed mechanism of the hysterical symptom. But it can also happen that the symptom is a symptom of a beloved person. This is how, for example, Dora in the analysis fragment of hysteria imitates her father's cough. In this situation, the meaning of the symptom can be described as follows: identification has taken the place of object choice, and object choice has degenerated to the level of identification. We have all heard that identification is the earliest, initial form of sensual attachment. During symptom formation, that is, during displacement under the domination of unconscious mechanisms, it often happens so that object choice again becomes identification, that is, the self takes on the properties of the object. What is noteworthy here is that in such identification, the I can copy both the beloved and the unloved person. We cannot fail to notice in such a situation that in both cases the identification is partial, highly limited, and takes only one trait from the person taken as the object. There is also a third, most frequent and important case of symptom onset and formation, in which identification has nothing to do with the object relation to the person being copied in the behavior of the person suffering from the symptom in question. If, for example, a young girl living in a boarding house receives a letter from a secret lover that excites her jealousy and reacts to the letter with a hysterical fit, then some of her friends, who know about the contents of the letter, contract the fit, as we say, through psychic infection. This mechanism is a mechanism of identification, arising from the desire or possibility of being in the same situation. Other girls also want to have secret love affairs and, under the influence of subconscious guilt, also accept the suffering associated with them. It would be wrong to say that they are appropriating the symptom out of compassion. On the contrary, compassion arises only from identification, and the proof is that such infection or imitation arises also in situations in which the preceding sympathy is less than that which boarding friends are supposed to feel for each other. One self feels a meaningful analogy to another self at some particular point, in this example in readiness to feel, and the first self at that point makes the identification and, under the influence of the pathogenic situation, turns it into a symptom. Identification through a symptom is thus an indication of one analogical property of both selves to be displaced. The conclusions from these three sources we can now combine. First, identification is the original form of the sensual connection with the object. Second, this connection serves as a regressive replacement of the libidinous attachment to the object by a kind of introjection of the object into the self. And, third, identification can arise in every new instance of feeling a community with a person who is not the object of sexual attraction. The more significant this commonality is, the more successful partial identification can be, giving rise to a new attachment. We already guessed that the mutual attachment of the members of a mass to one another is inherently such an identification based on an important emotionally colored commonality, and we can surmise that this commonality has as its source the attachment to the leader. Moreover, we guess, however, that we are far from considering the identification problem exhausted, that we stand at the very beginning of the path, at the threshold called in psychology insensibility, and this threshold plays a crucial role in our ability to understand other people's selves. Here, however, we will limit ourselves to the immediate effective impact of identification, leaving aside its significance for our intellectual life. Psychoanalytic research, which has also touched on the more difficult problems of the emergence of psychoses, will help us to see identification in some other cases as well, which are rather difficult to understand. For our further considerations, I will detail two such cases here. The genesis of male homosexuality in a large number of cases appears to be as follows. The young man has been very long and unusually firmly fixed on his mother as part of the Oedipus complex. Finally, after the end of puberty, the time comes to replace the mother with another sexual object. At this point things can take a completely unexpected turn. The young man does not leave his mother, on the contrary, he identifies himself with her, he turns into her and begins to look for objects that would replace his ego, objects that he could love and caress as his mother loved and caressed his ego. This is a very frequent phenomenon, which is easy to confirm in any case, regardless of any assumptions about the organic nature of such attraction and the motives for such a sudden psychological change. What is remarkable about this identification is its redundancy, since it changes the most important quality of a person, his sexual orientation, his sexual character, fitting the pattern of the original object of sexual attachment. At the same time, the object itself is discarded, either definitively or by getting stuck in the unconscious. In this case, it is beyond the scope of our discussion. Identification with an object discarded or lost for the purpose of replacement, the introjection of that object into the self, is certainly not new to us. Such a phenomenon can sometimes be directly observed in a young child. One such observation was recently published in the International Journal of Psychoanalysis. A small child was terribly upset by the death of his or her favorite kitten and told his or her parents that he or she was now a kitten. Accordingly, the child began to move on all fours, stopped eating at the table, etc. Another example of this introjection of the object was provided by the analysis of melancholy. The most important cause of this condition is the real or effective loss of the object of love. The main characteristic feature of these cases is a cruel self-deprecation of the self, ruthless self-criticism and cruel reproaches of the self. The analysis, however, has shown that all of these assessments and reproaches refer, in essence, to the object and represent the revenge of the I directed at the object. The shadow of the object falls on the I, as I said elsewhere. The introjection of the object comes through here with incredible clarity. Melancholy, however, also shows us something else, something that will be important for our further considerations. Melancholy shows us the splitting of the self, its disintegration into two parts, one of which pounces on the other in a rage. The second part is distorted by introjection and encapsulates the lost object. However, we also know quite well the other part that is so cruel to the first part, conscience, the critical instance of the self, which opposes the self in a normal situation, but never does it so cruelly and unfairly. We have had reason before, narcissism, sadness, and melancholy, to assume that there is an instance in our I that stands apart from the rest of the I and can come into conflict with it. We have called this instance the ideal self and ascribed to it functions of self-observation, moral evaluation, dream censorship, and a major role in the process of displacement. We have argued, further, that this instance is the heir of the original narcissism in which the child ego satisfies itself. Gradually this instance, under the influence of the environment, adopted from it the demands made on the self, but not always suitable for fulfillment, and so the man, in those cases where he could not be satisfied with his self, could still find satisfaction in the ideal self differentiated from the self. In the delirium of observation we see the disintegration of this instance, against which the origin of this instance from the influence of authority, above all parental authority, is revealed. We have not forgotten to mention that the measure of the distance of this ideal self from the actual self varies greatly for each individual and that this splitting of the self in many people does not go beyond the childish splitting. However, before we can apply this material to understanding the libidinous organization of the mass, we will have to take into account some other mutable relationship between the object and the self. We know very well that it is impossible to exhaust the topic of identification with examples taken from pathology, and so we have to some extent left untouched the riddle of mass formation. We should have undertaken a more thorough and comprehensive psychological analysis for this purpose. From identification, the path leads through imitation to feeling, that is, to understanding the mechanisms by which we are generally able to come into contact with the mental life of others. Much remains to be clarified in the manifestations of existing identification. Among other things, a consequence of identification is the restriction of aggression against other people with whom one identifies oneself, the manifestation of mercy toward them and the readiness to come to their aid. The study of such identifications, such as those underlying clan unity, led Robertson Smith to the startling discovery that identification rests on the recognition of some common substance, kinship and marriage, 1885, and that identification can therefore arise during communal meals. This trait allows us to link such identification with the history of the primitive human family that I reconstructed in Totem and Taboo. 8. Falling in love and hypnosis. In spite of all its vagaries, linguistic practice remains somewhat true to reality. Although language calls love a very diverse sensual relationship, which we also theorize with the same word, it nevertheless doubts again and again whether this love is real, right, true, and reflects this doubt with a whole scale of possibilities within the multitude of love phenomena. We, too, will have no difficulty in discovering this scale in our observations. In some cases, falling in love is understood to be nothing more than a sexual desire-directed mastery of an object for the purpose of direct sexual satisfaction. With the achievement of this satisfaction, falling in love fades away. It is called base, sensual love. But, as we know, the libidinous situation is seldom so simple. The certainty with which one can count on the awakening of a fated need is the nearest motive to long possession of a sexual object, also in the intervals free from passion and lust, the motive to love that object. From this remarkable history of the development of human love life another point emerges. In the first phase of this development, ending in most cases by the age of 5, the child finds his first love object in one of his parents, on whom all his sexual urges requiring satisfaction are fixed and united. In the next phase, displacement forces the child to abandon most of these childhood sexual goals and leaves behind a profound change of attitude toward the parents. The child is still strongly attached to his parents, but his attraction to them becomes inhibited toward a veiled goal. The feelings the child has for these loved ones are now denoted by the word tenderness. It is known that in the subconscious mind these early sensual aspirations persist to some extent, and the former stream of attraction, in a sense, continues to exist. During puberty, at puberty, new, very intense aspirations for an immediate sexual goal are known to arise. In unfavorable cases, this sensual flow remains separate from the continuing flow of tender feelings. A picture emerges before us, both aspects of which are so willingly idealized by various literary genres. A man displays enthusiastic adoration for respectable women who do not excite him sexually, but displays sexual potency only for those women whom he dislikes, does not appreciate, and even frankly despises. More often, however, the young man manages to create a certain synthesis of platonic heavenly and sensual earthly love, and his attitude to the sexual object is formed by the interaction of inhibited and inhibited urges. By the proportion of inhibited tender cravings one can judge the strength of being in love as opposed to purely sensual lust. Within the framework of this falling in love we immediately notice the phenomenon of exaggerated sexual evaluation. We see the fact that the beloved object avoids all criticism, that the qualities of the beloved object are valued higher than those of the unbeloved person or higher than the qualities of the same object were valued before falling in love. A stronger displacement or suppression of sensual aspirations gives the imaginary impression that the object is worthy of sensual love already by virtue of its high mental qualities, although, in reality, the opposite is true, since it is the sensual disposition that endows the object with all kinds of advantages. The urge that perverts judgment is the urge to idealize. This idealization allows us to navigate the problem more easily. We see that the object is treated as one's own self, that is, in falling in love a large part of the narcissistic libido is poured out on the object. In some forms of choosing the object of love, it becomes self-evident that the object serves as a substitute for one's own, unachieved ideal self in real life. The object is loved because of the perfections to which one has aspired for one's own self, which the individual can now take advantage of in this roundabout way to satisfy his narcissism. If heightened sexual appreciation and infatuation become even stronger, the picture becomes quite clear. The drives for immediate sexual satisfaction are pushed aside altogether, as, for example, happens in enthusiastic adolescent love. The self becomes more and more unpretentious and modest, and the object more magnificent and valuable. Eventually, the object takes over all the narcissism of the self, and the natural consequence of this is the capacity for self-sacrifice. The object, so to speak, absorbs the self. The traits of humility, the limitations of narcissism, the disregard of self-interest are present in all cases of falling in love. In extreme cases they are even more intensified, and under their pressure sensual desires finally recede into the background. This happens especially easily in the case of unhappy, undivided love, since sexual satisfaction, nevertheless, in all cases somewhat reduces the exaggerated sexual appraisal. Simultaneously with the surrender of the self to the undivided disposal of the object, which is no different from a sublimated surrender to an abstract idea, the functions of the ideal self are completely shut down. The criticism usually emanating from this authority is silenced. Everything the object does and demands is correct and flawless. There is no room for conscience in what must be done for the object. In the dazzle of love, one goes unrepentantly into crime. The whole situation fits into the formula without arrest. The object has taken the place of the ideal self. Now it is easy for us to describe the difference between identification and falling in love in its highest manifestations, called enchantment and obedience. In the first case, the self is enriched with the qualities of the object, that is, in Ferenczi's phrase, it introjects the object. In the second case, the self is impoverished, giving itself entirely to the object, which takes the place of the most important constituent part of the self. A closer look reveals that this presentation reflects a contradiction that does not really exist. It is not a question of enrichment or impoverishment, but of describing falling in love so intensely that the I introjects an object. Perhaps another distinction is essential. In the case of identification, the object is lost or discarded, it is reincarnated in the I, and it is partially changed in the image and likeness of the lost object. In other cases, the object is preserved and re-evaluated by and at the expense of the ego. However, this approach also raises doubts. Is it really established that identification implies giving up possession of the object, and can't identification exist while preserving the object? Before we begin a discussion of this confusing question, do we not have the idea that the essence of the dispute is resolved by a different alternative, namely, does the object take the place of the I or the ideal self? Obviously, it is one step from falling in love to hypnosis. The similarities of both of these states can be seen with the naked eye, the same submissiveness, malleability, lack of criticism toward the hypnotizer as toward the object of love, the same dissipation of personal initiative. There is no doubt that the hypnotizer takes the place of the ideal self. All relationships in hypnosis appear more clearly and vividly, so it would be appropriate to explain falling in love through hypnosis rather than vice versa. The hypnotist is the only object, no one else besides him is taken into consideration. The fact that in the state of hypnotic sleep the self experiences what the hypnotist demands and asserts reminds us that we forgot to mention among the functions of the ideal self the function of testing reality. It is not surprising that the I accepts the sensation as reality, because the psychic instance whose task is to test reality confirms the truth of the imaginary reality. The complete absence of aspirations toward an uninhibited sexual goal results in an extraordinary purity of manifestation. The hypnotic attitude is unrestricted sacrificial falling in love with the exclusion of the desire for sexual satisfaction, whereas in true falling in love this desire is only postponed for a while and is all the time present in the background as a deferred possibility. On the other hand, however, we can say that the hypnotic attitude creates, if we are allowed that expression, a mass consisting of two persons. Hypnosis is not an appropriate object of comparison with the formation of a mass, for hypnosis is rather identical with the formation of a mass. From the complex structure of the mass, hypnosis isolates one element, the relationship of the individual mass to the leader. It is by this limitation of numbers that hypnosis differs from mass formation and from falling in love in the absence of sexual aspirations, occupying an intermediate position between the formation of mass and the emergence of falling in love. It is interesting, moreover, to note that it is the inhibition of sexual aspirations that makes it possible to create long-lasting attachments between people. This is easy to understand, since the complete satisfaction of such aspirations is impossible, while uninhibited sexual aspirations undergo a strong weakening when the sexual goal is reached. Sensual love is doomed to fade after sexual satisfaction. For love to be lasting, it must be imbued from the beginning with pure tenderness, that is, inhibited attraction, or undergo a change in that direction. Hypnosis would allow us to easily solve the riddle of the libidinous structure of the masses if it did not itself contain traits that defy rational explanation, for example, if it did not contain a crush devoid of direct sexual aspiration. In hypnosis there is still much that is incomprehensible and even, in the opinion of many, mystical. Hypnosis in some of its properties resembles paralysis, which arises from the collision of a strong personality with a weak and helpless person and is a transition to hypnosis, which embraces a frightened animal. The way in which hypnosis is induced, its connection with sleep are unclear, and the mysterious selection of persons susceptible to hypnosis, while culling people who are totally immune to it, points to another unknown point, which is carried out in hypnosis and makes the purity of the libidinous attitude possible. Also noteworthy is the fact that often the moral conscience of the hypnotized person turns out to be resistant even when completely malleable in all other respects. This may, however, be due to the fact that hypnosis, as it is conducted in most cases, retains the knowledge that it is only a game, a false reproduction of another, more important life situation. The preceding considerations have prepared us for a formula for the libidinous constitution of the mass. At least such a mass as we have considered so far, a mass that has a leader and that, by virtue of insufficient organization, cannot reacquire the properties of an individual. Such a primary mass is a multitude of individuals who have put the same object in the place of their ideal self and, because of this, identify each other in their self. This relation can be represented graphically. 9. Herd instinct. We should not rejoice that we have supposedly been able to solve the riddle of mass with this unsophisticated formula. We should take as a warning the fact that in our reasoning we have referred to hypnosis, which itself harbors many unsolved mysteries. In addition, another objection arises along the way. Let us dare to remind ourselves that the numerous, effectively colored connections we observe in the mass are sufficient to explain one of its characteristic features, namely, the absence of autonomy and initiative in the individual, the sameness of his reactions with those of the other individuals who make up the mass, his reduction, so to speak, to the level of a mass individual. But the mass shows, if we begin to consider it as a whole, something more, a weakening of intellectual activity, an emotional disinhibition, an inability to restrain and delay action, a tendency to violate all limitations in the expression of feelings and to immediately transfer feelings into action. This, and much more, so beautifully described by Leben, present a picture of regression of mental activity to an earlier stage, which in no way surprises us in savages and children. This regression is particularly characteristic of the common mass, while we know that in a highly organized, artificial mass this regression is not so pronounced. This gives the impression of a state in which the individual's individual sensual impulses and personal intellectual activity are too weak to acquire any individual significance, and must wait for reinforcement in the form of unanimous repetition by the other individuals who make up the mass. It must be remembered how much dependence is characteristic of the normal structure of human society, how little originality and personal courage there is, how much the individual is subject to the domination of the institutions of the soul of the mass, as represented by race, class prejudices, public opinion, and the like. The mystery of suggestive influence becomes even darker for us if we accept the fact that such influence does not come only from the leader. Every individual has such influence on other individuals, and we deserve the reproach of one-sidedly elevating the role of the leader, leaving in the shadows the factor of mutual suggestion. Moved by modesty, we should listen to another voice that promises us an explanation that rests on simpler grounds. I will borrow such an explanation from W. Trotter's clever and talented book on herd instinct. In connection with this book, one can only regret that it has not escaped the antipathy resulting from the Great War. Trotter deduces the mental phenomena described in the masses from the herd instinct, gregariousness, which in humans, as in other animal species, is innate. This ability and propensity to herd is, in terms of general biology, analogous to the multicellular structure of organisms, and in terms of psychoanalysis to the libido-driven propensity of all similar beings to unite into structures of higher order and greater volume. The individual feels incomplete when he is alone. Already the fear of a small child is a manifestation of this herd instinct. Opposition to the herd is tantamount to separation from it, which is why members of the herd fearfully avoid objections and contradictions. The herd, in turn, rejects everything new and unusual. The herd instinct is something primary, not subject to further conceptual decomposition, which cannot be split up. Trotter cites a number of primary, in his opinion, drives, which he calls instincts: the food instinct, the sexual instinct, the herd instinct, and the instinct of self-preservation. The herd instinct is often opposed to the other instincts. Awareness of guilt and a sense of duty are characteristic of the herd animal, gregarious animal. Trotter believes that the herd instinct is the source of the displacing forces found in the ego by psychoanalysis. From the same source comes the resistance that the therapist encounters in psychoanalytic treatment. The importance of language is determined by its ability to ensure mutual understanding in the herd. Language, for the most part, is the basis of the identification of individuals with one another. Just as Lebon put the characteristic fluid mass in McDougall, the stable associations, at the center of his scientific interests, Trotter put the most common associations in which humans live, the Zato Omicron Nu Pi Omicron Lambda Iota to Iota Kappa Nu, political animal, and their psychological rationales, at the center of his research. Trotter is not interested in the origin of the herd instinct, because for him this instinct is primary and not subject to further analysis. Trotter's observation that, according to Boris Cedis, the herd instinct is a derivative of suggestibility is, fortunately for Trotter, redundant. This explanation follows a well-known, unsatisfactory pattern, and the inversion of that sentence, saying that suggestibility is a derivative of the herd instinct, seems to me more plausible. However, one can object to Trotter's views even more rightly than to those of other authors that he pays too little attention to the role of the leader, while we hold the opposite opinion and believe that it is impossible to understand the essence of the mass if the role of the leader is neglected. The herd instinct, in general, leaves no room for a leader. It only comes to the herd by chance, and in connection with this stands the fact that the herd instinct does not lead to the need for a deity. The wild herd has no shepherd. In addition, Trotter's position is also vulnerable from a purely psychological point of view. That is, one may doubt that the herd instinct is primary and indivisible. It most likely is not, and the herd instinct is distinct from such truly primary instincts as food and sex. Of course, it is difficult to trace the ontogenesis of the herd instinct. The fear of the small child left alone, a fear which Trotter interprets as a manifestation of the herd instinct, allows a more plausible interpretation. This fear concerns first the mother, then other loved ones, and is an expression of unfulfilled desires with which the child can do nothing but transform them into fear. The lonely little child's fear will not disappear at the sight of any person from the herd. On the contrary, the approach of a stranger will only cause or intensify the fear. Besides, a small child does not notice anything similar to a herd instinct or a feeling of belonging to a mass for a long time. This herd mentality arises only in childhood, from interaction with other children and from their relationships with their parents, and initially it arises from the jealousy that older children harbor toward younger ones. The older child naturally wants, out of jealousy, to displace the younger one, alienate him from his parents and deprive him of all rights to parental love, but, given the fact that this child, like all subsequent children, is equally loved by his parents and because of the impossibility to maintain a hostile attitude without harming himself, the older child is forced by necessity to identify himself with the other children, and in the community of children a feeling of crowd or sense of community arises, which then gets further developed in school. The first requirement in forming such a community is the demand for justice and equality for all. Everyone knows the power with which this demand manifests itself at school. If a child cannot become the teacher's favorite, at least no one should. One might be skeptical of this idea of replacing jealousy with a sense of crowd in kindergarten and school if we had not later observed similar processes in other settings. It is worth remembering in this regard the crowds of women and girls who, after a concert, flank a singer or pianist with whom they are madly, adoringly in love. It would be quite natural if each of them would be jealous of their other rivals in the crowd, but only the size of this crowd and the impossibility of reaching the object of their affection makes the admirers, instead of clutching each other in the hair, behave as the unanimous mass behaves. They deify their idol and share a lock of his hair with pleasure. These women, potential rivals, through a shared love for the same object, can now identify with each other. If the instinctive attraction can be resolved, as it usually is, in several ways, it is not surprising that one chooses the way that guarantees at least partial satisfaction, and rejects the way in which the goal under the given conditions cannot be achieved at all. That later society finds the spirit of community, the esprit de corps, and the like to be effective, is nothing more than a derivative of elementary envy. No one should, roughly speaking, stick out. Everyone should be equal and have no more than everyone else has. Social justice means that people, of their own free will, deny themselves much so that others do the same, or, which is the same thing, cannot even demand it. This demand for equality is at the root of social conscience and a sense of duty. Quite unexpectedly, this demand manifests itself in the fear of syphilitics of infection, the nature of which we have understood, thanks to psychoanalysis. The fear of these unfortunates is a manifestation of their resistance to the unconscious desire to infect others with their disease, for why, in fact, should they alone suffer and be deprived of so much as a result of their disease and others not? The same origin, in fact, has the beautiful parable of Solomon's judgment. If one woman's child dies, the other should not have a living child either. By this desire, the king was able to recognize the victim faithfully. Social feeling thus rests on the transformation of an initially hostile feeling into positively colored affection, which is essentially identification. Insofar as we have so far been able to trace the course of this process, we understand that this transformation is influenced by a general affectionate feeling for the person standing outside the mass. We ourselves do not consider the analysis of identification complete and exhaustive, but for our purposes this statement suffices: the mass demands equality. From our discussion of the two artificial masses, the church and the army, we have deduced that the precondition for their unity is the conviction that the leader loves all the people who make up the mass equally. Let us not forget, however, that the mass's characteristic demand for equality applies only to its members and does not apply to the leader. All the people who make up the masses must be equal among themselves, but they must all be dominated by the leader. Thus, we have a multitude of equal, self-identifying people of the mass and one person dominating and surpassing them, which is the position exercised in a viable mass. May we be allowed to correct Trotter: man is not a herd animal, he is the animal of the horde, the singular representative of the horde led by the chief leader. X. The mass and the primitive horde. In 1912 I agreed with Charles Darwin's suggestion that the primary form of human society was the horde under the unlimited power of the strong male. I have tried to show that the fate of such a horde left indelible traces in the heritage of humanity, especially in the appearance of totemism, the rudiment of religion, morality, social membership, and the symbol of the violent death of the leader and the transformation of the paternal horde into a fraternal community. Of course, this is only a hypothesis, like many of the assumptions with which scholars of primitive human history have tried to dispel the darkness enveloping human prehistory that is, just so story, as one good-natured English critic, Kroger, wittily called it. But I believe this hypothesis deserves more attention, for it is very useful for making connections and understanding in new fields of science. The human masses present a credible picture of an all-powerful individual and a subordinate crowd of equal companions. Such a picture corresponds to our idea of a primitive horde. The psychology of this mass, as we know it from the descriptions often referred to, is characterized by the disappearance of conscious individuality, the orientation of thoughts and feelings in one direction, the predominance of affect and unconscious mental activity, the tendency to the immediate fulfillment of appearing intentions. All this corresponds to a state of regression to primitive mental activity, the kind of regression we would like to attribute to the primitive horde. The primitive horde in particular was subject to what we have found before in the general characterization of human beings. The individual will was weak and did not dare to act independently. Only collective impulses were exercised. There was no single, individual will, there was only a single collective will. People did not dare to embody their perceptions in a will if they did not see that these perceptions were universally spread in the horde, society. This weakness of perceptions finds its explanation in the unified for all individuals of the mass force of sensual ties, but the homogeneity of living conditions and the absence of private property determine, in addition, the homogeneity of the mental acts of the individuals representing the mass. The need to defecate also, as seen in children and soldiers, does not exclude commonality. The only noteworthy exception is the sexual act, in which the third is superfluous and, in the extreme, doomed to painful waiting. On the relationship between sexual need and herd behavior, see below. In this way, the mass appears to us as a revived primeval horde. Just as within every modern individual a primitive man hides, out of the human crowd a primitive horde can emerge at any moment. The mass dominates the people, and so we recognize in it the continuation of the primitive horde. On this basis, we are entitled to conclude that the psychology of the masses is the oldest type of human psychology. What we have distinguished, disregarding the remnants of the masses, as individual psychology, grew only later, gradually, and only partially from the good old psychology of the masses. Below we will take the liberty of indicating the starting point of this development. The following reasoning will show us at what point this statement needs to be corrected. Individual psychology is most likely as ancient as mass psychology, for since the beginning of time there has been a psychology of two kinds, the psychology of the individuals who made up the masses and the psychology of the father, the leader. The individuals constituting the masses were in it as bound to each other as they are now, but the father of the horde was free. His intellectual actions were, in themselves, strong and independent, his will needing no reinforcement from the rest of the horde. Consequently, we must accept that his ego was bound to no one in a libidinous relationship. He loves no one but himself, he loved others only insofar as they could serve his purposes and needs. His I did not give objects anything extra. At the very beginning of human history he was the superhuman, which Nietzsche expected only in the future. Even today, the individuals who make up the masses need the illusory notion that they are all equally loved by the leader, but the leader himself does not have to love anyone, he must belong to the caste of the masters, be an absolute narcissist, self-sufficient and independent. We know that love creates a barrier to narcissism, and we could show how through this influence it has become a significant cultural factor. The forefather of the horde was not yet immortal, as he became later, as a result of deification. When the father died, he had to be replaced, and the father's place was taken by one of the younger sons, who until then, like all the others, had been an individual of the mass. Thus, there had to be a possibility of transforming the psychology of the mass into an individual psychology. It was necessary to find a condition under which such a transformation could easily be carried out, just as, if necessary, bees can make a queen bee, not a worker bee, out of a larva. In this case, the situation looks quite unambiguous. The primitive father prevented his sons from satisfying their immediate sexual needs, he forced them into abstinence, and consequently into sensual attachments to his person and to each other. These attachments arose from the suppression of the sexual goal. In this way, the father forced his sons into a mass psychology. His sexual jealousy and intolerance were ultimately the root cause of mass psychology. It can also be accepted that the exiled sons, separated from their father, identified with each other as part of homosexual love, and thus gained the freedom to kill their father. For whoever succeeded the father opened up the possibility of sexual gratification, and thus opened up a way out of the conditions that shaped mass psychology. The fixation of the libido on the woman, the possibility of immediate and urgent gratification of the sexual urge, put an end to the suppression of sexual aspirations and allowed narcissism to resume its rightful place. We will return to this relationship of love and character formation at the end of the book. Once again, as a particularly instructive example, let us emphasize the connection between the structure of the primitive horde and the condition by which the wholeness of the artificial mass is preserved. In the example of the army and the church, we have seen that there is the illusory notion that the leader loves equally and justly all the individuals who make up the mass. But this is a truly idealistic view of the relations prevailing in the primitive horde, in which the father equally persecuted and held in fear his sons. Already the next form of human community, the totemic clan, proceeds from the premise that a transformation is necessary, on the foundation of which all social responsibilities can be built. The inexhaustible strength of the family as a natural mass is based on the fact that the necessary assumption of the father's equal love is indeed true. But we expect more from the analogy between the mass and the primitive horde. This analogy should bring us closer to grasping what is still incomprehensible and mysterious about the mass, what lies behind the enigmatic words hypnosis and suggestion. I believe that such an analogy can really do it. Let us remember that hypnosis involves something supernaturally creepy. The nature of this creepy something indicates, however, some displacement of dead oldness and sincere trust. The hypnotist claims to possess a mysterious power which deprives man of his own will, or, which is the same thing, man himself believes it, that is, he believes in the supernatural power of the hypnotist. This mysterious power, which is still often called animal magnetism, is identical in nature with the power that primitive people considered a source of taboo, the power that emanates from kings and high dignitaries and makes it dangerous to approach such people. The hypnotist possesses such power today, but how does he make it manifest? He makes a man look into his eyes. In typical cases, he hypnotizes by looking at him. To the primitive man, the gaze of the chief is dangerous and unbearable, as the later gaze of a deity is to a mortal. Moses served as mediator between his people and Jehovah, for the people would not bear the divine gaze, and when Moses returns after his meeting with God, his face shines with an unearthly light. This is part of the manna that passed on him as mediator of the primitive men. It is known that hypnosis, in any case, can be induced in other ways, which is misleading and gives rise to unfounded physiological theories, such as those claiming that hypnosis is induced by fixing the gaze on a shiny object or by listening carefully to a monotonous noise. In fact, these and similar methods serve only to divert one's conscious attention to a particular object. The hypnotist could, of course, say to the client, "Concentrate all your attention on my person, the rest of the world is of no interest to you from now on." Naturally, such an attitude would be technically impractical if the hypnotist were actually giving such speeches. They would tear the object of hypnosis out of its subconscious attitudes and lead to conscious resistance. While the hypnotist avoids by all means directing the subject's conscious thought to his own person, and the subject sinks into a state in which he ceases to be interested in the world around him, the hypnotized person's entire attention is nevertheless subconsciously focused on the hypnotist, creating a rapport and transference to the hypnotist. Indirect methods of hypnosis, like some of the techniques of professional humorists, are successful because they achieve a distribution of mental energy that does not suppress subconscious processes and thus allow achieving the same goal as is achieved by eye contact or passes. During a session of hypnosis, when the personality is subconsciously fixed on the hypnotist and consciously follows unchanging and uninteresting sensations, the opposite situation arises as in a session of psychoanalysis, which we feel it necessary to mention. At least once in every analysis session there is a situation in which the patient stubbornly insists that absolutely nothing occurs to him. The flow of free associations dries up and stops, and the urges that usually set him in motion cease to operate. If persistence is shown, however, the patient will admit, for example, that he thinks of the view from the window of the treatment room, of the carpet hanging on the wall, or of the gas lamp shining from the ceiling. This means that the patient is in a state of transference, that his mental life has begun to be dominated by subconscious feelings aimed at the doctor, and if the doctor explains all this to the patient at this point, the flow of free associations is immediately resumed. Ferenczi rightly believes that by ordering sleep, often serving as an introduction to hypnosis, the hypnotist takes the place of the parents of the person being hypnotized. Ferenczi divides hypnosis into two kinds: exhortatory, which he calls maternal, and threatening, paternal. Thus, an order to sleep in hypnosis means nothing less than a demand to renounce all interest in the outside world and to concentrate on the person of the hypnotist. In any case, the hypnotized subject himself interprets the hypnotist's order in this way, because this renunciation of the outside world is the main psychological characteristic of sleep, and the similarity of sleep to the hypnotic state is based on it. By his actions, the hypnotist awakens in the subject a part of that archaic heritage received from the parents, which for a while comes to life in childhood in relation to the father. This heritage consists in the idea of some omnipotent and dangerous person, towards whom one can take only a passive masochistic stance, in which one must lose one's will. To be alone with such a person, to be seen by him, is a great risk. This is how, or approximately so, we can imagine the attitude of the individual from the primitive horde toward the primitive father. As we know from other human reactions, different individuals retain, to varying degrees, this property of reanimating archaic situations. The knowledge that hypnosis is still a game, a mere imaginary renewal of ancient impressions, may, however, persist also in the state of hypnotic trance and cause resistance to the all too serious consequences of hypnotic destruction of the will. The eerie, violent character of the formation of the mass, which reveals itself in its suggestive manifestations, can be rightly explained by its origin in the primitive horde. The leader of the mass continues to be the awe-inspiring primordial father. The mass desires to submit to unlimited power, it craves supreme authority, it craves, in Leben's apt phrase, subjugation. The primal father is the ideal of the mass, taking the place of the ideal of the self, which dominates the self. Hypnosis can rightly be called the formation of a two-man mass, with suggestion, the definition of persuasion, based not on sensation and thought, but on erotic attachment, becomes superfluous. I think it is worth noting that the views presented in this paragraph interpret hypnosis in an old-fashioned and somewhat naive way, in contrast to Burnham's interpretation. According to Burnham, all hypnotic phenomena can be deduced from suggestion, and suggestion itself does not lend itself to a reasonable analytical explanation. Thus we conclude that suggestion is a partial manifestation of the hypnotic state, which reliably rests on a subconsciously preserved attraction to the prehistoric human family. 11. Stepping into the self. If, keeping in mind the complementary descriptions of the psychology of the masses by many authors, one tries to look into the life of modern people, one becomes completely confused by its complexity and despairs of giving a coherent description of it. Each individual is at the same time part of a multitude of masses, he experiences multiple attachments through identification, he constructs his ideal self according to many models. Each individual is part of the soul of many masses, race, class, religious community, state, etc., and, in addition, he is also in some way autonomous and original. These stable and enduring masses, in their unchanging influence, are less attractive to the observer than the rapidly emerging, transient masses, about which Leben gave his brilliant psychological characteristics of the soul of the crowd, and in these noisy, ephemeral, towering masses the true miracle occurs. What we call the formed individuality disappears without trace, even if only for a short time. We have understood this miracle in the sense that the individual abandons his ideal self and replaces it with the mass ideal embodied in the leader. Dare we add that this miracle is not always equally great? The separation of the I from the ideal self in many individuals is not carried out sharply enough, and they can easily coincide, and the I often retains its former narcissistic narcissism. This condition makes the choice of a leader extremely easy. The chief must often possess the typical qualities of such individuals, but in a sharper and purer expression, and give the impression of greater strength and freedom of libido. The chief is further aided by the individual's need for a strong leader, and this need endows the potential chief with even more power than he might otherwise have claimed. Other individuals, whose ideal self could not be embodied in a leader without some correction, are indoctrinated, that is, drawn into the mass by identification. Thus we see that our proposed explanation of the libidinous structure of the mass is reduced to the distinction between the I and the ideal I, and to the possibility, consequently, of a twofold type of attachment formation through identification and through the incorporation of the object in the place of the ideal I. The assumption of the existence of such a step in the I as the first step in the analysis of the I should gradually find its confirmation in various fields of psychology. In my article Toward an Introduction to Narcissism, I have collected primarily pathological material in order to substantiate the isolation of such a stage. One can expect, however, that a deeper look into the problematics of psychosis psychology will reveal an even greater significance of narcissism. Let us consider that the I acts as an object in relation to the ideal self arising from it, and that perhaps all the mutual influences we have explored within the doctrine of neurosis between the external object and the aggregate self are played out on this new stage within the I. Here I wish to examine only one of the possible consequences from this point of view, and thus to continue the investigation of a problem which I have elsewhere left unresolved. Each mental differentiation with which we have become acquainted presents a new difficulty to mental activity, increases its instability, and may be the starting point of a disturbance of activity and the emergence of disease. Having been born into the world, we take a step from absolute, self-sufficient narcissism to the perception of a changeable external world and to the beginning of object search, and this is related to the fact that we cannot endure a long stay in such a difficult state and, periodically sinking into sleep, we return to a state in which irritation and the need for object search can be avoided. At the same time we in any case follow the direct hints of the external world, which, alternating day and night, spares us from most of the irritants adversely affecting us. The second example, important for pathology, does not obey such a restriction. In the course of our development we have divided our state of mind into a conscious, rational self and an unconscious displaced content which remains outside, inaccessible to the conscious self, and we know that the stability of this acquisition is subjected to constant tests. In dreams and in neurosis, this disconnected content knocks at the gates guarded by psychological resistance, while in a healthy waking state we are able to temporarily incorporate the content displaced from it into consciousness, using workarounds to bypass the resistance and take pleasure in it. Wit and humor, and, in part, the comic in general, should be analyzed from this perspective. Anyone familiar with the psychology of neurosis is familiar with such smaller-scale examples, but I hasten to return to our goal. We have every right to think, too, that the separation of the ideal self and the I cannot last long, and must in time undergo a reversal of development. For all the prohibitions and restrictions to which the self is subjected, periodic breakthroughs of prohibitions into consciousness are the rule, as the institution of holidays, which were originally nothing more than otherwise forbidden legal excesses, clearly demonstrates, and it is to the liberation from prohibitions that holidays owe their unrestrained merriment. The Roman Saturnalia and our present carnival coincide in their essential features with the festivals of primitive men, who found in the sexual licentiousness of all kinds a liberation from sacred prohibitions. The ideal of the self encompasses, however, the totality of all the limitations to which the self is subjected, and so the abolition of the ideal became a magnificent celebration for the self, which at such moments could be quite content with itself. When something in the I coincides with the ideal of the self, one feels a sense of triumph. The discrepancy between the I and the ideal self can, from the same positions, explain the feeling of guilt, as well as the inferiority complex. Trotter considers displacement a consequence of herd instinct. This is merely a differently expressed thought, which does not contradict my assertion made in Introduction to the Psychology of Narcissism. The formation of an ideal on the part of the self may have been a condition for the emergence of displacement. It is known that there are people who have periodic mood swings from extreme depression through a certain middle position to excessive euphoria. These fluctuations, characterized by great variability in their amplitude, from barely noticeable to very strong, plunge the patient now into melancholy, now into mania. These states are very agonizing and hopelessly spoil the life of the patient, turning it into ceaseless torture. In typical cases, these cyclical mood swings are not related to any external stimuli. Of internal motives in this cyclical disorder one finds nothing new compared to other mental disorders. For this reason this disorder is not considered psychogenic. Other similar cases of cyclical mood changes, which are easily put down to mental trauma, will be discussed below. The grounds and reasons for these spontaneous mood swings are thus unknown to us. We do not know what mechanism is responsible for the transition from melancholy to mania. At the same time, for such patients our assumption that the ideal self dissolves into the I for a while after a more or less long period of merciless criticism by the ideal could be correct. In order to avoid obscurity we must say the following: on the basis of our analysis of the I, we have established with complete certainty that in the manic state that I and the ideal I merge into one, and the personality, freed from self-criticism which causes oppression, is in a state of triumph and self-satisfaction, free from inhibition, circumspection, and self-humiliation. Less obviously, but still quite probably, the suffering of the melancholic is an expression of a sharp split between both instances of the self. In this state, the oversensitive ideal self mercilessly condemns the I, driving the patient to a delirium of humiliation and self-abasement. The question, then, is whether the causes of this distorted relationship between the I and the ideal self must be sought in the periodic revolts against the tyranny of the ideal postulated above, or whether other conditions responsible for this condition must be sought. The transition to mania is not an indispensable symptom in the clinical picture of melancholic depression. There are simple single episodes as well as recurrent attacks of melancholy that never turn into mania. On the other hand, there are types of melancholy in which some apparent cause clearly plays an etiological role. For example, in cases of the loss of a beloved object, whether by its death or by the loss of the libido directed toward the object. Such psychogenic melancholy may turn into mania, and such cycles may recur repeatedly, just as in spontaneous, apparently gratuitous melancholy. The relations between the types of melancholy are not clear, especially since too few forms and cases of melancholy have been subjected to psychoanalytic study so far. At present we understand only those cases when the object of love is abandoned because it turned out to be unworthy of it. After this, however, identification takes place in the I and the object takes up its former position again, with the result that the I is subjected to ruthless criticism from the ideal of the self. In this situation, melancholic reproaches and aggression intended for the object but directed at the self come to the fore. It would be more correct to say that they hide behind the reproaches to their own self, giving them the stability, solidity, and irrefutability that characterize the self-accusations of the melancholic. Such melancholy can also be characterized by the transition of the melancholic state into mania, so it is possible to consider such a transition as a symptom independent of the other manifestations of the clinical picture. I see no difficulty in accepting that the periodic protest of the I against the ideal self may be present in the clinical picture of both psychogenic and spontaneous melancholy. In spontaneous melancholia, it can be assumed that the ideal self tends to exhibit a particular severity which automatically leads to its temporary elimination. In psychogenic melancholia, the I is induced to rebellion by the bad attitude of the ideal, which it experiences when it identifies with a rejected object. 12. Appendices. In the course of the study, which we will now summarize tentatively, we have discovered various workarounds that we have so far avoided, but now it is time to go back and take a close look at these workarounds in order to catch up, so to speak. The distinction between identifying oneself and replacing the ideal self with an external object finds an interesting explanation in the two large artificial masses we explored above, the army and the Christian church. Obviously, a soldier considers his superior, that is, his commanding officer, to be his ideal, but he identifies himself with other soldiers who are his equals, and from this fellowship he derives for himself obligations of comradeship, moral and material mutual assistance. But a soldier looks ridiculous if he tries to identify himself with a military superior. A gamekeeper in Wallenstein's camp ridicules the Wachtmeister. How the Duke blows his nose, how he spits. That's a quick one you grabbed. But here. What is his genius, his spirit, so to speak? You don't understand that on the parade ground. This is not the case in the Catholic Church. Every Christian loves Christ as his ideal, and through identification feels connected to other Christians. But the Church demands more from him. He must, in addition, identify himself with Christ and love other Christians as Christ loves them. Thus, the Church in both cases requires the addition of a libidinous attitude set in the Mass. Identification must appear where object choice has taken place, and object love must appear where identification takes place. This requirement goes, obviously, beyond the conditions of existence of the Mass. It is possible to be a good Christian, but to be far from the idea of putting oneself in the place of Christ in order to encompass all people with one's love. One cannot, being a weak man, ascribe to oneself the greatness of the soul and the power of the Savior's love. But this expanded distribution of the libido in the masses is probably the point by which Christianity claims to possess the highest morality. We have already said that in the spiritual development of mankind there is a moment in the life of individuals when the transition from mass psychology to individual psychology has been made. The following was written under the influence of an exchange of thoughts with Otto Rank. For this we will have to return briefly to the scientific myth of the father of the primitive horde. The father was eventually elevated to the status of creator of the universe, and with good reason, for it was he who produced all the sons who made up the first mass. He was the ideal of each of the sons, an ideal that was both frightening and awe-inspiring. Out of this fear and reverence later emerged the concept of taboo. This crowd once, united, killed the father and massacred him. None of the victors could take his place, but if they did, the struggle inevitably resumed. This went on until they all realized that they had to give up their father's inheritance. Having realized this, they formed a totemic brotherhood, all members of which had equal rights and were bound by the laws or prohibitions of the totem, keeping the memory of their evil deed, which had to be atoned for by observing the prohibitions. However, the discontent with what had been achieved persisted and was the source of new phenomena. Gradually, the members of the brotherhood came closer to establishing the old order, but on a new level. Each man again became head of the family, taking over the domination of the woman and thus putting an end to her domination, which women had mastered during the absence of the father. In compensation, man recognized the supremacy of the goddess mother, whose priests were castrated, following the example of the father of the primitive horde. Nevertheless, the new family was but a shadow of the old one. There were many fathers, and the rights of each were limited by the rights of the others. A yearning for his father might have prompted one individual to stand out from the mass, to break away from it and put himself in his father's place. The one who did this was the first epic poet, for the whole process took place only in his imagination. This poet distorted reality to suit his longing. He created a heroic myth. The hero himself, single-handedly, killed his father, acting as a totemic monster. Just as the father was the first ideal for the boy, so now the poet created a hero to replace the former father, and this hero became the first prototype of the ideal self. The hero was associated with the youngest son, the favorite of the mother, whom she had saved from the deadly jealousy of the father, and it was this youngest son who in primitive times became the successor of the father. In the primitive poetic, and thus false, version, the female seductress, who was the reward for the murder, probably also became the instigator of the murder. The hero alone performs an act of which, and this is quite obvious, only the entire horde as a whole is capable. Nevertheless, according to Otto Rank, folktales, behind a veil of fiction, retain memories of the true state of affairs. The tale often says that the hero who has a difficult task to accomplish, usually the youngest son, who in the presence of his father's surrogate pretends to be stupid, that is, not dangerous, accomplishes it with the help of small animals, bees, ants. These insects are an allegorical representation of the brothers, just as in dreams insects are symbols, denoting brothers and sisters, contemptuously, small children. In every variant of myth or fairy tale it is easy, therefore, to discern a surrogate for a heroic act. So, myth is the step by which the individual breaks with mass psychology. There is no doubt that the first myth was, by necessity, a psychological, heroic myth. Myths explaining the universe, cosmogonic myths, came later. The poet who has taken this step and thus detached himself from the mass in his imagination knows, in another apt observation by Otto Rank, how to find his way to the mass and return to it. He goes to the masses and tells them about the heroic deeds he has invented. In fact, this hero is none other than the poet himself. The poet condescends to reality and raises his listeners to the level of his high fantasy. However, the listeners understand the poet well, as they are able to identify themselves with the hero on the basis of a shared lingering passionate relationship to the primitive father. The fiction of heroic myth reaches its peak in the deification of the hero. Probably the deified hero existed as a deity earlier than the godfather who returned to the masses. In chronological order, the series of gods can be arranged as follows: Mother Goddess, Hero, Father God. However, only with the rise of the primordial father, who was never forgotten, did the deity acquire the traits we still see in him today. In this abbreviated account we have had to deliberately forego using the rich material of the many sagas, myths, fairy tales, and moral teachings that support our inferences. In this essay we have talked a great deal about direct and repressed, in the sense of purpose, sexual urges, and we dare to hope that this subdivision will not cause readers strong rejection. We believe that a detailed discussion of this topic would not be superfluous even if we had to, in part, repeat what has already been said above. The first and, at the same time, the best example of a sex drive repressed in the sense of purpose was for us the development of the child's libido. All the feelings that a child has for his parents or guardians are, without any limitation, arranged into desires that give a certain expression to the child's sexual aspirations. From these people he loves the child demands all the tenderness he understands and knows, he wants to kiss them, touch them, look at them, he shows curiosity about their genitals, wants to see them perform their natural needs, he promises his mother or babysitter to marry them, whatever he means by this, the girl offers her father to bear a child for him, etc. Direct observations, as well as later psychoanalytic studies of residual childhood associations, leave not the slightest doubt about the direct confluence of tender and jealous feelings as well as sexual intentions. All these data show that the child thoroughly makes the loved one the object of all his, not yet fully concentrated, sexual aspirations. These first love constructions of the child are, in typical cases, subordinate to the Oedipus complex, and are displaced, as is known, with the onset of the latent period. What remains of these constructions appears to us as pure and tender attachment to the same persons, but without the sexual component. Psychoanalysis, which studies the depths of the soul, could easily show that the sexual aspirations of the early childhood years have not gone anywhere, but, continuing to exist, are displaced into the subconscious. Psychoanalysis gives us the courage to assert that whenever we encounter affection, it is the successor of a sensual object attachment to a particular person or prototype, imago. Psychoanalysis can, after a special study, of course show in each case whether the sexual aspiration still exists in the subconscious, or whether it has already completely disappeared. To emphasize this more clearly, it can be said, it is firmly established that this aspiration continues to exist as a form and as a possibility and can be activated at any time by regression. The only question is that one cannot always decide with certainty how strong and effective this urge is. One must be cautious about two sources of faulty judgment: the Scylla of the underestimation of the displaced unconscious, and the Charybdis of the tendency to use a measure of the pathological to evaluate the physiological norm. In psychology, which is unwilling or unable to plumb the depths of the displaced unconscious, tender affections are in any case presented as the manifestation of aspirations without a sexual orientation, even if they derive from affections with such a coloring. Hostile feelings, which have a somewhat more complex structure, are nevertheless no exception to this rule. We have every right to say that these aspirations have deviated from their original sexual purposes, although it is very difficult to meet the requirements of metapsychology when presenting such perceptions. However, these purpose-delayed aspirations almost always retain, even if only in a small part, their original sexuality. Even with the most tender and pure affection in a relationship with a friend, the affectionate devotee seeks bodily intimacy, wants all the time to see the person for whom he has only Christian love in the spirit of the Apostle Paul. If one wishes, one can see in this evasion the beginning of a sublimation of the sexual urge, or even a broadening of its boundaries. Inhibited sexual desires have a great functional advantage over uninhibited desires, since the former are not capable of complete satisfaction, so that they create long-lasting and permanent attachments, whereas direct sexual desires lose their initial energy when satisfied and must then wait for the accumulation of the sexual libido to recover, even though the object of desire may change in the meantime. Inhibited drives can mix in any ratio with uninhibited ones, can pass into them by the same way in which the former arise from the latter. It is known with what ease friendships based on respect and reverence turn into erotic desires. Cf. Molière, Embrace Me out of love for the Greeks, as it happens between a teacher and a student, an artist and an admired listener. Women are especially prone to this. The very emergence of such attachments, initially without sexual purpose, points directly to a well-trodden path to the choice of a sexual object. In his article The Piety of Count von Zinzendorf, Pfister gave a very convincing and not at all isolated example of how easily in some cases even intense religious affection is replaced by the strongest sexual lust. On the other hand, the transformation of direct, short-lived sexual aspirations into lasting, purely affectional attachments is quite common, and the consolidation of marriages concluded out of passionate sensual love is in most cases based on just such a transformation. Of course, we are not surprised that goal-inhibited sexual aspirations arise from immediate sexual aspirations when an internal or external obstacle arises in the way of achieving the sexual goal. The displacement of the latent period is such an internal or, better said, becoming an internal obstacle. According to our assumption, the father of the primitive horde, by his sexual intolerance, forced all his sons into abstinence and thus forced them into an inhibited, in the sense of purpose, attachment, while for himself he preserved the possibility of sexual pleasure and remained unbound by any restrictions. All of the attachments on which the unity of the mass is based are inherently inhibited relative to purpose. Here, however, we have come very close to exploring a new topic concerning the relation of direct sexual drives to the formation of the mass. By the last two remarks, we are already prepared for the fact that direct sexual aspirations are unfavorable to the formation of the mass. Although in the history of the family there was a relationship of mass sexual love, group marriage, the more important sexual love became for the self, the more the love developed, and the more the love required a limitation of participants to two persons una cum uno, a limitation expedient in terms of procreation. Polygamous tendencies found their satisfaction in the successive change of objects. The two people who have come together for sexual gratification protest against the herd instinct, against mass feeling. In their quest for satisfaction they seek solitude. The stronger the infatuation, the fuller the satisfaction of each other. Resistance to the influence of the mass is manifested by a sense of shame. Extremely strong feelings of jealousy arise in order to protect the chosen object from harm from mass sexual attachment. Only when the tender, i.e., personal factors of a loving relationship are completely set aside in comparison to a purely sensual relationship, do the sexual acts of one couple in the presence of another or the sexual acts of many people at the same time become possible, as is the case in an orgy. However, this is a regression to an earlier state of sexual relations in which falling in love played no role and sexual objects were seen as of equal value. Here one may recall Bernard Shaw's caustic expression, falling in love is a monstrously exaggerated difference between one woman and all other women. There are indications that falling in love found its place in the sexual relationship between a man and a woman rather late, and so the incompatibility of sexual love and mass affection also developed relatively late. One might get the impression that this assumption is incompatible with our myth of the primitive family. Love for mothers and sisters prompted the brothers to kill their father, and it is difficult to imagine this love as anything other than a strong and primitive attraction, that is, an inward combination of affection and sensuality. Upon deeper reasoning, however, this objection turns into an affirmation. One of the consequences of the murder of the father was the establishment of totemic exogamy, the prohibition of sexual relations with the women of the native family, tenderly loved since childhood. A wedge was thereby driven between a man's tender affections and sensual aspirations, and this wedge is still present in a man's love life. As a consequence of this exogamy, men's sensual needs had to be satisfied at the expense of foreign and unloved women. In the large artificial masses of the army and church, there is no place for women as objects of sexual attraction. The love relationships between men and women have been taken out of the scope of these organizations. Likewise, when the masses are composed equally of men and women, gender differences play no role. It hardly makes sense to ask whether the libido that cements the masses is homo or heterosexual in nature, for it is not differentiated by gender and is not related to genital organization. Direct sexual aspirations give a person who is in all other respects unconditionally part of the mass a certain freedom of individual activity. Sexual urges, if excessively reinforced, destroy any mass. The Catholic Church had every reason to recommend abstinence to the flock and to priests to prescribe celibacy, but nevertheless, falling in love often led to clergy leaving the church. Love for a woman equally destroys mass attachment to race, breaking down national separateness and social divides, thereby fulfilling an important cultural task. It may be considered firmly established that homosexual love is much easier to reconcile with belonging to the masses even when it takes the form of uninhibited sexual attraction. This is a striking fact, but a detailed study of it would take us far away. A psychoanalytic study of psychoneuroses has shown us convincingly that their symptoms are the result of displaced, but still active, direct sexual aspirations. This formula can be supplemented by the fact that the symptoms may be the consequence of an aspiration not quite blocked in the sense of a goal, or of a return to a displaced sexual goal. This situation corresponds to the fact that in neurosis the patient becomes asocial and becomes detached from the familiar mass. One might even say that neurosis acts on the mass just as destructively as falling in love. Therefore, it is possible to see that where a powerful stimulus to the formation of the mass wins, neuroses recede, and may for a time even disappear altogether. Attempts have been made, with good reason, to use this incompatibility of neurosis and mass formation as a treatment for neuroses. Even those who do not regret the disappearance of religious illusions in the contemporary cultural landscape are forced to admit that these illusions, served as the strongest protection against the danger of neurosis for those exposed to them while they remained in force. It is also not difficult to see in all attachments to mystical religious and philosophical mystical sects and societies a manifestation of the perverse treatment of numerous neuroses. All this has to do with the opposition of direct and suppressed in the sense of purpose sexual aspirations. The neurotic, left to himself, is forced by his symptoms to replace the mass from which he is excluded. He creates his fantasy world, his religion, his delusional system, and recreates the institutions of humanity with those distortions that clearly indicate the extremely powerful contribution of direct sexual aspirations to this process. Let us conclude with a comparative assessment, in terms of libido theory, of the states we have examined: falling in love, hypnosis, mass formation, and neurosis. In love there is a simultaneous presence of direct and repressed sexual aspirations, with the object receiving a part of the narcissistic libido directed toward the ego. In falling in love there is only room in the psyche for the ego and the object. Hypnosis converges with falling in love to limit the interaction between two persons, but hypnosis is based entirely on the sexual aspirations suppressed in relation to the goal and puts the object in the place of the ideal self. The mass multiplies and intensifies this process. It coincides with hypnosis in the nature of its cementing drives and in replacing the ideal self with the object, but, in this case, it adds identification with other mass individuals, which arose initially, probably due to the same attitude toward the object. Both states, hypnosis and mass, are hereditary rudiments of the phylogenesis of the human libido, hypnosis as predisposition, mass as direct remnant. The replacement of direct sexual desire by repressed desire requires in both states the separation of the I from the ideal I, a process which has already begun in falling in love. Neurosis stands out from this series. Neurosis, too, is based on the peculiarities of the development of the human libido, on the double onset of direct sexual activity interrupted as a result of the latent period. See Theory of Sexuality, 1920. In this respect, neurosis, like hypnosis and adjacency to the mass, has the character of regression, which is avoided by falling in love. The neurosis develops when the transition from the direct to the suppressed in regard to the goal sexual urges is not completed, and corresponds to the conflict between the perceived ego urges which have made such a development to the end, and a part of those urges which seek to escape from the displaced unconscious, just as other completely displaced urges do, and reach direct satisfaction. The content of neurosis is monstrously rich, since it includes all possible relations between the ego and the object, both those in which the object is retained and those in which it is abandoned or placed in the ego. In neurosis there may also be conflicts between the I and the ideal self. The Disease of Culture, 1930. I. It is impossible to escape the impression that people, measuring things by false measures, aspire to power, success, and wealth, genuinely surprised by those who place no value on these supposedly true values of life. Nevertheless, in making this judgment, it is difficult to avoid the danger of forgetting the variegated diversity of the human world and its spiritual life. There are people revered by their contemporaries, even though their greatness, spiritual qualities and achievements are alien to the goals and ideals of the masses. It is easy to object to this, that only a small minority revere these people, and that everyone else does not even want to hear about them. But we think it is not so simple, for there is a discrepancy between thoughts and actions and an incredible diversity of motives that drive people. One such excellent man calls himself my friend in his letters. I once sent him a short essay in which I treated religion as an illusion, and he replied that he would gladly agree with my judgment, but that he regretted very much that I had not properly assessed the source of religiosity itself. That source is a very peculiar feeling that has never left him and that he finds with certainty in many other people and believes to be inherent in millions. It is a feeling that he suggests we call the feeling of eternity, the feeling of something infinite, boundless, truly oceanic. This feeling is a purely subjective fact, which has no relation to the tenets of faith. It does not guarantee personal immortality, but it is a source of religious energy, which churches and religious systems grasp, direct in the direction they want, at the same time depleting and devaluing it. On the basis of this oceanic feeling alone, man can call himself religious, even if he rejects all faith and all illusion. This revelation of my sincerely respected friend, who himself is the consummate master of poetic illusions, has caused me considerable difficulty. 5. I myself cannot discover this oceanic feeling in myself. One is always uncomfortable trying to describe and process feelings scientifically. One can, of course, try to describe their physiological manifestations. Where this fails, and it seems to me that oceanic feeling lacks such manifestations as well, there is nothing left but to grasp the content of the representation associated associatively with the feeling in question. If I understand my friend correctly, he means the same thing as one original and unusual playwright who said, "We cannot fall out of this world." 6. That is, it is a sense of inseparable connection, of belonging to the world around us in all its fullness. I would like to say that for me it is more of an intellectual knowledge, not without, however, some sensual connotation, which is also characteristic of other acts of thought on a similar scale. My personal example does not convince me of the primary nature of such a feeling, but this does not mean that I can dispute its existence with other people. The question is a different one: is it properly construed, and to what extent can it be recognized as the source and font of all religious need? I have no argument capable of decisively addressing this problem. The idea that man through a direct, purposeful feeling acquires knowledge of his inseparable connection with the world around him sounds so strange, so out of touch with the fabric of our psychology, that it is worth trying to investigate this feeling psychoanalytically, that is, genetically. We can be guided by the following train of thought. Normally we have no more distinct sense of self than our sense of self, our sense of self. This I appears to us as something self-evident, unified and clearly delineated, different from everything else. That this appearance is nothing more than an illusion, that at a certain depth our I without a clearly delimited boundary passes into something unconscious, which we call it and to which I serves only as a facade, we learn only in psychoanalytic research, which we owe many other data on the relation of I to it. However, at least externally, it seems to us that the ego asserts itself in clearly delineated boundaries. Only in one state, a very unusual state, does it not, although we cannot call such a state painful. At the peak of infatuation, the boundary between the ego and the object of infatuation is erased and blurred. Contrary to all arguments of reason, the person in love claims that I and you are one, and is sincerely ready to accept it as the truth. What temporarily arises as a result of a powerful physiological factor can, of course, be the result of persistently acting morbid factors. Pathology demonstrates to us a great variety of conditions in which the boundary between the self and the world around us is either erased or begins to pass in the wrong place. In some cases, parts of our own body, fragments of our spiritual life, perceptions, thoughts and feelings seem to us to be alien and not belonging to our ego. Here we give to the world around us that which obviously arises in the I and rightfully should belong to it. That is, the sense of I is subject to violations, and the boundaries of I cannot be regarded as unchanging. Further reasoning leads us to the following conclusions. The sense of self characteristic of an adult cannot be so from the beginning. The sense and perception of the I must develop. We cannot prove with full reliability the fact of such development, but we can, with a certain degree of probability, reconstruct it. A newborn infant does not yet separate its I from the surrounding world as a source of sensations and perceptions affecting it. Only gradually the child learns to distinguish different stimuli and stimuli. The child must be most impressed by the fact that certain sources of stimuli, in which he soon recognizes his own organs, can provide him with a variety of sensations at any time. Other sources are available to him only occasionally. The most desirable of these sources is the mother's breast, which can be returned with a demanding cry. In this way his I is for the first time confronted with a certain object, that is, something that is outside. This external object can be seen and felt as a result of certain purposeful actions. The next stimulus to the separation of the I from the mass of sensations, that is, to the recognition of the external, outer world, is associated with the frequent and inevitable painful and unpleasant sensations that cancel out the previously unrestricted principle of pleasure. These unpleasant sensations are to be avoided. There is a tendency to separate from the self anything that might be a source of displeasure, to cast unpleasantness outward, to build a pure, pleasure-filled self opposed to the alien, threatening outside world. The boundaries of such a primitive, self-satisfied self are determined on the basis of sensory experience. Some things that give pleasure and the child does not want to part with do not belong to the I, and some painful things that he would gladly get rid of are an inseparable part of the I, its inborn, inherited part. By trial and error, the child learns how to distinguish, through purposeful mental activity and muscular activity, between the inner, belonging to the self, and the outer, occurring in the surrounding world. By doing this, he or she takes the first step toward establishing the principle of reality, which will guide the child's development in the future. Of course, this distinction serves primarily a practical purpose: protection from actual or threatening unpleasant feelings. That in order to protect against known unpleasant impulses coming from within, the self, by necessity, uses the same methods as it does to protect itself against unpleasant sensations coming from outside, serves as the starting point for significant pathological disorders. In the same way that I dissociates itself from the world around it. It would be more correct to say that initially the I contains everything in itself and only later begins to separate the world around it from itself. Our adult sense of self is thus only a pathetic remnant of an extensive, or should I say all-encompassing, sense of inner connection with the world around us. If we accept that this primary sense of I, to a greater or lesser extent, was contained in the spiritual life of a great multitude of people, then it must, as a kind of counterbalance the narrow and sharply circumscribed sense of I of mature age and retain its characteristic ideas of infinity and belonging to the universal, identical with what my friend interprets as the oceanic sense. Do we have the right, however, to admit the existence of vestiges of the original phenomenon occupying a place alongside what developed out of it in adulthood? Certainly there is nothing strange about such an event, neither for mental life nor for other spheres of human existence. In biology we hold the view that highly evolved species emerged from lower forms. But along with highly evolved organisms, the simplest forms of life continue to exist. The giant dinosaurs have disappeared from the face of the earth, giving way to mammals, but the true representative of the dinosaur family, the crocodile, continues to live near us. This analogy may seem a bit of a stretch, given the fact that the surviving lower forms are not the direct ancestors of today's highly evolved species. The intermediates are usually extinct and are known to us only through scientific reconstructions. In the spiritual realm, by contrast, the preservation of primitive properties along with the higher-order properties that have evolved from them is so common that it does not need to be illustrated by examples drawn from evolutionary biology. This course of events is, for the most part, a consequence of cleavage in the course of evolutionary development. The quantitative part of the structure, the instinctive drives, remains unchanged, while the other part undergoes development. Here we concern ourselves with the more general problem of the preservation of basic elements in the psyche. This problem is underdeveloped, but it is so important and urgent that we, lacking the proper means of research, have ventured to pay attention to it. We have succeeded in overcoming the old misconception that rapid forgetting erases all traces of memory, that is, destroys them. Now we hold to the opposite opinion: no element that has arisen in the mental life is lost, everything one perceives is preserved and, under certain conditions, for example, in a far-reaching regression, can arise again in consciousness. We can try to illustrate this statement with an example from another field of knowledge, from the history of the development of the Eternal City. 8. Historians tell us that ancient Rome was a Roma quadrata, a fenced settlement on the Palatine. Then followed the phase of the city on 7 hills, the phase of the unification of the settlements that stood on the slopes of each of those hills. Then we see a single city enclosed by the wall of Servius, and later, after all the twists and turns of the Republican and Imperial periods, we finally see a city enclosed within the walls built by order of the Emperor Aurelian. We will not trace its further changes and instead ask ourselves, what can the modern traveler, equipped with detailed historical and topographical instructions, find in Rome? What traces of pre-existing cities can he find? He will find the Aurelian wall, except for a few breaches he will find it practically unchanged. In some places he will also see parts of the wall of Servius found during the excavations. If our traveler knows enough more than modern archaeology, he will be able to fit the entire course of this wall and, at the same time, the outlines of the Roma quadrata into the picture of the modern city. Our traveler will not find the houses that once filled the space within the walls, or discover their rare remains, for those houses no longer exist. The most he will be able to find, with his knowledge of Roman times of the Republic, are the places where the temple and the public buildings of the time once stood. Now there are ruins there, but not of those old buildings, but of new structures erected later in their place after fires and destruction. It hardly needs reminding that all these remains of ancient Rome are found as separate inclusions in the chaotic labyrinth of a large modern city that has grown over the centuries since the Renaissance. Of course, many antiquities remain in the ground or under the foundations of new buildings. This is how the past is preserved in historic places like Rome. Let us now suppose something utterly fantastic. Let us suppose that Rome is not a place where people live, but an entity possessing a psyche with an equally long and rich past, an entity in which nothing that ever existed in it has died and all the fragments of the past continue to live on alongside the elements that emerged in recent times. For Rome, this would mean that on the Palatine the imperial palace and the Septician of Septimius Severus would still stand in all their grandeur, that the battlements of the walls of the Castel Sant'Angelo would still be adorned with the magnificent statues that existed before the siege of Rome by the Goths, and so on. Moreover, on the site of Palazzo Caffarelli, if it were completely intact, would stand the temple of Jupiter Capitoline, but not in the form the Romans gave it in the imperial era, but in an earlier one, created according to Etruscan models, with clay antefixes. Where the Colosseum now stands, we could contemplate at the same time the Golden House of Nero. At the site of the Pantheon we would have found not only the present Pantheon, left to us by Emperor Hadrian, but also the building built by Marcus Agrippa that stood in the same place. Yes, in the same place we would have found the Church of Mary and the Temple of Minerva, on whose foundations this church was built. It would depend on the angle of view which of the buildings we see at any given moment. Obviously, there is no point in deploying this fantasy further to the reader. We may eventually reach the point of absurdity. If we want to imagine consecutive historical objects, we imagine them standing next to each other. The same place cannot be occupied by two objects at the same time. Our whole undertaking looks like an idle game of the mind and has only one justification: it shows the futility of trying to understand the properties and peculiarities of psychic life by means of visual representations. One could, of course, raise one objection to this. Let us ask ourselves why we have resorted precisely to the image of the past of the historical city and compared it with the past of psychic life. The assumption of the preservation of all past experience is valid for spiritual life only on the condition that the organ of the psyche remains intact, that its tissue is not affected by trauma or inflammation. Damaging influences, which can be likened to these painful changes, abound in the history of any city, even one not with such a turbulent past as Rome, a city that has never been subjected to enemy invasions, such as London. The peaceful development of a city involves the destruction of old buildings and their replacement by new ones, and so the image of the city from the beginning is not suitable for comparison with an animate organism. We will soften this objection if we turn from the comparison with the city to the more understandable comparison with the bodily structure of an animal or a human being. But here, too, we encounter the same difficulty. The early phases of the development of the organism hardly leave any tangible traces. They dissolve, die in later organs and tissues, for the formation of which they give up the material of which they are composed. The embryo does not manifest itself in any way in the adult body. The thymus gland present in the child is replaced by connective tissue in the adult, that is, it essentially ceases to exist. The tubular bones of the adult, although I can guess the outlines of childhood bones in them, are no longer. They have become thicker, denser and longer, having taken their final form. All that remains is to admit that the preservation of the previous stages along with the final state is only possible in mental life and that we will never be able to visualize it. Perhaps we are going too far in our assumption. Perhaps we should limit ourselves to stating that the past in mental life may not necessarily be preserved in a distorted form. It is also possible, of course, that in mental life certain former events are, normally or exceptionally, distorted and deformed to such an extent that no memory of them can be recovered and experienced in its original form. It is also possible that such preservation takes place only in the presence of certain favorable conditions. We do not know this precisely, and can only state that the preservation of memories of the past in mental life is the rule rather than the unusual exception. Thus, if we are willing to admit that many people do have some kind of oceanic feeling, and reduce this feeling to an early phase of feeling oneself, then the next question is, how much are we entitled to consider it a source of religious need? Such a claim does not seem convincing enough to me. Feeling can be a source of energy only when it is itself generated by the strongest need. As for religious feeling, its origin in childhood helplessness and its awakened longing for one's father seems to me unquestionable, and this feeling is not merely an extension of childhood feeling, it is sustained by a fear of the irresistible power of fate. I cannot admit the existence of a stronger childlike need than the need for paternal protection. The role of the oceanic feeling, which could only be an expression of the desire for unrestricted narcissism, is thus pushed aside. The origin of religious institutions can be clearly traced and deduced from a sense of childhood helplessness. Perhaps something else can be found behind childhood helplessness, but for now it is shrouded in an impenetrable fog for us. I can imagine, however, that later, in hindsight, the oceanic feeling fits into our attitude toward religion. The notion of being in fusion with the universal, the intellectual content of such a notion may be the first attempt at religious solace, the search for another way of denying the danger that the self feels from the world around it. Once again, I want to acknowledge that I find it very difficult to work with such immense concepts and phenomena. Another friend of mine, who, under the influence of irrepressible curiosity, has an incredible urge for the most unusual experiments and, because of this, imagines himself to be omniscient, assured me that in practical yoga, as a result of distraction from the external world and drawing attention to one's own bodily functions, by using a certain breathing technique, one can indeed awaken in oneself a feeling of involvement in the one and universal, which my friend would like to consider a return to ancient states, buried under subsequent strata of the psychosis. In the return to these states he sees, so to speak, the physiological basis of many mystical wisdoms. But here we are already moving into the area of such dark properties of psychic and spiritual life as trance and ecstasy. To this I can only respond in the words of Schiller's The Cup. He who lives on earth has fun. 2. My article, The Future of One Illusion, deals not so much with the underlying sources of religious feeling as with what the average man understands by his religion, a system of teachings and vows which, on the one hand, will explain to him with enviable completeness all the mysteries of this world, and, on the other, will assure him that he will be looked after in this life and delivered from suffering in the life beyond. This caring providence cannot be imagined by the average man except in the form of a great, exalted Father. Only such a father can know the needs of the human child, respond to his pleas, pity, and accept signs of remorse. All this is so infantile, so alien to reality, that it is difficult for the human mind to come to terms with the idea that the vast majority of mortals can never rise above this level. It is even more embarrassing to learn that a large proportion of people alive today, who should be well aware that such a religion is not worth practicing, continue to defend it fiercely in rearguard battles. It would be worthwhile to join the ranks of the faithful to caution philosophers trying to save religion by replacing God with some impersonal ghost. Don't take God's name in vain. If the great spiritual leaders of the past did so, that is no reason to follow their example today. Everyone knows why they had to do it. But let us return to the common man and his religion, a religion that alone deserves to be called that. Hear the statement of our great poet and thinker about the relationship between religion, art, and science comes to mind. Wer Wissenschaft und Kunst besitzt, hat auch Religion. Wer Gene Biden nicht besitzt, der have religion. 9. On the one hand, this saying contrasts religion with the two highest achievements of humankind. On the other hand, the poet argues that art and science can act in place of religion, replacing it. If we were to argue with an ordinary person about religion, the poet's authority would not be on our side. Let's try to take a different path to come closer to a true assessment of this aphorism. Life as we are given it is hard and hopeless, giving us pain and disappointment and presenting us with insoluble problems. In order to bear the burden of life, we should not neglect the means of soothing. We cannot do without supports, Theodore Fontaine said. These means may be of three kinds: distractions that make us despise our troubles, pleasures that replace them, that reduce suffering, intoxicating ones that make us insensitive to trouble and suffering. We need at least one of these remedies. 10. Voltaire points to a distraction when he advises his Candide to cultivate a garden. The practice of science belongs to the same kind of remedy. The substitute pleasures, as art offers them, are illusions opposed to reality, which have the strongest psychological effect because of the role played in the psychic life by fantasy. Intoxicants affect our body's metabolism, altering its chemistry. It is not easy to determine the place of religion in this series. We will have to widen the search. The question of the purpose and meaning of human life has been raised a great many times. A satisfactory answer has not yet been found, and perhaps it simply does not exist. Some of those who ask this question add, if it turns out that life has no purpose, then it will lose all value. But this threat changes nothing. Moreover, it seems that we have the right to refuse to ask this question. The prerequisite for it is, I think, human arrogance, a lot of whose manifestations we are already well aware of. No one talks about the meaning of animal life unless it is a question of their usefulness to man. But even this approach does not stand up to criticism, since man does nothing with some animals, except describe, classify, and study them. In addition, there are countless species that escaped even this fate because they became extinct before humans could see them. And only religion knows the answer to the question of the meaning and purpose of life. We can hardly be mistaken in saying that the idea of the meaning of life will survive or fall only with the religious system of views. Let us therefore turn to a more modest question: what is revealed to people themselves in their activities and relationships as the meaning and goal of life? What do they demand of it? What do they want to achieve in it? We would hardly be wrong in answering, people desire happiness, they want to achieve it and stay happy. There are two sides to this desire, positive and negative. On the one hand, people want to avoid pain and displeasure; on the other, they want to achieve the maximum of pleasure and joy. In a narrow sense, the word happiness refers only to the second aspiration. According to this goal dichotomy, human activity unfolds in two directions, depending on whether one wants to achieve the first or the second goal, partially or exclusively. This, as is evident, is the program of the elementary principle of pleasure, which sets the goal of life. This principle initially directs the activity of the mental apparatus. There is no doubt in the expediency of its functioning, but still such a program comes into conflict with the entire surrounding world, both macrocosm and microcosm. This principle cannot be implemented to the end at all; it is opposed by the very structure of the universe. It can even be said that the intention to make man happy was not part of the creation plan. What man understands as happiness in the narrow sense of the word is nothing but a sudden satisfaction of a long accumulated need, and by its nature such a burst of pleasure can only be a short-term episode. Any prolonged persistence of the state demanded by the pleasure principle generates only a sense of indifferent well-being. We are so constructed that we can enjoy only contrasts, but rarely sustained states. 11. Thus, our capacity for happiness is limited by our constitution. We have much less trouble experiencing trouble and hardship. Suffering threatens us from three sides: from our own bodies, which are prone to decay and destruction, and to us even their warning signals of pain and fear are painful; from the world around us, which threatens to descend upon us with all its primal, indomitable, and unrelenting fury; and finally from other people. The suffering that threatens us from this last source is more painful than the others. To a certain extent we consider them excessive, although they are no less fatal and just as unavoidable as suffering of any other origin. It is not surprising that, under the pressure of the possibility of this suffering, people moderate their claims to happiness. Just as the principle of pleasure itself, under the influence of the world around it, is transformed into the principle of reality, in accord with which one feels happy already from having escaped misery and overcome suffering when the principle of pleasure itself is pushed into the background by the need to avoid suffering. Reflection on this topic teaches us that the solution to this problem can be found in a multitude of ways. All of these ways were born in the bosom of worldly wisdom, and all have been tried by men. Unlimited gratification of one's needs is the most seductive lure of an appropriate lifestyle, but to lead such a life is to put pleasure before prudence, and the punishment for such a mistake is usually short-lived. Other ways, chiefly aimed at avoiding displeasure, are subdivided according to the source of the displeasure at which one or another method is aimed. There are moderate and extreme ways, one-sided, and those that act simultaneously on several fronts. Voluntary self-isolation, estrangement from others, is the most reasonable measure of protection against the suffering caused by interpersonal relationships. We understand, the happiness we achieve in this way is the happiness of peace. The best defense against the fear-inducing world around us is to turn away from it, as far as one person is concerned. There is, however, another and better way, to unite with others and, with the help of modern technology, to go on the offensive against nature in order to subjugate it to human will. Then we work together with all to achieve happiness for all. But the most interesting defenses against suffering are the ways in which we try to influence our own bodies. After all suffering is nothing more than a feeling. It exists only as long as we feel it, and we feel it because of the particular structure of our bodies. The crudest, but also the most effective method of such influence is chemical influence, i.e., intoxication. I am not sure that anyone fully understands the mechanism of its action, but the fact remains that there are substances foreign to the body whose presence in the blood and tissues creates a feeling of pleasure, and at the same time the conditions of body functioning change to such an extent that we become incapable of perceiving unpleasant stimuli. This is not a synchronous effect of one substance or another, it is simply that the two states are connected by some inner connection. There must be some endogenous substances present in our organism which produce a similar effect, for we know at least one pathological condition, mania, when a patient experiences the euphoria of intoxication without the introduction of corresponding intoxicating poisons. Apart from this, normal mental life is characterized by fluctuations from ease to difficulty in obtaining pleasure, and these fluctuations are made in parallel with a decrease or increase in sensitivity to displeasure. It is regrettable that these toxic effects of mental life have not yet been the subject of scientific investigation. The use of intoxicants in the struggle for happiness and for relief from suffering will be regarded as the greatest boon, and individuals, as well as whole peoples, will find for such agents a fitting place in their system of cravings. We will be grateful for these remedies, not only for the sense of pleasure they provide, but also for the desired sense of independence from the world around us. We understand that with the help of the carefree pill, we can at any moment escape from the oppression of reality and flee from it into our own, better-ordered world. It is known, however, that it is this property of intoxicants that makes them dangerous and harmful. In certain circumstances, they are responsible for the fact that great energy, which could have been devoted to improving the human condition, is lost in vain. The complex structure of our mental apparatus allows, however, for the existence of a number of other methods of influence. Just as the satisfaction of instinctive drives is happiness, so the cause of severe suffering is the avoidance of such satisfaction due to the influence of the world around us. It is hoped that by acting on the stimuli of the urge we may be able to free ourselves in part from suffering. This mode of protection from suffering is not to act on the psychic apparatus, but to influence the inner sources of need. In its most extreme form, this method involves the mortification of cravings, as required by Eastern wisdom, and yoga puts it into practice. If this succeeds, then the person simultaneously renounces all activity, sacrifices his life, gaining on this path only the happiness of rest, that is, of absolute inactivity. The same way can be used to achieve a more moderate goal, for example, to influence only instinctive urges. In these cases, the higher psychic instances, subordinate to the principle of reality, take over control. Here it is by no means the intention to refuse the satisfaction of desires. To a certain extent, protection from suffering is achieved by the fact that the refusal to satisfy repressed drives is not perceived as painful as abstaining from unrepressed instincts. With this is combined the inevitable weakening of pleasure. The feeling of happiness from the satisfaction of a wild desire, not curbed by the ego, is incomparably stronger than the satiation of a repressed desire. The insurmountability of perverted urges and forbidden impulses in general finds its rational explanation here. Another way of protecting ourselves from suffering is by shifting the libido, which is made possible by the extraordinary flexibility of our psychic apparatus. The task is to shift the goal of the instinctive urge in such a way that it meets no resistance from the world around it. This is facilitated by sublimation of the urge. The best results are achieved by the one who is able to get the maximum mental and intellectual pleasure from his work. Fate is usually merciful to such people. Satisfaction of this kind, like the joy of an artist who creates a work of imagination, or the joy of a scientist who solves a complex problem and discovers the truth, has a special quality that we will someday be able to characterize metapsychologically. For now, we can say, using a visual analogy, that these joys seem to us thinner and higher, but their intensity is weak compared to the joy of the satisfaction of crude primal urges. They do not shake our corporeal essence. The inadequacy of this method is also that it is available to very few. As a prerequisite, it requires rare abilities and gifts. But even to the select few, such a way offers no guaranteed protection against suffering. It does not forge for them an armor impenetrable by the arrows of fate, and it fails whenever the source of suffering becomes the body itself. 12. If already in this method the intention to become independent from the outside world and to find satisfaction in inner, psychic processes is clearly expressed, then the same features are even clearer in the next method. Here the connection with reality weakens to an even greater extent. Satisfaction is drawn from illusions, which are recognized as such, but at the same time their nonconformity with reality does not prevent one from deriving pleasure from them. The source from which fantasies are drawn is the imagined life. At one time, when the perception of reality was completed, this imaginary life eluded the test of reality and was left for the imaginary fulfillment of unfulfilled desires. In the first place among these coveted fantasies is the enjoyment of works of art, the pleasure which gives the beholder, with the help of the artist, his own accession to creation. 13. Whoever is susceptible to the charms of art is familiar with a source of pleasure and solace, hitherto underappreciated. But the soft, superficial narcosis into which art immerses us is no more than a fleeting escape from the burdens of real life. This euphoria is not deep enough to make us forget our real troubles and hardships. Far more powerful and profound is the other way, the way that sees its only enemy in reality, which is the source of all misery and suffering, a reality unsuitable for life, with which all ties must be severed if one wants to be at least partially happy. The hermit turns his back on the world, unwilling to deal with it in the future. But man can go even further. He can remake the world and, instead of the real world, create his own, whose most unacceptable features are eliminated and replaced by desirable traits and properties. He who, in desperation, chooses this path to happiness usually achieves nothing. Reality proves too strong an adversary for such a person. He who is seized by such delusions may go mad if he does not receive effective help in time. It is true that such a person will claim that each of us, the rest of us, is acting paranoid, and will persist in fitting those aspects of life that do not bring him suffering into his desired picture, introducing this delusion into real life. Of particular importance are cases in which large numbers of people jointly attempt to create for themselves guaranteed happiness and protection from suffering through a delusional perversion of reality. Religion is a very characteristic manifestation of this mass delusion in humanity. Naturally, those who are initiated into this delusion and believe in it do not recognize it as such. I am not sure that the list of methods I have listed for finding happiness and freedom from suffering is exhaustive. I am also aware that this material could be organized and sequenced in other ways. True, I have not mentioned one other method, not because I have forgotten about it, but because we will deal with it later in a different context. And how is it possible to forget this kind of ability to live? This skill manifests itself by an absolutely striking combination of several characteristic traits. Naturally, this method or, if you will, method is aimed at destroying one's dependence on fate. Using this method, the satisfaction of desires is moved into the domain of internal psychic processes, because as we have already mentioned the libido is switchable, but in this case it is not turned away from the external world, but, on the contrary, directed toward its objects, and one finds happiness from a sensual relation to these objects. In doing so, one is not satisfied with a tired reconciliation with mere avoidance of displeasure. On the contrary, one passes by it without paying the slightest attention to it, being carried away by a passionate longing for a positive experience of happiness. Perhaps this way of approaching the goal is much more successful than all the others. Naturally, I am referring to the attitude toward life that puts love at its epicenter and expects the full satisfaction of cravings from love and falling in love. This mental attitude is quite natural and predictable. One of the manifestations of love, sexual love, is a model of incomparable pleasure and enjoyment, a model of our idea of happiness. What could be more natural than to persist in our search for happiness on the same road where we first encountered it? The vulnerability of this approach is obvious, otherwise there would not be a single person who would voluntarily agree to change this beaten path for another. Never are we more vulnerable to suffering than when we love, never more hopelessly unhappy than when we lose the object of our love. But the subject of happiness through love does not end there. There is much more to be said about it. Here we can add another interesting fact. Happiness in life is sought mainly in the enjoyment of beauty wherever it is indicated to us by our thinking and judgment, by the beauty of the forms and posture of the human body, of natural objects and landscapes, of artistic and even scientific and technological creations. This aesthetic attitude to the meaning of life offers very little protection against the suffering that threatens us, but it can actually mitigate it. The pleasure of beauty has a mildly intoxicating and blunting effect on our senses. It is difficult to appreciate the benefits of beauty. In our culture we do not see its practical necessity, but we cannot imagine our lives without it. Scientific aesthetics investigates the conditions under which certain objects appear beautiful to us. Nevertheless, it cannot tell us anything about the nature and origin of beauty. How common and boring it is to cover up the utter futility of such attempts with eloquent but totally meaningless words. Unfortunately, psychoanalysis has almost nothing to say about beauty either. The only reliable conclusions seem to be drawn from the field of sexual sensations, where we see an exemplary example of purposeful arousal. Beauty and arousal were originally properties of sexual objects. It is noteworthy that the sight of genitals almost always arouses, but they are almost never called beautiful. This designation has stuck, for the most part, to certain secondary sexual characteristics. Notwithstanding this incompleteness of our conceptions, I nevertheless dare to make a few observations at the end of our study. A program that imposes on us the principle of pleasure as a means to happiness cannot be fulfilled, but nevertheless man dares, or better said, retains the ability not to abandon repeated attempts at it. People pave many roads to happiness, either the positive goal of pleasure or the negative goal of avoidance of displeasure. On both of these roads we fail to fully achieve what we strive so hard for. Happiness, insofar as it is moderately recognized as possible, is a problem of individual rationalization of the libido. There is no universal advice that can help everyone without exception. Everyone must find his or her own unique way of finding joy and happiness by trial and error. A wide variety of factors can influence the choice of path. It is a question of how many of his urges the subject expects from the world around him to satisfy, how much he is able to change the objects of his urges. The decisive role here, in addition to external conditions and relations, is played by the mental constitution of the individual. An erotic person will put sensual relations with other people in the first place. A self-sufficient narcissist will seek satisfaction in the processes of his inner mental life. An active person will not detach himself from the surrounding world, in which he will incessantly try his forces. People of the intermediate type determine the area of shift of their interests depending on their talents and the measure of possible sublimation of drives. Every extreme decision, however, is punishable because it exposes the individual to dangers, making the method he chooses inadequate. Just as a prudent businessman never invests all his money in a single enterprise, so, too, probably any individual would not expect to satisfy all his urges through a single aspiration. Success cannot be guaranteed, for it depends on the interaction of many different things, of which the most important, apparently, is the capacity of the mental constitution to adapt the mental life to the demands of the world around it and to use this adaptation for pleasure. He who possesses a particularly unfavorable combination of drives, who has failed to rearrange and reorder the structure of the libido necessary for pleasure, will find it difficult to derive joy from external circumstances, much less when confronted with difficult problems. A last resort, promising at least an imagined satisfaction, is an escape into the neurotic illness that arises for the most part in early youth. Those who fail in their efforts to achieve happiness find solace in chronic intoxicating intoxication or, in despair, reject the world and take refuge in psychosis. 14. Religion disrupts this subtle game of choice and accommodation because it imposes on everyone its own and only way to achieve happiness and protection from suffering. The method is that religion downplays the value of life and replaces the true picture of the world with a delusion of it, which, as a prerequisite, requires the intimidation of the intellect. At this price, by forcibly fixing mental infantilism and introducing a delusion into the mass consciousness, religion manages to save many people from individual neurosis, but it is hardly capable of anything more. As has been said, there are many paths to happiness, but none of them are guaranteed. Religion also cannot guarantee the fulfillment of its promises. When the believer is finally forced to rely on God's unfathomable will, he recognizes that his last comfort and joy in life remains total and unconditional obedience. Perhaps a willingness to accept such an outcome shortens the time it takes to find another way out. 3. So far, our research on the nature of happiness has not led us to conclusions that were not previously known. To pose the following question and ask why it is so difficult for people to be happy would not go far towards the answer we desire, and we would hardly learn anything new. We have, however, already given an answer in which we identify three sources of suffering: the overwhelming force of nature, the weakness and vulnerability of our bodies, and the myriad institutions that govern human relationships with family, state, and society. Regarding the first two sources, our judgment hardly changes. We are compelled to recognize these sources unreservedly and humbly submit to them. We can never fully conquer nature. Our bodies, which are themselves part of nature, will always remain frail and limited in their capacities, their scope of activity, and their capacity for adaptation. There is nothing depressing in this knowledge; on the contrary, it points us in the right direction. The experience of many thousands of years convinces us that if we cannot eliminate all suffering, at least we can get rid of at least some of it and mitigate most of the rest in one way or another. But this behavior is unacceptable with regard to the third source of suffering, the social source. We would like to ignore this source altogether, because it is beyond our power to understand why the institutions we have created cannot become an additional source of protection and well-being for us. It is true that, on mature reflection, when we realize that these defenses do not work, we begin to suspect that here, too, the reason lies in an invincible nature, this time, in the properties of our own psyche. When we think about the possibility of happiness, we reach such a striking conclusion that we have to elaborate on it. It lies in the fact that a large part of the responsibility for all our troubles lies with our so-called culture. We would be much happier if we could get rid of culture and go back to primitive relations. I also find this statement striking because everything we try to protect ourselves from suffering and threats belongs to our culture. But how is it that so many people come to the conclusion that man is strangely hostile to his own culture? I am referring to a deep and long-standing dissatisfaction with the state of culture that has created the ground on which under appropriate historical conditions the judgment we have expressed becomes possible. I hope we have been able to point out recent causes, but I am not educated enough to trace the entire chain of cause and effect relationships back to the origins of human history. The factor of cultural hostility arose or already existed at the time of Christianity's victory over paganism. The devaluation of earthly life by Christian doctrine stimulated this factor. Another reason was due to technological advances and the successes of navigation, which led to the discovery of primitive peoples and tribes. With an inevitable lack of observation and an inability to appreciate the manners and customs of these peoples, Europeans assumed that the natives led unassuming, simple, and happy lives, inaccessible to culturally enslaved Europeans. Later studies have partly confirmed the correctness of this judgment, but in many cases the reason for the ease of life to which the primitive tribes owed the bounty of nature and the convenience of meeting their most urgent needs has been attributed chiefly to the absence of complex and intricate cultural requirements. This course of thought is familiar to us and takes place when the causes and mechanisms of the development of neurosis, which threatens to bury the tiny remnant of cultural man's happiness, are uncovered. It has been found that a person falls ill with neurosis when the measure of restrictions imposed on him by the requirements of a cultural ideal becomes unbearable, and the person concludes that a return to a happy state is possible only by eliminating these requirements or by softening them considerably. There is also an element of frustration. Over the past several generations, humans have made tremendous progress in the natural sciences and their technological applications, and humans have conquered nature on a scale never before seen. The details and individual accomplishments of this progress are well known, and it is not the place to list them here. People are proud of their achievements and have every right to be. But people have noticed that the conquest of space and time, the subjugation of nature, did not bring them any closer to the fulfillment of their millennial cherished dream, that is, they did not make people happy. They had to be satisfied with the conclusion that conquering nature was not the only condition for human happiness, that it was not the main goal of cultural aspirations, and, therefore, the conclusion that technological progress was useless was unwarranted. After all, one could argue, isn't it a positive pleasure and undeniable happiness when I can hear the voice of my child living hundreds of kilometers away as often as I want? When I can know almost immediately that my friend has disembarked from the steamer, having safely completed a long and tiring journey? Does it not matter that medicine has succeeded in reducing infant mortality and maternal morbidity by many times and in prolonging the life expectancy of European culture by many years? One could go on with this list of blessings, which we owe to our era of scientific and technological progress, scolded by everyone who is lazy. And yet, again and again, we hear the dissatisfied voices of critics who claim that all this is nothing more than cheap fun, as in the old anecdote. It is, they say, the same kind of pleasure as a man who, on a cold night, sticks his leg out from under a blanket, gets cold, hides his leg back in, and enjoys the warmth. And if there were no railroad that allowed me to travel enormous distances, my child would not leave home and I would not have to enjoy his voice on the phone, for I would hear his living voice daily. And if there were no transoceanic liners, my friend would not have to make the long trip, and I would not have to resort to the telegraph to stop worrying about him. What good has it done to reduce infant mortality if it is what motivated us to increase childbearing? Now we produce and raise fewer children than in those blessed days when we had not the slightest notion of hygiene. Moreover, it has made it more difficult for us to have sexual intercourse within marriage, and doesn't this violate the beneficent action of natural selection? What good is a long life if it is so hard and joyless, so full of misery, that we look forward to death as the deliverer from all troubles? It seems obvious that we feel badly about our contemporary culture, although it is difficult to judge how happy people of previous eras felt and how much of their feeling was due to the state of their culture. We will always be inclined to assess this calamity objectively, and we will try to travel mentally back in time, though retaining our present-day pretensions and attitudes, to see what the reasons for happiness or unhappiness might have been back then. This way of evaluation, which seems to be objective and independent of the peculiarities of subjective perception, is certainly the most subjective of all, since in this case we put our own soul constitution in place of the unknown to us soul constitution of other people. All the more so since the idea of happiness is extremely subjective. We can be as horrified as we want by the situation of the antique galley slave, the 30 Years' War peasant, the victim of the Holy Inquisition, the Jew waiting for a pogrom, but we can never penetrate the feelings of these people. We cannot guess the changes caused by initial lethargy, the gradual onset of apathy, habitual expectations, crude and subtle ways of dulling all feelings and sensations, both pleasant and painful. In the case of exposure to extremely severe suffering, appropriate protective mechanisms were formed and set in motion in people's souls. Further discussion of this side of the problem seems fruitless to me. It is time to reflect on the essence of our culture, whose value for happiness we have questioned. We will not create formulas describing this essence in a few words, especially since we were still in the process of our research. Suffice it to reiterate, 15, that by the word culture we refer to the whole sum of life activity by the rules that distinguishes us from our animal ancestors. Culture serves two main purposes: it protects people from nature and regulates relations between people. In order to better understand the subject, we will look for the signs of culture in the details as they manifest themselves in human communities. In doing so, let us abandon our doubts about word usage and put our trust in our sense of language, an inner sense that does not allow for contradictions between thoughts and the abstract words that express them. The starting point of the reasoning is simple: we call cultural any activity and any value that benefits people, that is, makes the earth serve man by protecting him from the violent vagaries of nature and the like. About this side of culture we have the least doubts. Already in quite ancient times, the first steps of cultural activity were the making of tools, the taming of fire, and the building of dwellings. Of all the achievements, the most significant and unparalleled is the mastery of domesticated fire. Wink with a frown. 16. Through the others, man paved the way on which he still follows today, and we have no difficulty in discovering the motive behind this stubborn movement. With the tools and implements he has invented, man enhances and replenishes the functions of his organs, both motor and sensory, or removes obstacles in the way of their direct use. Mechanisms put at man's disposal a gigantic power which, like his own muscles, he can use as he sees fit. Steamboat and airplane have made the oceans and airspaces available to him. With glasses he corrects the deficiencies of the natural lenses in his eyes. Telescopes have made it possible to push the boundaries of the universe we know. The microscope has made visible what was previously inaccessible to the naked eye. By inventing the photographic camera, man created an instrument that forever preserves fleeting visual perceptions, while the gramophone record forever preserves equally fluid sound impressions. At the heart of these two inventions is the materialization of the capacity to recall, to preserve memory. With the telephone one hears at a distance that would be considered fantastic even in magical fairy tales. Printed books are the voices of people long gone. Dwelling is reminiscent of a mother's womb, which we all subconsciously long for as a place where we felt cozy and safe. It looks like a fairy tale, and it is the fulfillment of all or most fairy tale wishes, all the things that man has been able, through science and technology, to create on Earth, where he first appeared as the weakest of mammals and where he is still emerging as a helpless, premature sucker. To each of these acquisitions man considers his cultural achievement. From time immemorial he has created for himself an ideal idea of omnipotence and omniscience, which he has embodied in his gods. It was to the gods that all the abilities and virtues unattainable or forbidden to man were ascribed. One might even say that the gods were the cultural ideal of humankind. Now man has come very close to his ideals, he himself has become almost a god. Of course, he has done it the way people imagine achieving the ideal, not completely, in some cases unsuccessfully, in others half-heartedly. Man is in a sense an ersatz, a prosthesis of God. He is great when he applies all his subsidiary organs, but they have not become his members and often cannot do all the work for him. Man, however, has the right to console himself with the fact that the march of progress will not stop in the year 1930 AD. The future will bring a new, perhaps unimaginable leap in this direction, and we will be even more like the gods. However, bearing in mind the subject of our study, let us not forget that even at the present stage of godlikeness man does not at all feel happy. We consider a culturally developed country where everything is maintained, where everything is purposefully taken care of, where people use the land and protect themselves from nature. In other words, we consider a culturally developed country where the land benefits people. In such a country, rivers threatened by floods are tamed, and their waters are diverted into canals. The soil in such a country is cultivated and tended, on which grow the plants that are best in this climate and in this soil. Minerals are diligently extracted from the earth's bowels, from which the necessary tools and machines are then made. High-speed and reliable transportation is developed. Dangerous wild animals have been exterminated, but animal husbandry flourishes as people breed the pets they need. We also have different cultural requirements and, remarkably, expect them to be fulfilled in such a country. As if to reject the cultural requirements just stated, we also welcome the way in which human care is extended not only to the things we need, but also to things that seem to be completely useless, such as when a lot of space in urban gardens is devoted to flower beds and lawns. The same is true of the pots of flowers that adorn the windowsills of urban apartments and rural homes. We find ourselves forced to admit that the useless thing we hold so highly in culture is called beauty. We want the cultured man to revere beauty wherever it is found in nature. We expect him to create beauty with his own hands as well, to the best of his ability. But this short list does not exhaust our demands for culture. In culture, we strive for cleanliness and order. We have a very low regard for the culture of some provincial English town in Shakespeare's time when we read that there was a big pile of dung in front of the gate of his father's house in Stratford. We become irritated and scold such barbarism, incompatible with culture by our standards. We are displeased when we see paper wrappers and bags thrown on the paths of the Vienna woods. Untidiness and untidiness of any kind seem to us to be incompatible with culture. We extend this demand for cleanliness to the human body. We are surprised to learn that the Sun King did not smell very nice. We shake our heads in bewilderment when we are shown the tiny basin Napoleon used for his morning toilet on the island of Elba. And we are not at all surprised when someone claims that the use of soap is a measure of culture. The same is true of order, which, like cleanliness, is the work of human hands. The only difference is that we cannot demand cleanliness from nature, whereas order, on the contrary, is something we have seen. The observation of the majestic orderliness of the motion of the stars and planets not only showed man a model, but was also the starting point for introducing order into life. Order is a kind of compulsion to repeat, according to a once-and-for-all given rule, prescribing when, where and how something should be done, which allows us in each case to avoid long deliberation and procrastination. The beneficial effect of order is undeniable, for it enables man to make the best possible use of space and time without unnecessary expenditure of mental energy. One would rightfully expect that order should have taken its rightful place in human life without any compulsion, and we have good reason to wonder why it is not so, why man is more inclined to negligence, carelessness, and unreliability in his work and can only with great difficulty be educated in the spirit of following the great heavenly pattern. Beauty, cleanliness, and order obviously occupy a special place among the requirements of culture. No one would argue that they are as vital as the conquest of nature and other tasks with which we must become acquainted, but no one would want these three things to be considered something incidental and of secondary importance either. The mere attitude toward beauty shows that we do not think of culture only in terms of usefulness. When listing our cultural needs, we never forget to mention beauty. The benefits of order are quite obvious. Regarding cleanliness, we must remember that it is an indispensable requirement of hygiene, and we can assume that the connection between cleanliness and health has not escaped human attention long before the emergence of preventive medicine. Yet these aspirations cannot be explained in terms of benefit alone, there must be some other reason. But in our eyes, no property characterizes culture better than its relation to the higher kinds of mental activity, to intellectual, scientific, and artistic activity, than the extent to which it supports the leading role of ideas in human life. Among these ideas, the principal place is occupied by religious systems, on the whimsical constructions of which I have tried to shed light above. Next to religion find their place in speculative philosophical reasoning and in what may be called the education of human ideals, the formation of ideas about the possible perfection of individuals, peoples, and humanity as a whole, as well as the demands that arise on the basis of such ideas. The fact that these phenomena not only interact with each other, but are linked by an inseparable interconnection, makes both their representation and the assessment of their psychological implications very difficult. If we accept, on the basis of the most general considerations, that the driving spring of all human activity is the pursuit of the dual goals of benefit and pleasure, then we must apply the same principle to the higher manifestations of culture mentioned here, even though it can easily be applied only to scientific and artistic activity. There is no doubt, however, that the same can be said of other powerful human needs, even if a minority of people are engaged in their perfection and development. We should not be embarrassed by the contradictory evaluations of certain religious and philosophical systems and specific ideals. Whether one finds in them the highest expressions of the human spirit or blasphemes them as the worst delusions, it must be recognized that their very existence and especially their predominant role signify a high degree of cultural development. The last, but no less important property of culture that we need to assess is the nature of people's relations with one another, the way social relations in society are regulated, including relations between neighbors, laborers, sexual partners, family members, and citizens of the state. Here it will be particularly difficult for us to free ourselves from certain requirements of the ideal, to isolate and understand what of this is at all directly related to culture. Perhaps we should begin with the fact that the initial cultural element is set by the first attempts to order social relations. If such an attempt is not made from the beginning, then social relations are abandoned to their fate, for in this case the strongest will use them in their own interests, to satisfy their instinctive urges. Nothing is changed by the fact that the strongest will be pushed out of the way by those who are stronger than they are. Human community becomes possible when the majority unites, and the strongest become like all other individuals and unite with them. The power of the united community, or right, is then contrasted with the power of individuals, which we define as brute violence. This replacement of the power of individuals by the power of a united community is a crucial step in the formation of culture. The essence of such collective rule is that members of the community are restricted in satisfying their instinctive needs, whereas the power of strong individuals knows no such restrictions. The next cultural requirement is legitimacy, that is, the guarantee that this legal order cannot be violated in favor of individuals. This, however, does not resolve the question of the ethical value of such a right. The further path of cultural development leads to the fact that this right ceases to be a manifestation of the will of a narrow circle of small communities, castes, strata, tribes who can, in relation to others and perhaps to the broader masses, behave as an autocratic individual. The end result is a right to which all, at least the full members of the community, sacrifice their instinctive drives, and no one, again, with the same exception, can fall victim to brutal arbitrariness and violence. Individual freedom is not a cultural asset. It existed before the emergence of culture, although it had no value then, for the individual in those days was virtually defenseless. As culture evolved, a restriction on individual freedom occurred, and justice demanded that no one could escape it. What in the human community manifests as a desire for freedom may be a protest against persistent injustice. This aspiration may also prove useful for the further development of culture and harmonious with it. Nevertheless, the longing for freedom can be interpreted as a relic inherent in the culturally independent individual, and thus the longing can be hostile to culture. The desire for freedom can be directed against certain forms and claims of culture or against culture itself. There seems to be no means of influencing human nature so that people turn into termites. Man will always assert his personal freedom against the will of the masses. In human society, there is an inherently persistent struggle for an expedient, beneficial, and painless solution to this problem: how to balance individual demands and mass cultural claims. This is a crucial problem, and either the balance will be achieved by a corresponding change in culture, or the conflict will remain irreconcilable. In what we are allowed to say about the general sense of what properties of human existence can be called cultural, we have a distinct impression of a generalized picture of culture, from which, of course, we learn nothing about the particulars. But in doing so, we have ensured ourselves against hastily accepting the prejudice that culture is synonymous with perfection, the path to perfection prescribed for man from above. We realize, however, that there may be some other purpose to this path. The development of culture appears to us as a process imposed on humanity, about which we know very little. We can characterize this process by means of the changes that occur with known human urges, the satisfaction of which is nevertheless a conscious goal of our lives. Some of these instinctive urges can be suppressed to such an extent that they are replaced by what we describe as traits of individual human character. We found the most striking example of such a modification in our study of anal eroticism in children. The original human interest in the function of excretion, its organs and products, as the individual grows and matures, is transformed into a set of qualities such as thrift, a tendency to order and cleanliness, which, although valuable and acceptable in themselves, may take a disproportionate place in the mental life of the individual. Then arises the kind of human type that we have called the anal erotic character. We do not know how this happens, but we have no doubts about the correctness of our understanding of the phenomenon itself. 17. Furthermore, we have concluded that order and purity are essential requirements of culture, even though their necessity is not obvious and they can hardly serve as a source of pleasure in themselves. At this point in our reasoning, the similarity between the cultural process and the development of the libido is self-evident. Other drives induce a shift in the conditions of their satisfaction, give them a different direction, which in most cases coincides with the well-known notion of sublimation, changing the purpose of the drive, but sometimes this does not happen. Sublimation of the instinctive drive is a particularly noticeable feature of cultural development. It makes possible psychic activity of a higher order and plays a crucial role in science, art and ideology, that is, in the most valuable manifestations of cultural life. Given the first impression, we are tempted to say that sublimation is the culturally conditioned fate of all instinctive drives. But this is where it is worth thinking about. After thinking about it 3 times, we begin to understand the main thing, something that is impossible not to notice. Culture, for the most part, is built on the rejection of strong urges, has as its premise the rejection of their satisfaction, through repression, displacement, etc. This cultural self-denial dominates vast areas of human relations. We already know that it is the cause of the hostility with which all cultures have to struggle. It also makes rigorous demands on our scientific work, forcing us to provide detailed explanations. It is not easy to understand how man manages to evade satisfying his instinctive urges. It is by no means safe. If one does not reasonably compensate for the refusal to satisfy the urges, serious health problems can arise. If, however, we want to know what value our discoveries may have for understanding cultural development as a process comparable to that of the normal maturation of the individual, we will obviously have to deal seriously with another problem. We will have to ask ourselves what influences owe their origin to cultural development, how it came about, and what determines its course. 4. The enormity of such a task can be confusing and discouraging. But I want to share the few things I have been able to clarify. After the primitive man discovered that in his hands, literally in the sense of the expression, he had the opportunity to change his lot for the better by labor, he realized that he cared whether the people around him helped or hindered him in that endeavor. The other person has acquired in his eyes the value of an employee, to live near whom it is useful. Long before that, this man's ape-like ancestors had developed the custom of starting families, and family members became his first helpers. It is likely that the formation of the family was due to the fact that the need for sexual gratification ceased to be a rare guest, which suddenly appears and then leaves and does not give any news of itself for a long time. Now it has become a permanent lodger. As a result, the male has a motive to keep the female near him, or rather, the object of sexual gratification. The female, who could not part with her children, had to cling to the stronger male in her own interest. 18. This primitive family still lacks an essential sign of culture. In this family, the power and arbitrariness of its head, the father, is not restricted by any framework. In The Totem and the Taboo, I try to show the process of such a family's transition to the next stage, to living together in the form of a fraternal union. The unlimited despotic power of the father taught the sons to unite. They understood that the collective is stronger than the solitary. The culture of totemism was based on the restrictions it imposed on its representatives for the sake of establishing and maintaining a new order. The taboos prescribed were the first right in history. The cohabitation of human beings undoubtedly rested on 2 foundations, on the compulsion to labor caused by external necessity, and on the power of love, the man for the woman as an object of sexual desire, and the woman for the child as a detached part of her, which she could not and did not want to leave. Thus the progenitors of human culture were Eros and Enanche. The first achievement of culture was that henceforth more people could be members of human communities. If the two great forces mentioned interacted, it was natural to expect that further development would proceed smoothly and without difficulty, and that the subjugation of the surrounding world would accelerate as the number of human communities increased. It is hard to see how such a culture could fail to make humanity happy. Before we begin to explore the sources of the obstacles to the development of such a culture, let us turn away from love as the basis of culture to fill in the gaps in our earlier arguments. We have argued that sexual love in family life is the strongest and most satisfying experience for man, sets the pattern for happiness, and it would be natural if people tried to extend love beyond the marital relationship as well, putting genital eroticism at the center of being. Further, we found that by taking this path, people became dependent on the object of their environment, that is, the object of their love, thus making themselves vulnerable to the most severe suffering if they were rejected or if they lost the object of their love through infidelity or death. Only a tiny minority of people's mental constitution allowed them to find happiness on the road of love, but this required a radical change in the mental functions responsible for the feeling of love. These people made themselves independent of the consent of the object of love. They shifted the primary value of falling in love to their own love, securing themselves against its loss, for their love was not directed toward an individual, but equally toward all people. In so doing, these few individuals were able to avoid the impermanence and frustrations of sexual love by abandoning sexual purpose and transforming instinctive attraction into purposeful motivation. What such people have managed to create, a balanced, infallible and tender feeling, bears no resemblance outwardly to the violent sexual love to which it is, in fact, born. St. Francis of Assisi was able to achieve a sense of supreme inner happiness precisely through this use of love. What we know as the pleasure principle has been used many times by religion, placing this principle in those distant, intimate realms where the difference between self and object can be neglected. Ethical reasoning, the underlying motivation of which we shall further explore, sees in this capacity for universal love of people and of the world the highest achievement to which man has been able to rise. Here we would like, without delay, to make two observations on this point. Universal, indiscriminate love loses some of its value because it deprives some of its objects. And another thing, not all people are worthy of love. That love, on which the family is based, retains its original appearance and does not neglect direct sexual gratification, but in a slightly modified form, in the form of purposeful tenderness, has a powerful influence on the culture as a whole. This love retains its function in both forms, ties more and more people together, and serves, as far as possible, the common interests of the working community. The sloppiness in the use of the word love has an underlying genetic justification. Love is the relationship between a man and a woman who have created a family on the foundation of sexual love. Love is also the positive feelings that connect children and parents or siblings in a family, although this latter kind of love is better defined as consciously purposeful love, as tenderness. Consciously purposeful love was originally a full-fledged sensual love, which it still is in the human subconscious. Both of these loves, sensual and consciously purposeful love, encompass the entire family and help to establish a close connection with formerly strangers. Sexual love leads to the creation of new families, and purposeful love leads to friendship, a feeling very important culturally, for it is devoid of certain limitations, such as rigid selectivity, of sexual love. But as society develops, the relation of love to culture gradually loses its unambiguity. On the one hand, love is contrary to the interests of culture, and on the other hand, culture threatens love with very sensitive limitations. This bifurcation occurs inevitably, and it is rather difficult to unravel its cause. Initially, it manifests itself as a conflict between the family and the larger human community to which each family member belongs. We have already found that the main aspiration of culture is to gather people into as large a community as possible. The family, however, is unwilling to let go of its members. The tighter the bond between family members, the more they tend to alienate themselves from others, the harder it is for them to join a wider circle of strangers. Phylogenetically older and preserved only in childhood, the way of living together struggles to defend itself, trying to get rid of the acquired cultural pattern. For every young person, leaving the family becomes a task in which society supports him with the rituals of initiation and initiation into adulthood. One gets the impression that these difficulties are inextricably linked to all mental and even bodily development. Women soon come into conflict with the progress of culture, exerting their retrograde delaying influence, essentially the same as that which was at first the basis of the nascent culture. Women represent the interests of family and sexuality. Cultural work becomes primarily the domain of men. Culture presents them with increasingly complex tasks, forcing them to sublimate their instinctive urges, to which women very rarely reach. Since man does not possess inexhaustible reserves of psychic energy, he has to solve the tasks set before him by means of an expedient redistribution of libido. The part that man spends on cultural purposes he takes away from women and sexual relations. Being constantly in the collective of men, his dependence on relationships with them alienates him even from his duties as a husband and father. Thus, the woman sees that the culture is pushing her aside, and the woman is entering into a hostile relationship with it. On the cultural side, the tendency to restrict sexual activity is no less pronounced than the tendency to constantly expand the circle of people who have been introduced to culture. Already in the first phase of incipient culture, in the phase of totemism, the prohibition of incest, perhaps the strongest restriction of sexual activity in human history, emerges. Through taboos, laws and customs, more and more restrictions are being imposed on both men and women. Not all cultures go this far in this matter. The economic structure of society affects the measure of sexual freedom left to men. We already know that here culture follows the demands of economic necessity, because it has to give to sexuality a lot of psychic energy, which it itself badly needs. In doing so, with regard to sexuality, culture behaves like a tribe that subjects another tribe to plunder and pillage. Fear of the revolt of the awakened urges the culture to strict measures. The highest point of such development is demonstrated by our Western culture. It is psychologically fully justified that it begins with the prohibition of manifestations of child sexuality, for the restriction of adult sexuality will have no prospect if this sexuality was previously developed in childhood. But by no means can it be justified that cultural society has gone so far as to deny this easily detected, simply conspicuous phenomenon. The sexually mature individual's choice of the object of sexual love is limited to members of the opposite sex, and most of the extragenital ways of obtaining sexual gratification have been declared perversions. The demands for sexual uniformity found in these prohibitions are imposed on people with different types of sexual constitution, and turn away a significant number of them from sexual pleasure, which is blatantly unfair. The consequence of these restrictions is that individuals are recognized as normal if their constitution does not prevent them from satisfying their sexual needs through the channels open to them in society without prejudice. But even that which is not forbidden, like heterosexual sexual love, will suffer damage from the demands of legality and monogamy. Contemporary Western culture makes it clear that it is willing to allow sexual relations between a man and a woman only within the sole and inseparable bond between one man and one woman, that the culture is not willing to see sexuality as an independent source of pleasure and enjoyment. Culture is willing to tolerate sexuality only as the one and only indispensable means of procreation and reproduction for humanity today. Naturally, these are extremes. It is well known that the measures mentioned above have succeeded only for a very short time, and more often than not they have not succeeded at all. Only weak people could tolerate such unceremonious interference in their sexual freedom. Strong people, forced to submit to the demands of culture, found a way out in compensatory activities, which will be discussed below. The cultural community was forced to look the other way on violations for which it was, according to its own rules, obliged to punish and persecute. But make no mistake about it and assume that such cultural institutions are, generally speaking, harmless, for they never achieve their goals. The sexual life of the cultured man is severely impaired, and the corresponding function in us has atrophied like teeth and the hair on our heads. Some would argue, however, that the importance of sexuality as a source of happiness that gives meaning to all of our lives is not solely due to cultural pressures. Perhaps there is something in the properties of the sex drive itself that prevents its full satisfaction and forces us to look for another outlet for it. It is difficult to say anything definite about this, but it is quite possible that this is a delusion. 20. v. Psychoanalytic studies have taught us that the worst victims of sexual withdrawal are the so-called neurotics. In the struggle with their symptoms, they find substitute ways of satisfying themselves and tormenting those around them by losing contact with the world and society. Which is not surprising, but presents us with yet another mystery. Culture, however, requires sacrifices other than sexual gratification. We have interpreted the difficulties of cultural development by reducing them to the inertia of the libido, to its lack of inclination to change its habitual direction. We say roughly the same thing when we contrast culture and sexuality, assuming that sexual love is a relationship between two people and that the interference of a third person in this relationship is unnecessary and even destructive, whereas culture is based on a relationship between many people. At the peak of the love relationship, the participants lose all interest in the events of the world around them, the lovers are satisfied with each other, and they do not even need a child together in order to be happy. In no other case does Eros so clearly manifest his true essence, his intention to select the singular from the multitude, as in this case, when he achieves this in the relationship between two lovers, having done everything in his power. So far we can easily imagine that a cultural community might well consist of a set of such coupled individuals who, while mutually satisfying their libido, are bound to each other, in addition to this, by a community of professional and other interests. In such a case, there is no need for culture to take away people's sexual energy. But such an ideal state simply does not exist in the real world and has never existed. Reality shows us that culture is not satisfied with the relations established up to now, it wants to introduce also a libido component into the relations between all members of society, so that they will strive to identify themselves with one another by all means, to use more intensively the libido conditioned by a conscious goal to strengthen friendships. In the name of fulfilling such an intention, the restriction of sexuality becomes necessary and unavoidable. We do not know the nature of the necessity that guides a culture along this path, instilling in it a hostility to sexuality. There must be some hindering factor that has not yet been discovered. We can get to the bottom of this if we look closely at the requirements of the so-called ideal of a cultural society. This ideal demand is, love thy neighbor as thyself. This ideal has been known for a long time, older than Christianity, which prides itself on it as an achievement, but, strictly speaking, it is not so ancient, and in historical times it seemed alien to people. We pretend to be naive and pretend to hear it for the first time in our lives. We cannot suppress our surprise and sense of the strangeness of this demand. Why should we do it? How does it help us? But most importantly, how do we do it? How is it even possible? My love is dear to me, I cannot give it up without paying for it. It imposes obligations on me that I must fulfill, sacrificing something in the process. If I love another person, he must do something to earn that love. I estimate how useful it will be to me, as well as the possible value it will have for me as an object of sexual lust, both of which are not taken into account by the injunction to love one's neighbor. A neighbor deserves love already because he is so similar to me in many important ways that I can love myself in him. He deserves love if he is so much more perfect than me that I can love in him my ideal man. I can love him if he is the son of my friend, because I perceive my friend's pain when he suffers as my own. But if the man is a stranger to me, has no value to me, no meaning, does not arouse in me any feelings, it would be very difficult for me to love him. It would even be unfair of me, for all my friends and relatives value my love as a preference, it would be unfair to them if I equated them with a stranger. If, however, I should love him simply because he is a living creature, like insects, worms, and urchins, I am afraid he will not have enough of my love, for the voice of reason tells me that I will love myself somewhat more. So why this eloquent injunction, if its fulfillment seems unreasonable? If I look more closely, I find other difficulties. Here is a man before me who does not deserve love at all. In fact, he is entitled to expect only dislike and even hatred from me. He himself does not show me even a hint of love, does not show me the slightest respect. In the pursuit of his gain, he will hurt me without question or even thinking about whether his gain is commensurate with the amount of damage he has done to me. What's more, he often doesn't even need the benefit. If it might give him pleasure, he would not hesitate to ridicule me, to insult me, to denigrate me, to show his power over me, and the more confident he felt, the more helpless I would feel, the more likely I would expect him to be. If he behaves differently, if he shows me, as a stranger, respect and cherishes my feelings, then I am, without any precept, ready to respond in the same way. If this commandment had sounded a little different, love your neighbor as your neighbor loves you, I would not have objected to it. Another commandment that seems even more incomprehensible to me, and makes me even more averse to it, is the commandment, love your enemies. On mature reflection, I even believe that, in fact, both of these commandments require the same thing. 21. Now I hear a cautionary voice, precisely because your neighbor is unworthy of love, and even more, precisely because he is your enemy, you must love him as yourself. I realize that this is essentially the same as credo quia absurdum, I believe, because it is absurd. It is very likely, however, that my neighbor, if pressed to love me as he loves himself, would respond as I do and reject such an offer on exactly the same grounds. Hopefully, not for reasons of objectivity, but by the same right that I do. Nevertheless, there is a difference in the behavior of people who interpret ethics in disregard of its conditioning on notions of good and evil. Until this indisputable distinction is overcome, following the higher ethical requirements will be contrary to the intentions of culture, for it will confer a direct advantage on evil. Here it is appropriate to recall a debate that once took place in the French Parliament. It was about the death penalty. One of the speakers fervently argued for its abolition. His speech was greeted with applause, and when it subsided, someone's voice resounded in the hall, "Que messers les assassins, commencent." 22. Behind all this is a hotly contested and denied truth. Man is not a meek creature in need of love, who sometimes has to defend himself when he is attacked. No, there is a considerable charge of aggression lurking in the human soul along with other urges and talents, which cannot be ignored. As a result, man views his neighbor not only as a helper or object of sexual lust, but also as a temptation to unleash aggression on him, to steal the fruits of his labor, to use him without his consent to satisfy his sexual lust, to make him his property, to hurt, humiliate, torment, and even kill him. Man is a wolf to man who has the courage to challenge this result of humanity's long life and historical experience. As a rule, extreme aggressiveness goes to provocation in order to achieve a goal that can also be achieved by softer means. Under certain conditions, when the mental forces that suppress cruelty are exhausted, cruelty manifests itself spontaneously as if a wild beast takes possession of a person who ceases to spare other members of his own species. Whoever recalls the horrors of the migration of nations, the invasion of the Huns or the so-called Mongols under Genghis Khan in Tamerlane, the conquest of Jerusalem by pious crusaders, and, indeed, even the horrors of the World War, will no doubt bow humbly to this irrefutable truth. The existence of these aggressive tendencies, which we sense in ourselves and rightly assume in others, disrupts our relationships with our fellow human beings and forces culture to strain to fight them. Such primitive enmity of people toward one another constantly threatens culture with destruction. The necessity of working together cannot reliably cement a cultural society, for instinctive passions will always prove stronger than rational interests. Culture must spare no effort or means to restrain and curb people's aggressive urges, to suppress the outburst of wild psychic reactions. Hence the need for methods that might induce people to unite and to love purposefully and intelligently, hence the restrictions on sexuality, hence the ideal requirement to love one's neighbor as oneself. This requirement is justified by the fact that nothing else is contrary to human nature to such an extent. For all their titanic efforts, these cultural aspirations have so far achieved little. Culture expects to protect society from the most brutal manifestations of violence while reserving the right to use violence against criminals, but the law fails to cover the milder and less significant manifestations of human aggression. Each of us realizes that the expectations he had for his fellows have proved illusory. He has felt firsthand how much their ill will has complicated his life, how much pain it has caused him. That said, it would be unfair to reproach culture for wanting to eliminate competition and rivalry from our society. They are certainly necessary. Contradictions are not yet enmity, but they can always be abused by making them a cause for enmity. Communists believe they have found a way to get rid of this evil. Man, in their view, is unequivocally good. He loves his fellow man, but his nature is corrupted by private property. The possession of private property gives man power and strength and instills in him the temptation to treat his neighbor unjustly. A man deprived of property builds upon his hostility toward his oppressors. If we abolish private property, make all material possessions common, and allow all men to enjoy material goods equally, evil and enmity among men will disappear. Since all needs would be met, there would be no reason to see the other as an enemy. All will work equally of their own free will to do the work necessary for society to exist. I am far from an economic critique of the communist system and cannot make a qualified judgment as to whether the abolition of private property is expedient or whether it will bring any advantages to society. 23. In my view, however, its psychological premises are no more than a shaky illusion. The abolition of private property can deprive human aggressiveness of only one of its tools, and not the most powerful one at that. The difference in power and influence that allows them to be aggressively abused will not change with the abolition of property, nor will the essence of man change. Aggressiveness is not created by property. It was almost unlimitedly dominant in prehistoric times, when property was still incredibly scarce. Aggressiveness is already evident in children, in whom property exists only in its anal primitive form, and the same aggressiveness is part of all tender and loving human relationships, except for the love of a mother for her son. If we take away the claim to personal material wealth, we are left with the superior right to sexual intercourse, which causes the strongest envy and the most irreconcilable enmity between people who are otherwise in an absolutely equal position. If we take away this privilege as well, allow complete freedom of sexual life, and abolish the family as the germ of culture, then we will only guess in what direction culture will develop and in what ways. But one thing is certain: human nature in its original form will catch up with culture everywhere. It will obviously not be easy for a person to refuse to satisfy his aggression. That refusal can be very damaging to his well-being. The advantage of a narrow cultural circle is that it allows an outlet for hostility to be given to those outside the circle. It is always possible to bind many people together in love and friendship if there are others besides these people to whom one can direct aggression. It has always amazed me how often neighboring in very similar communities, such as Spaniards and Portuguese, Germans from North and South Germany, Englishmen and Scots, etc., are at odds with one another. I have called this phenomenon narcissism of small differences, but of course it does not explain much. I refer to the convenient and relatively harmless indulgence of aggressive tendencies that facilitates the unity of members of a community. The scattered Jewish people have undeniable merit in this sense for the cultures of the peoples among whom they live. Unfortunately, all the medieval persecution of the Jews was not enough to make that era more peaceful and stable for its Christian contemporaries. After the Apostle Paul made universal love the foundation of his Christian community, the inevitable consequence of this act was an incredible intolerance toward those who remained outside the bosom of Christianity. To the Romans, who did not build their statehood on love, religious intolerance was alien, even though their religion was a state affair and their state was steeped in religion. Nor is it surprising that the dream of German world domination could not do without anti-Semitism for its completeness. It is also quite understandable that the attempt to build a new communist culture in Russia finds psychological support in the persecution of the bourgeoisie. Many now anxiously ask themselves whom the Soviets will take on once they have finally eradicated the bourgeoisie. If a culture requires such great sacrifices not only of human sexuality but also of aggressive inclinations, it becomes clear to us that man cannot be happy living in such a culture. Indeed, primitive man was better off in the respect that he knew no limits to his instinctive urges. Cultural man traded some of his happiness for security. We need not forget, however, that only the chiefs had such freedom of desire. The rest of us lived in slavery under conditions of unheard of oppression. In those primitive times there was an enormous gap between the minority who enjoyed the benefits of culture and the majority who were deprived of these benefits. A careful study of the lives of today's primitive peoples shows that we should not envy the freedom of their instinctive lives. Their lives are subject to restrictions which, although different from those of our Western culture, are incomparably more severe. If we are right in our criticism of the present state of culture in that it does not sufficiently meet our requirements for the order of a happy life, thereby causing us suffering, if we seek to expose the roots of cultural imperfections with ruthless criticism, we do so in full awareness of our rightness and not out of hostility to it. We have a right to expect a gradual change in our culture that is more responsive to our needs, which would soften its critique. But it seems time for us to consider the idea that there are flaws inherent in our culture that resist all attempts to reform it. Beyond the task of restricting instinctual drives, which we are prepared to do, we are in danger of falling into a condition called the psychological impoverishment of the masses. This danger threatens us first and foremost where social ties are established primarily through the unification and identification of the individuals who make up society, while the individuals who lead society do not grow to the significance they should have in such a concentration of the masses. 24. The current cultural condition of America offers us an excellent opportunity to make sense of the incredible damage done to culture. However, I will not be tempted to engage in a critique of American culture. I do not want to give the reader the impression that I myself am ready to resort to American methods. 6. I have never, when writing a book, felt as strongly as I did this time that I was wasting paper and ink, burdening typesetters and printers just to tell about things that are already well known to everyone. Therefore, I willingly agreed that recognizing the existence of aggression as a special independent drive means that the psychoanalytic doctrine of drive must be reconsidered. In fact, this is not entirely true, and it is only that we need to understand more clearly the change that has long occurred and to identify its consequences. Of all the sections of psychoanalytic theory, the doctrine of instinctual drives was the slowest and most painful to develop. It was a necessary component, and the gaping void had to be filled with something. In my utter helplessness, I found a salutary support in the phrase of the poet and philosopher Friedrich Schiller that hunger and love rule the world. Hunger represents those drives that seek to preserve the individual, while love extends to other objects. Its primary function, which nature favors in every way possible, is the preservation of the species. Thus, in the beginning, the self-directed attraction and the external object-directed attraction are opposed to each other. The energy of the latter attraction and only it I have called libido. Thus the antithesis, the opposition between the self-directed and the libido-driven drives, is love in the broadest sense of the word. One of these object-directed drives, the sadistic drive, does not manifest itself in love of its goal and is, by some of its properties, closely adjacent to the drive directed at the self and its own ego, and therefore cannot conceal its kinship with the drive to mastery without the libidinous component. But in life this contradiction is easily overcome. It is quite obvious that sadism is an integral part of sexual life. Violent play can displace tenderness from the love relationship. Neurosis represents the outcome of a struggle between the desire for self-preservation and the demands of the libido, a struggle in which the ego wins, but at the cost of suffering and sacrifice. Every psychoanalyst recognizes that today it cannot be said to be a long-standing misconception. But change became inevitable when the center of gravity of our research shifted from the displaced to the displaced, from the object drive to the ego-directed drive. A crucial step was the introduction of the concept of narcissism, that is, the notion that the ego itself is the subject of the libido. Moreover, the ego is its home and headquarters. This narcissistic libido turns into an external object-directed libido, and then becomes narcissistic again. The concept of narcissism made it possible to understand and explain the nature of traumatic neurosis, as well as the nature of psychoses and their adjoining affects, from a psychoanalytic perspective. The interpretation of transference neurosis as the ego's attempt to protect itself from sexuality remained intact, but the concept of libido was endangered. Since the self-directed drive also proved to be libidinous, it seemed inevitable for a time to include the libido in the general concept of drive, as Carl Gustav Jung had suggested. Nevertheless, there was still the certainty, not a well-founded one, that drives could be of a different nature. I took the next step in On the Other Side of the Pleasure Principle, 1920, where I first noted the forced repetitiveness and conservative nature of the instinctual life of drives. On the basis of the reasoning of the origin of life and on the basis of biological parallels, I came to the conclusion that in addition to the urge that preserves living substance and seeks to create unities of a higher order, 25, there is another urge that seeks to destroy these unities and return living substance to its original, inorganic state. That is, in addition to eros, there is also the desire for death. The interaction and struggle of these drives can explain the phenomenon of life. It was, however, not easy to uncover this supposed urge to death. The manifestations of eros are noisy and themselves conspicuous. It could be assumed that the urge to death lurks somewhere in the depths of the living being and does its destructive work there, but, of course, this could not be proof. Then the idea was born that a part of this urge would be released, turned against the world around it, and manifested as the urge for aggression and destruction. Thus, this destructive urge becomes a helper of eros, as the living being begins to destroy not itself, but external objects, animate and inanimate. Imposing restrictions on aggression against the surrounding world will inevitably cause an increase in the urge to self-destruction. From this example, it is easy to understand that these types of drives rarely, if ever, act in isolation from one another. They are always intertwined with one another in a variety of combinations that can change our judgment beyond recognition. A long-known part of the sexual drive, sadism, appears to us as a manifestation of a particularly strong connection between the love drive and the urge for destruction, just as in its opposite, masochism, there is a connection between the urge for self-destruction and sexuality. With this approach, the most mysterious urges become understandable and easy to explain. The assumption of the existence of an urge to death and destruction has also met with resistance in the circle of psychoanalysts. I understand that there is a powerful tendency to attribute everything that is dangerous and hostile to love to the original bipolarity of its own essence. The understanding just outlined was at first just a touchstone for me as well, but over time the idea has taken hold of me so much that now I simply cannot think differently. My point is that theoretically this idea is preferable to all other possible ideas, because it combines simplicity with accuracy and does not resort to the distortion and perversion of facts that we always strive for in any scientific work. I admit that in sadism and masochism, phenomena closely related to eroticism, we have always seen an inward or outward instinctive urge to destroy, but now I don't understand how we could have overlooked the ubiquity of non-erotic aggression and the passion to destroy, not given them their proper place in the interpretation of life. An inwardly directed passion for destruction is not perceived by humans unless it has an erotic coloring. I recall my own aversion when the idea of destructive drive first appeared in the psychoanalytic literature, and how long it took me to accept it. That resistance of this kind occurs on other occasions surprises me less. For example, our children are not very eager to listen when people talk in their presence about innate evil, about a tendency toward aggression, toward destruction, and thus toward cruelty. God created them for the fullness of His perfection, and I need not remind you how difficult it is, despite all the exhortations of Christian Science, to reconcile the undeniable existence of evil with the omnipotence of an omnipotent God. The devil could serve as the best justification for God by assuming a role that makes it easy for God, just as the Jews make it easy for the adherents of the Aryan ideals. But on the other hand, God can be held responsible for the existence of the devil and the evil he embodies. In view of this difficulty, a low bow should have been paid in the proper place to the moral nature of man. Evil encourages man to universal love, and for this he is forgiven at 26. On the other hand, the term libido can be applied to the manifestations of eros energy in order to separate it from the energy of the urge to death. 27. We must admit that we poorly and with difficulty understand the nature of the latter urge, considering it a shadow of eros, and it escapes us when it is not related to eros. In sadism, where the urge to die in a certain way perverts the erotic goal, seeking sexual satisfaction, we clearly see the essence of this urge and trace its connection with eros. But even where this urge appears out of connection with sexual lust, in the form of a blind and furious passion for destruction, we unmistakably understand that the satisfaction of this passion is connected with the highest degree of narcissistic pleasure, in which the ego finds fulfillment of its ancient desire to become all-powerful. A restrained and tamed, one might even say expedient urge for destruction, directed toward the objects of the world around us, must satisfy the ego's vital need for the subjugation of nature. Since this assumption rests on theoretical grounds, we must admit that it is not defensible against theoretical objections. But this is the case because of the present state of our knowledge. Future research and reflection will undoubtedly bring clarity to this question. As for everything else, I take the view that the tendency to aggression is an inherent human drive, and, returning to our theme, I can say that culture has seen in it the strongest obstacle to its development. In the course of this discussion, we have realized that culture seems to be a process given to humanity from above, and that we are still under the spell of this idea. We might add that it is a process in the service of eros, a process that had the purpose of uniting individuals, then families, then tribes, peoples and nations into a single humanity. Why this should be so, we do not know, we only believe that it is the result of the influence of eros. These masses of people must be fused together by the libidinous energy of eros. Necessity alone, the advantages of working together, could not hold together so great a unity. Such a program of culture is opposed, however, by the natural aggressive urge of men, by the hostility of the individual directed against all other individuals, and by the general hostility directed against individuals. This aggressive urge is the derivative and chief manifestation of the death urge. We find it alongside eros, along with which it rules the world. Now, it seems to me, we are no longer wandering in the dark about the meaning of cultural development. Cultural development is a struggle between eros and death, the urge for life and the urge for destruction as it manifests itself among our species. This struggle is, generally speaking, an essential part of life, and therefore the development of culture can be briefly defined as the human struggle for survival. 28. And this struggle of the titans our nannies want to pacify with lullaby songs. Lullaby. 7. Why don't our animal relatives have even a hint of such a cultural struggle? Oh, unfortunately, we don't know that. It is likely that in many of them, bees, ants, termites, 1,000 years of struggle for existence has resulted in truly state institutions, the division of functions, that restriction of individual freedom, which we so admire today. It is significant for our present consciousness that our senses tell us that we would not consider ourselves happy in any of these fanciful states, in any of their individual roles. In other animal species, the case ended in a temporary equilibrium between the pressures of the world around us and the warlike urges, that is, in stopping further development. In primitive humans, perhaps, the new thrust of the libido caused a reaction in the form of resistance to destructive urges. But why ask questions to which we have no answers today? Another question seems more promising to us. What means does a culture have to suppress aggression that opposes it, to make it harmless or to eradicate it altogether? We have already become acquainted with some of these means, now let us look at the most important of them. We can explore these ways by looking at the history of the development of individuals. Under what factors does an individual's aggression become harmless? Remarkably, it took us a long time to find the answer, which simply lay on the surface. Aggression is introject, interiorized, that is, directed to where it came from, directed against one's own ego. There it is assimilated by the part of the ego, the superego opposing its other parts and elements, and becomes the conscience, which displays toward the ego the aggression that the ego would otherwise direct against other individuals. The tension that arises between the strict superego and the subordinate ego we call guilt. It manifests itself by the need for punishment. Culture thus suppresses the individual's dangerous desire for aggression. Culture weakens it, disarms it, and supervises it as a military garrison supervises the behavior of the population of an occupied city. Psychoanalysts hold different views than other psychologists regarding the origins of guilt, but even psychoanalysts have a hard time figuring it out. First of all, when one asks where guilt comes from, one usually gets an answer to which there is nothing to object. One feels guilty, a believer would say a sinner, when one has done something that is considered bad. Then we notice that this response is insufficient. Probably, after a moment's reflection, we will add, feelings of guilt also arise when a person has not done a bad deed, but had the intention of doing it. But then the following question immediately arises: why is the intention to commit an act regarded as an act itself? The prerequisite in both cases is the attitude toward evil as something so reprehensible that its fulfillment is ruled out altogether. But how do we arrive at this decision? We immediately reject the existence of an innate ability to distinguish between good and evil. Evil is not always something that harms or threatens the ego, on the contrary, sometimes evil is desirable because it gives pleasure. There is clearly another's influence here, an outside influence. Someone from the world around us tells us what is good and what is evil. Because a person's own feelings tell him nothing, he must have a motive for submitting to this alien influence. This can be explained by his helplessness and dependence on other people, and this dependence can be described as the fear of losing love. If a person loses the love of those on whom he depends, he pays for it with the loss of protection from many dangers. But the greatest danger for a person is that the one on whom he is dependent will punish him by an unconditional demonstration of his superiority. Thus, initially evil is something for which a person is threatened with the loss of love. Out of fear of losing love, a person avoids evil. This is why it matters so little whether a person has committed an evil act or was only about to do so. In both cases, there is a danger that an authority figure will reveal either the act or the intent, and in both cases the result will be the same. Such a state is called remorse, but actually it does not deserve such a name, because at this stage the feeling of guilt is obviously only a fear of losing love, that is, a social fear. It is never different in young children, but even in many adults little changes with age, since the place of the father or parents is taken by the larger human community. Therefore, in principle, a bad deed can usually be committed only if one knows for sure that the authority does not find out about it or has nothing against it, and therefore it is not fear of doing something unworthy, but fear of being exposed. 29. Such is the state of our society today. A drastic change comes only when authority is interiorized during the formation of the superego. Thereby the phenomenon of conscience rises to a higher level. Only now can one speak with full authority of conscience and guilt. 30. Here there is no fear of exposure, and the difference between an act and the desire to do an act disappears, for it is impossible to hide from the superego and to conceal one's thoughts from it. The real seriousness of the situation pales, for the new authority, the superego, in our deepest conviction, cannot harm the ego, with which it, the superego, is very closely connected. However, the influence of the genesis that makes the past and the overcome live is manifested in the fact that everything essentially remains as it was. The superego punishes the sinful ego with the same sense of fear and waits for the opportunity to set the ego up for the blow of the world around it. In this next stage of development, the conscience exhibits a peculiarity which was foreign to it in the previous stage and which is not easy to explain. It becomes the stricter and more distrustful the more virtuous a person is, so that in the end virtuous people accuse themselves of the gravest sins. This is how virtue pays the price for its reward. The compliant and abstemious ego does not enjoy the trust of the mentor and tries hard, but usually in vain, to earn it. One already has a ready objection: all this is artificial and contrived difficulty. A more sensitive and strict conscience is the hallmark of a decent man, and if saints pass themselves off as sinners, they do so in order to be exposed to temptation, which they are, for the most part, subject to, for it is known that temptation becomes stronger with abstinence, and with the temporary satisfaction of desire it weakens. Another fact of the rich field of ethics is that failure, that is, only outward abstinence, also requires the presence of conscience in the superego. As long as one is doing well, one's conscience is silent and allows the ego to do as it pleases. When misfortune occurs, one looks within oneself, realizes one's sinfulness, has remorse, begins to seek abstinence, and punishes oneself with repentance. 31. Whole peoples have behaved and are behaving in exactly the same way. All this is very easily explained in terms of the infantile stage of conscience, which does not disappear after the introjection of the superego, but continues to exist alongside it and in its shadow. The place of the parental instance is taken by fate. If a person suffers misfortune, it means that the higher power has fallen out of love with him. In danger of losing love, one bows to the parental instance of the superego, which one neglects in happiness. This manifests itself most clearly when one of a strictly religious disposition views fate as a sign of God's will. The people of Israel regarded themselves as God's chosen, His beloved child, and when the Great Father began to send the people one misfortune after another, they did not change their attitude or question the divine power and justice. The people produced prophets who accused the people of sinfulness. And the latter, out of guilt, developed the strictest precepts of their religion. It is noteworthy that the primitive man in such a situation behaves quite differently. When misfortune befalls him, he blames not himself, but the fetish, which had not fulfilled its duty, and punishes it, not himself. Thus we find two sources of guilt, one in fear of authority, and the other in fear of the superego. In the first case, guilt compels to refuse satisfaction of instinctive urges, and in the second, since bad thoughts cannot be concealed from the superego, compels still to punish oneself. Thus, the demanding nature of the superego manifests itself in the form of remorse. This is the same severity of external authority, which is partially replaced by the superego's exactingness, continuing to exist in this form. Now we see the relationship between the denial of instinctive urges and guilt. Initially, abstinence from satisfying the urges is a consequence of fear of external authority. People refuse the urges in order not to lose the love of that higher authority. If one succeeds in abstaining, he and the authority are even, so to speak, and there is no need for one to feel guilt. Things are different in the case of fear of the superego. Here it is not enough to abstain from satisfying instinctive urges alone, for the desire for their satisfaction is still present and not concealed from the watchful eye of the superego. Therefore, despite the observance of abstinence, guilt still arises, and this is the great disadvantage of the appearance of the superego, or, to put it another way, of conscience. Abstinence from the satisfaction of cravings no longer exempts from responsibility. Virtuous moderation no longer guarantees rewarding love, for the threat of external unhappiness, loss of love and punishment by external authority has been replaced by endless internal unhappiness, an unrelenting sense of guilt. This relationship is so entangled and complex that, despite the risk of repetition, I still want to remind you of the other side of the issue as well. The temporal sequence here is as follows. First, the abstinence from the satisfaction of the instinctive urge out of fear of aggression on the part of the external authority, from which comes the fear of losing the love that protects against the threat of punishment. Then follows the formation of the internal authority, and then abstinence is already conditioned by the fear of it and accompanied by scruples of conscience. In the second case, the bad deed and the bad intention are balanced, hence the feeling of guilt and the need for punishment. Aggression of conscience preserves and prolongs aggression on the part of external authority. So far it seems clear, but where does this intensifying sense of conscience's unhappiness over externally imposed abstinence come from? Why is the conscience so harsh in the best and most submissive? We have already explained both features of conscience, but the reader probably has the impression that these explanations lack depth, leaving some points unclear. Here finally emerges an idea that is alien both to psychoanalysis proper and to ordinary human thinking. This peculiar idea will allow us to understand why this circumstance seems so complicated and incomprehensible to us. Our idea is this: in the beginning, there is actually a conscience, more correctly, fear, which later becomes conscience, as a reason for refusing to satisfy an urge, but then the attitude is reversed. Each refusal to satisfy an urge becomes a dynamic source of conscience. Each new abstinence spurs the conscience, makes it more ruthless, increases its severity and intolerance. If, armed with the history of the emergence of conscience suggested here, we can agree on one paradoxical statement: conscience is the consequence of abstinence from the satisfaction of drives, or so, an externally imposed abstinence from the satisfaction of instinctive drives produces a conscience which then demands that we continue to abstain. As a matter of fact, the discrepancy between this statement and the generally accepted interpretation of the genesis of conscience is not too great, and we seem to know a way of making this discrepancy even smaller. Let us take the example of aggression as an illustration, and assume that in this case we are talking exclusively about the refusal to satisfy the aggressive urge alone. Naturally, this assumption is made for the sake of clarity. The effect of abstinence on conscience is as follows. Each time we allow ourselves aggressive behavior, the satisfaction of the urge is registered by the superego instance, and the superego reinforces the size of the aggression by redirecting it to the ego. The point here is not that the initial aggression of the conscience is an extension of the inhibitions of authority, so that the very fact of abstaining from it plays almost no role here. And we will reduce the inconsistency of instances to zero if we accept a different result for this first experience of superego confrontation with aggression. The child accumulates a considerable reserve of repressed aggression toward the authority that prevented the child from satisfying the first and very significant manifestations of the aggressive urge, no matter how this compulsion to abstain was expressed. Forced abstinence from satisfaction of the urge arouses vengeful feelings in the child. The child gets out of this difficult situation by means of a well-known mechanism. The child assumes the role of an inviolable authority, becoming a superego as a result, by means of identification and mastery of its aggression, which it can now use against the situation. The child's ego is now forced to satisfy itself with the pathetic role of a humiliated authority, the father. A reversal of the situation takes place, as it often does. If I were the father and you were the child, I would treat you badly. The relationship between the ego and the superego is a consciously distorted reproduction of the real relationship between the as yet undivided ego and the external object. But this is a typical situation. The essential difference, however, is that the initial severity of the superego is not the severity exhibited by the father or expected from him, but the child's own aggression directed against the father. If this is the case, then it can actually be argued that conscience arises and develops by virtue of the external suppression of aggression and is strengthened later on as new instances of suppression occur. Which of the existing concepts is correct? The old one, which seemed to us irrefutable, or the new one, which gives the theory brevity and wholeness? Direct observation shows that both are true and not contradictory, and in one point they even coincide. For the child's vengeful aggression is determined by the measure of punitive aggression the child expects from the father. Experience teaches, however, that the severity of the superego arising in the child is determined by the degree of paternal severity, by the severity of the paternal punishments he has experienced. Wink with a frown. 32. Even with very mild parenting, a child can develop a strict conscience. It would be wrong, however, to deny any connection between the two, for it is easy to see that the severity of upbringing has a strong influence on the formation of the child's superego. From this we may conclude that all sorts of constitutional factors and environmental influences are at work in the formation of the superego and the formation of the conscience, so it is not surprising to find many etiological conditions in the processes under discussion. 33. We can also say that if the child responds to the first prohibition of satisfying the urge with extremely strong aggression and a corresponding increase in the severity of the superego, he is merely following an ancient phylogenetic pattern, and such a reaction is indeed justified, for in prehistoric times the father inspired real fear, since a fierce punishment could be expected from him. The difference between the two conceptions of the genesis of conscience becomes even more blurred if we move from the individual to the phylogenetic history of development. In doing so, a new and significant difference between the two processes emerges. We cannot exclude the assumption that humanity's inherent sense of guilt arose from the Oedipus complex and was acquired after the murder of the father by the union of the brothers. At that time, aggression was not suppressed but realized outwardly, the same aggression whose suppression in the child must be the source of guilt. I would not be at all surprised if at this point an irritated reader exclaimed, "So it doesn't matter if the father is killed or not, if the guilt arises anyway?" Doubt creeps in. Either it is not true that guilt arises from repressed aggression, or the whole story about killing the father is an adventure novel, and in prehistoric times children did not kill their fathers more often than today. And if it is not a novel, but a true story, then what happens in it cannot surprise anyone, for what is strange is that people feel guilty about doing wrong. Psychoanalysis has never explained to us the essence of such facts, which happen every day. That's right, and I should explain myself on that point. There is nothing particularly mysterious here. If a person experiences guilt after a crime has been committed, this feeling is called remorse. Remorse extends to only one act, but naturally the prerequisite for remorse is the presence of conscience, that is, a readiness to feel guilty, a readiness that arose before the crime was committed. Such remorse in no way helps us to ascertain the origin of conscience and guilt. The course of these cases is usually such that the need for satisfaction of the urge becomes extremely strong, and it is carried out, overcoming the resistance of an insufficiently strict conscience, and against the background of the weakening of the urge after its satisfaction the former balance of forces is restored. Psychoanalysis is perfectly justified in excluding from this study the case of guilt arising from remorse, despite the practical importance and widespread occurrence of such cases. But if human guilt goes back to the murder of the forefather, it was precisely a case of remorse, and in those days the premise of conscience and guilt should not have existed before the murder was committed. Where, then, did remorse come from? Indeed, this case should clarify the mystery of guilt and sum up our reasoning. I think this case will suffice. The remorse was the result of an initial ambivalence of feelings toward the father. The sons hated him, but they also loved him. After the feeling of hatred was satiated by the murder, love emerged in the form of remorse, conditioned by the identification of the father with the superego instance. Love empowered the superego as if to punish the father for the crime committed against him and created restrictions to prevent the crime from happening again. And while aggressive tendencies toward the father were inherent in the next generations, they also retained a sense of guilt, reinforced whenever repressed aggression was transferred to the superego. Now, I believe we have finally explained in two ways the involvement of love in the formation of conscience and in the fatal inevitability of guilt. In essence, it does not matter at all whether one has killed the father or refrained from this atrocity. In both cases one will feel guilt, for guilt is the expression of an ambivalent conflict, the eternal struggle between eros and the urge to destruction and death. This conflict erupts as soon as one is faced with the task of living together as a collective. As long as the community is a family, this conflict manifests an Oedipal complex, generates conscience, and creates an initial sense of guilt. When an attempt is made to expand the community, the same conflict arises again in its former form, but intensifies and deepens, with the consequence of exacerbating guilt. Since culture follows an inner erotic impulse to unite people into a single mass, this goal can only be achieved at the cost of increasing guilt. What began with the father ends with the mass. If culture is a necessary attribute for the development of the family to the size of humanity, it is inextricably linked to this feeling because of the ambivalent conflict it generates, the eternal strife of love and the desire for death that intensifies guilt to the point that it becomes intolerable to the individual. The great poet's gripping indictment of higher powers comes to mind. Verdens Leben uns Heinian. Last den Armen schuldig worden. Dan Überlast in der Pain. Den Jede should racht sich auf Erden. One can only sigh sorrowfully when one realizes that some people have the gift of seeing so deeply into the vortex of their own feelings and easily extracting from them knowledge that we, the rest of us, are forced to wade painfully, gropingly through uncertainty and uncertainty. 8. At the end of the long journey, the author must apologize to his readers for being a poor guide, forcing them to wander through wastelands and roundabout narrow paths. No doubt it could have been done much better. But I will try to sweeten the bitter pill one last time. First of all, I believe that readers have the impression that the discussion of guilt has gone far beyond the topic of this article, which has therefore grown to unacceptable proportions, and that all other content unrelated to guilt has been relegated to the background. This could have ruined the combination of my essay if it did not meet the author's intention to show that the feeling of guilt is the most important problem of cultural development and that cultural progress pays the price of the rejection of happiness, instead of which humanity receives the feeling of guilt. 35. What may seem strange in this final section of our study can probably be reduced to a very peculiar and not fully understood relation of the feeling of guilt to our consciousness. Usually in cases of remorse, the involvement of consciousness seems quite tangible. We even use the term of the consciousness of guilt instead of the phrase guilt. In the study of the neuroses to which we owe our understanding of the norm, a certain contradiction emerges. In one of these affects, obsessive-compulsive neurosis, guilt intrusively invades consciousness. It dominates the clinical picture of the patient's life and overshadows all other conscious feelings. But in most other cases, in other forms of neurosis, guilt remains unconscious, showing no evidence of its presence. Patients do not believe us when we tell them that they are tormented by unconscious guilt. In order for them to understand us at least in part, we tell them about the unconscious need for punishment, which is what guilt manifests itself in. However, its connection with some form of neurosis should not be overestimated. In the case of the obsessive-compulsive neurosis, there are also patients who are not aware of the feeling of guilt or who feel it only as an excruciating malaise, a kind of fear which prevents them from performing certain actions. The patient is obliged to understand these things eventually, but is not able to do so for the time being. It is probably pertinent here to remark that guilt is at its core a topical kind of fear, and in its later phase it coincides completely with the fear of the superego. The connection of consciousness with fear has many different variations. Sometimes fear is concealed behind other symptoms, but soon takes over consciousness completely and rather unceremoniously. Sometimes it is disguised so skillfully that we are forced to speak of unconscious fear or, if we wish to isolate a pure psychological state for which fear is only a feeling, of the possibility of fear. It is therefore quite acceptable to think that culturally fostered guilt is not recognized as such and for the most part remains unconscious, or manifests itself as psychological malaise and dissatisfaction, for which people look for other reasons. Religions, at any rate, have never overlooked guilt. They make the claim, as I mentioned in an earlier paper, 36, to rid mankind of guilt, which they call sin. From the way in which Christianity achieves such deliverance by the sacrificial death of the lone man who has assumed universal guilt, we may infer what the cause of the original guilt with which the culture began might have been. 37. This may not be very important, but it is useful to recall the interpretation of certain words, such as superego, conscience, guilt, remorse, words we use too freely and often confuse with one another. They all mean the same thing, but describe different sides of it. The superego is the instance open to us, the functional conscience, whose purpose we believe is to control, evaluate, and censor the ego's actions and intentions. Guilt, the armor of the superego, is the embodied intransigence and rigor of conscience. Guilt is inherent in the ego in order to control it so that the tension that exists between its aspirations and the demands of the superego, its fear of this critical authority that underlies this whole attitude, can be evaluated. Guilt is the external expression of the ego's drive, which, under the influence of the sadistic superego, assumes a masochistic, subordinate role, reinforcing the erotic connection with the superego, when part of the ego's existing drive is directed toward internal self-destruction. One can speak of conscience no sooner than a superego instance appears. As for the consciousness of guilt, it appears before the appearance of the superego and the formation of conscience. Consequently, it is a direct expression of the fear of external authority, the tension between it and the ego as a consequence of the conflict between the need for its love and the desire to satisfy instinctive drives, the suppression of which generates the tendency to aggression. This superimposition of consciousness of guilt and guilt out of fear of external and internal authority makes it difficult to analyze and evaluate the relationship in which the conscience is involved. Remorse is the general designation of the ego's reaction when guilt arises, and in content it differs little from the fear behind it. Remorse itself is punishment and may be part of the need for punishment. Remorse also arises before the formation of conscience. It has not hurt us, I think, to take another look at the contradictions that have distracted us from the subject of our study. Guilt is usually the result of repressed aggression, but it is not uncommon, and at its inception, at the moment of the murder of the father, for it to arise as a result of the outburst of aggression. We have, however, also found a way out of this predicament. The formation of inner authority, the instance of the superego, radically changed their relationship. Before, guilt went hand in hand with remorse. We feel it necessary to keep the term remorse to refer to the reaction to the aggression actually committed. Later, after the emergence of the omniscient superego, the distinction between intended and committed aggression lost its significance. Henceforth, guilt could arise both from aggression committed, as everyone knows, and from aggression conceived but not executed, as psychoanalysts know. With the change in the psychological situation, the ambivalent conflict of the two original drives has retained its former influence. The conclusion suggests itself that the solution to the problem of changing the relationship between guilt and consciousness should be sought here. Guilt arising from remorse for the crime committed is always conscious. On the contrary, guilt arising under the influence of evil impulses may remain unconscious. But it is not so simple, for the clinical picture of the obsessive-compulsive neurosis vigorously protests against such a notion. The second contradiction is that the aggressive energy, which some believe energizes the superego, once realized is merely an extension of the punishing energy of external authority and persists only in mental life, while adherents of the other view believe that it is unclaimed internal aggression aimed at suppressing external authority. It seems that the first approach is more suitable for history, and the second for guilt theory. An in-depth consideration of the problem almost completely erases this seemingly irreconcilable contradiction. In the end, we are left with only the essential and commonality of both views. In both cases, we are talking about displaced aggression directed at the self. Clinical observations again and again allow us to speak of the necessity of distinguishing between the two sources of superego-attributed aggression, of which in each case one of them prevails, although, generally speaking, they always act together. Here I think it would be appropriate to consider seriously the view which I have previously recommended only as a temporary assumption. In recent psychoanalytic literature, the prevailing view is that any type of abstinence and refusal to satisfy the instinctive drive leads or can lead to increased guilt. 38. I am sure that by considering only and exclusively aggressive drives we will achieve a great theoretical simplification, and there are few arguments that contradict this assumption. How can we use dynamic and rational arguments to explain, for example, how unsatisfied erotic urges increase guilt? This can only be done by making a roundabout maneuver, stating that the interference with the satisfaction of the erotic urge causes an increase in aggression against the person obstructing satisfaction, and this aggression, in turn, must also be suppressed. In this case, however, it is the aggression that is transformed into guilt, that is, suppressed and displaced into the superego. I am convinced that we will be able to present many processes more easily and clearly if we limit the basics of psychoanalysis to deriving guilt solely from aggressive drives. An analysis of the clinical material does not answer this question unequivocally, because, according to our assumptions, the drives of both types never appear in pure form, isolated from one another. Nevertheless, an evaluation of extreme cases points us in the direction from which I expect the best results. I am tempted to benefit immediately from a more rigorous understanding of the problem, for which I will turn to the processes of displacement. The symptoms of neuroses, as we have come to know them, are the substitutive satisfaction of unfulfilled sexual desires. In the course of our psychoanalytic work, we have found, not without surprise, that virtually every neurosis contains a share of unconscious guilt. This guilt, turning into punishment, intensifies the symptoms of the neurosis. The following conclusion suggests itself: if the urge to satisfy the urge is displaced, the libidinous part is displaced into a symptom, and the aggressive component is transformed into guilt. Even if this statement is true only to a first approximation, it deserves our attention. To some readers of this article, it may seem that in its pages they too often encounter the assertion of the struggle between eros and the urge to die. Such an assertion should characterize the cultural process underway in humanity, but it applies equally to the development of individuals and is intended to reveal the mysteries of their behavior in the home. It seems to me indisputable that these three processes must be examined in their relationship to one another. The use of a common characteristic in all three cases is justified by the consideration that the cultural process of humanity and the development of the individual are equally manifested in everyday life, and in one way or another take part in it. On the other hand, the proof of the existence of a common characteristic provides nothing to distinguish these three processes, since it is not narrowed by special conditions. We can only limit ourselves to asserting that the cultural process is such a modification of the life process as occurs under the influence of the fateful task set by eros, which is to unite individuals into a bonded, libidinous community. However, if we take into account the relationship between the cultural progress of humankind and the process of development or education of the individual, we would not hesitate to decide that the two processes are very similar, if we are not talking about the same process applied to different objects at all. The cultural progress of the human race is an abstraction of a higher order, naturally, than the development of a single individual. Therefore, the progress of culture is more difficult to visualize, and the search for analogies should not be exaggerated. However, given the similarity of goals, here the inclusion of the individual in the human mass, there the union of individuals, there is no surprise in the similarity of the means and the resulting phenomena. Nevertheless, one distinction between the two processes cannot be overlooked because of its extreme importance. In the process of the development of the individual, the implementation of the pleasure principle, the principle of the satisfaction of the pursuit of happiness, plays a determining role. Inclusion in, or adaptation to, the human mass is perceived by the individual as an unavoidable constraint on his path to happiness. It would probably be better if these conditions and constraints did not exist. In other words, individual development appears to us as the result of the interaction of two kinds of aspirations: the pursuit of happiness, which we commonly refer to as egoistic, and the pursuit of community with others, which we regard as altruistic. Both designations are not far-fetched. In individual development, as has already been said, the emphasis falls on egoistic, that is, directed toward the attainment of happiness, and the development of the cultural, as it is commonly called, is satisfied with the role of a limiting factor. This is not the case with the cultural process, the aim of which is to unite human individuals in the broadest sense. The pursuit of happiness is preserved but relegated to the background. It seems that the creation of large human communities succeeds best when there is no concern for the happiness of its individual members. In turn, the process of individual development also has its own special features that are not found in the process of human cultural development. The two processes coincide precisely and only because part of the purpose of the first process is for the individual to join the community. Just as the planet revolves around its luminary, simultaneously revolving on its axis, so the individual takes part in the process of the development of all humanity, simultaneously making his individual earthly journey. But to our feeble eyes, the play of celestial forces appears as an eternally frozen order. On the contrary, in the organic world we constantly observe a struggle of opposing forces, and the results of the conflict are different every time. Thus the aspirations leading to happiness and the aspirations leading to human unity are in struggle in the soul of each individual. Therefore, the processes of cultural and individual development are hostile to one another and constantly contest each other's territory. But this struggle of individual and society is not a continuation of the apparently irreconcilable opposition of the original drives, eros and death. No, it is only a dispute in the sphere of the libido, comparable to the dispute over the distribution of the libido between the ego and the objects of the external world. Eventually, the individual reaches a kind of equilibrium, which will probably happen in the future in culture as well, although for now this struggle only complicates our lives. The analogy between cultural progress and the process of individual development can be greatly extended. It could also be argued that the community forms a superego, under the influence of which cultural development takes place. It would be a fascinating task for a connoisseur of human cultures to explore this analogy in detail. I will confine myself to one important point. The superego of a cultural epoch has the same origin as the superego of the individual. This conclusion rests on the impression left by the great leaders of the past, who possessed the highest spiritual power, or by people in whom this or that human aspiration had received the utmost development, even if one-sided. The analogy can be drawn no further than the fact that the person in question was quite often, if not always, ridiculed by his contemporaries, mistreated or even murdered during his lifetime, and many years later, like the murdered forefather, was elevated to the rank of deity. The most stirring example of such a destiny is the life of Jesus Christ, unless it is a mythological figure or a vague recollection of some archaic event. Another point of coincidence is that the cultural superego, as well as the individual superego, imposes strict requirements for following an ideal, failure to obey which is punished by the torment of conscience. Surprisingly, these cultural psychological phenomena seem more familiar and understandable to the masses than the same phenomena of the individual's mental life. But only the aggression on the part of the cultural superego, when there is a tense conflict, is expressed in the form of loud reproaches, while the demands themselves recede into the background and become unconscious. If, however, they remain accessible to awareness, they appear to coincide with the prescriptions of the cultural superego. At this point, the two processes, the process of the development of the culture of the masses and the process of the development of the individual, are inextricably linked. Some properties of the superego are easier to recognize by its manifestation in cultural society than by its manifestation in the psyche of the individual. The cultural superego has developed its ideals and made its demands. This includes the relationship of people to one another, the totality of which is called ethics. At all times, ethics has been given an extremely high importance, as if expecting it to solve the most important problems in life. Indeed, ethics addresses the most painful and weakest point of any culture, so that it can be considered a kind of psychotherapeutic tool that has been used to try to develop a superego that no other means in culture have been able to do. As we already know, the question is how to remove the greatest obstacle to any cultural progress, the constitutional human tendency to be aggressive toward others. This is why we are particularly interested in the current commandment of the cultural superego, love thy neighbor as thyself. In researching and treating neuroses, we have identified two major complaints about the individual superego. In the strictness of its precepts and prohibitions, it does not care enough about the happiness of the ego and does not take into account the resistance of the individual, his unwillingness to comply with the precepts, as well as the power of unconscious urges and the influence of the outside world. For this reason, we have often had to struggle with the superego for therapeutic reasons in an attempt to soften its demands somewhat. Exactly the same objection applies to the ethical demands of the cultural superego. It is just as unconcerned with the facts of one's mental constitution. It dictates a commandment without asking whether one is capable of following it. Moreover, the cultural superego believes that psychologically the human ego is capable of anything, at least the dark subconscious of man is under its control. This is a delusion. Of course, every so-called normal person has no power over his own subconscious mind beyond a certain limit. By demanding more, ethics provokes resistance and, by generating neurosis, makes a person unhappy. The commandment to love thy neighbor as thyself, the strongest barrier to human aggression, is an eloquent example of the psychological illiteracy of the cultural superego. This commandment is not possible. This inflation of love can only lead to its devaluation, but not to the removal of the obstacle. But culture neglects all this. It only asserts that the more difficult it is to follow the injunctions, the more worthy a person is of them. Those who in our culture follow all its prescriptions are at a disadvantage compared to those who do not. How violent must a cultural barrier against aggression be if the protection against it can make a person more unhappy than the aggression itself? So-called natural ethics has nothing to offer here but the narcissistic satisfaction of thinking oneself better than others. And ethics grounded in religion turns its promises to the netherworld. In vain we will preach ethics until virtue begins to be rewarded on earth. It seems to me certain that a real change in people's attitude toward property will prove more useful and effective here than all ethical precepts. But socialists, by their idealistic interpretation of human nature, have perverted this approach and devalued it. The way in which we try to trace the role of the superego in the process of cultural development promises us new discoveries in this area. I am in a hurry to finish, but it is difficult for me to avoid discussing one more question. If cultural development shows such similarities to the development of the individual and is subject to the same patterns, can we not state that many cultures and cultural eras and perhaps humanity as a whole become neurotic under the influence of cultural aspirations and drives? After an analytical study of the nature of these neuroses, it would be possible to propose methods of psychotherapeutic intervention that could probably be of great practical interest. I am not at all convinced that such an attempt to transfer psychoanalysis to socio-cultural phenomena is pointless or knowingly unfruitful. But we must be very careful here, remembering that we are only talking about an analogy and that it is very dangerous not only for people, but also for the concepts themselves, to take them out of the context of the sphere in which they originated and developed. Furthermore, the diagnosis of social neurosis faces another difficulty. In individual neurosis, the point of departure for our diagnosis is the contrast between the patient and his normal environment. This point of reference is absent if the mass of people is equally affected, in which case we have to look elsewhere for a point of reference. As far as the therapeutic application of what has been learned is concerned, it can be said that the most thorough analysis of social neurosis is of no use unless an authority can be found to compel the masses to accept treatment. And yet, despite all these difficulties, we dare to hope that one day someone will take the risk of treating this pathology of cultural communities. For so many reasons and motives, I am far from giving an assessment of human culture. I have tried my best to avoid bias and to resist the enthusiasm to believe that our culture is the most precious thing we have and can have, and that it necessarily leads us to heights of incredible perfection. I can also listen without indignation to the critic who says that if one considers the goals of cultural aspirations and the means used to achieve them, one inevitably comes to the conclusion that all these aspirations are not worth the labor expended on them and can only result in an intolerable situation for the individual. My impartiality comes easily to me because I don't understand much about it, and yet I firmly believe that people's value judgments derive from their pursuit of happiness, and so it is tempting to consider the desire to back up groundless illusions with reasonable arguments. I would well understand someone who would emphasize the coercive nature of human culture, who would say, for example, that the tendency to restrict sexuality and introduce humanistic ideals at the cost of rejecting natural selection is the only permissible path of development, who would urge submission to it as a natural necessity. I am already anticipating the objection that desires considered insurmountable have often been forgotten and discarded over the course of long human history, replaced by other equally ephemeral and transient desires. I do not have the spirit to be a prophet. I humbly bow my head and accept the reproach for failing to give people the means of comfort that everyone from the most ardent revolutionaries to the equally passionate and courageous believers has demanded. The fateful question facing humanity, in my view, is this: will it succeed in its cultural development in putting to rest the aggressive and suicidal urges that prevent people from living together peacefully? In this respect, our era is of particular interest. Humans have achieved such power over the forces of nature that they have no great difficulty in destroying each other down to the last man. People are well aware of this, hence their anxiety, their longing, and their fear. And all that remains is to wait for one of the two heavenly lords, the eternal Eros, to make an effort to defeat his equally immortal adversary. But who can foresee the outcome of their struggle? 39. A Thorny Discourse on War and Death, 1915. The disappointment of war. Caught up in the whirlwind of wartime, unilaterally informed, unable to distance ourselves from the great changes that have taken place or are taking place, unable to foresee the impending future, we misinterpret the impressions that have come upon us, and our judgments are confused and unclear. It seems to us that never before have the events of war destroyed with such ruthlessness the common and precious heritage of humanity, never have the brightest minds been so misguided, never have the former authorities and high values been overthrown with such speed. In fact, even science has lost its former impartiality. It's embittered to the core, its representatives are looking for suitable weapons to contribute to the fight against the enemy. Anthropologists declare the enemy inferior degenerates, psychiatrists diagnose them with mental illnesses and mental disorders. But perhaps we exaggerate the extent of our own calamities and are not at liberty to judge calamities in times when we have not lived. An individual who has not become a soldier, and thus a cog in the giant war machine, feels disoriented and unable to reason sensibly. I think that such a person would grasp, as a life-saving straw, any advice that would help him to understand at least his own thoughts and feelings. Of the things that contribute to the guilt of those left at home, which they find so difficult to cope with, I would like to single out two: war-induced frustration and a changed attitude toward death, which, like all wars, it forces us to do. If I speak of disappointment, everyone immediately and easily understands what I am talking about. It does not take a great philanthropist to be aware of the full biological and psychological necessity of suffering for the reasonable fullness of human life, yet to condemn war for its means and ends and to passionately wish for its speedy end. It may be argued that wars on earth will not end as long as peoples live under very different conditions, as long as the value of human life is unequal for them, and as long as they are divided by hatred expressing the strongest mental movements. We have long been prepared to accept the inevitability of conflict, of wars between primitive and civilized peoples, between races of color, and wars with undeveloped or feral warring crowds in Europe. But we still hoped for something different. From the great and world-ruling nations of the white race who were destined to lead the entire human race, from nations concerned with the interests of the world, from nations whose creativity and technological advances had enabled them to master nature, the sciences, and the arts, these nations were expected to be able to resolve misunderstandings and conflicts of interest in some other way. Within each of these nations there were lofty moral norms set for each individual, and he had to adhere to them if he wanted to be involved in the affairs of his cultural community. These often exaggerated prescriptions demanded much from him: all self-restraint and an almost total refusal to satisfy his instinctive urges. Above all, the individual was forbidden to seek excessive benefits for himself by using lies and deception in competition with others. The cultural state regards such moral norms as the basis of its welfare. The state seriously intervenes when someone dares to test these norms. It declares such attempts unacceptable and condemns them from the standpoint of critical reason. We must also understand that the state does not wish to lose its self-respect and will not tolerate any action that contradicts the foundations of its own existence. Nevertheless, we understand that within these cultural nations there are certain inclusions of population groups that are by no means universally loved, and these people are reluctantly and not fully allowed to participate in the overall cultural work of the nation, even though they are quite fit for it. It is natural to assume that the great nations have reached such a level of understanding of their unity and have developed such tolerance for their heterogeneity that the very notion of foreign and hostile that has come down to us from antiquity has melted away in them. Confident in the unity of cultural peoples, many people changed their place of residence to other countries, and this existence was quite compatible with the vibrant relations between the different peoples. Whoever was cramped, who could not sit still, and who had no duties to perform at home, could travel freely, without risking suspicion, to any of the cultural countries that beckoned him, merging into one great new fatherland. He could enjoy the sight of warm blue or cold gray seas, snow-capped mountains and green grasslands, the sorcery of northern forests and the lushness of southern vegetation, the mood of landscapes evoking the memory of great historical events, or the silence of unspoiled corners of nature. This new fatherland was for him a museum filled with all the treasures created and left to us by the great artists of cultural humanity. Passing from one room of this museum to another, he could see how diverse and perfect the types of his new compatriots had produced a mingling of blood, an interweaving of history, and a diversity of landscapes of the Mother Earth. Here, the most developed was an unyielding energy of steel, there the fine arts that adorned life, elsewhere the commitment to law and order and other qualities and attributes that made man the ruler of the earth. Let us not forget that each citizen of this cultural world formed his individual Parnassus or Athenian school. Out of the multitude of great thinkers, poets, artists of all nations, he chose those to whom he owed the best in himself, he chose that which became available to him and brought him joy and understanding of life. These could be the achievements of immortal antiquity as well as those of his own nation's culture. None of the great ones were henceforth alien to him merely because they spoke another language, but on the contrary, they helped him to penetrate the essence of human passions, to be an admirer of the arts, to listen to prophetic speeches, yet no one forced him to give up his own nation and to forget the language of his beloved homeland. This joy of life in the cultural community was disturbed by occasional voices that warned that war was inevitable even among its members because of long-standing contradictions. No one wanted to believe it, and how could one imagine such a war, even if it suddenly happened? As an extra reason to show the advances of progress compared to those wild old days when the Athenian Amphictyony, after taking one of the allied cities, forbade the destruction of houses, the cutting down of olive groves, and the deprivation of the city of water? As a jousting match whose purpose is limited to demonstrating the superiority of one part of the cultural community, as a duel in which unnecessary casualties and suffering among those not directly involved in the conflict will be avoided, a duel in which the wounded will be given the most qualified care and both warring parties will show respect for the doctors and paramedics? Naturally, such a war was not to affect those who could not participate in it: women, who were generally foreign to the craft of war, and children, who, when they grew up, would be friends and comrades, regardless of which country they were born in. The cultural community hoped that all the international cultural institutions and organizations that embodied a great cultural society in peacetime would be preserved. Of course, such a war would also be full of unbearable horror, but it would not affect the preservation and development of ethical ties and relationships between outstanding representatives of humanity, between peoples and nations. The war we did not want to believe in has broken out and brought with it a terrible disappointment. Not only has it proved to be bloodier and more devastating than all previous wars, not only has it been accompanied by great losses thanks to the unprecedented power of offensive and defensive armaments, it is conducted at least as brutally and with the same ferocity as all wars in world history. This war has transgressed every conceivable restriction to which men have adhered in peacetime, has rejected what men have called international law. It does not recognize the inviolability of the wounded and the doctors, it makes no distinction between soldiers and civilians, it has no respect for private property rights. War in its blind rage sweeps away everything in its path, sweeps away as if after it there would never be peace between people, as if after it there would be no future. War tears all the ties that bind the now warring peoples, and threatens to leave in its wake an exasperation that makes it impossible to restore the former unity for a long time to come. The war also revealed another unfathomable phenomenon. It turned out that the peoples of the cultural community knew and understood so little of each other that they fought with hatred and disgust for their opponents. So it turns out that one of the cultural nations is hated so much that they try to exclude it from the cultural community as barbaric, regardless of the great cultural achievements it has made. We live in hope that impartial historians will provide evidence that it is the nation in whose language these lines are written, the nation for whose victory our family and friends are fighting, that has violated the laws of humanity less than others, but who in times like these would dare to assume the role of judge in their own affairs. Peoples are, albeit very roughly, represented by the states in which they live. States, in turn, are represented by the governments that govern them. Every representative of a people in this war is horrified to discover what they have begun to learn in peacetime: the state has deprived the individual of the right to commit illegal acts, not because it has abolished and destroyed them, but because it has monopolized them, like salt and tobacco. The state, waging war, has arrogated to itself the right to commit lawlessness, depriving its subjects of such a right. The state aids itself not only with permissible cunning, but also with deliberate lies and malicious deceit concerning its adversaries, and to an extent surpassing the deceit of all past wars. The state demands unquestioning obedience and sacrifice from its citizens, while gagging them with censorship, prohibiting them from sharing information and expressing their own opinions. This censorship demoralizes intellectuals, holding them hostage to unpleasant situations and unfounded rumors. The state freed itself from all obligations and treaties that bound it to other states, giving free rein to its greed and ambition, which the individual is obliged to approve out of patriotism. No one has any objection to the state transgressing the law, otherwise it would be at a disadvantage. It is also impossible for the individual to follow moral standards and not participate in unjustified atrocities, and the state, for its part, is rarely able to reward the citizen for the sacrifices it requires of that citizen. Nor should we be surprised that the loosening of all moral standards among our rulers has an impact on the moral condition of individuals, for our conscience is by no means a firm and unyielding judge. Our conscience, in its origin, is only social fear, nothing more. When society ceases to reproach its members for immorality, people are freed from the repression of evil impulses and decide on cruelty, treachery, savagery, and all those acts which they previously considered incompatible with their cultural level. Thus, the citizens of the world of which I have written above stand helplessly in the midst of a world that has become foreign to them. Their great fatherland has crumbled into ashes, the common property has been plundered, and their fellow citizens have been humiliated and quarreled. We need to be clear about this disappointment. If we are strict about it, it is not justified because it is merely the collapse of an illusion. Illusions help us get rid of unpleasant feelings, replacing them with pleasure. We must accept, without complaint, that in the end all illusions inevitably collide with reality and are shattered. This war adds to our frustration in two ways: the weakening of the morality of states that observe some norms only within their own countries, and the brutality against individuals who are no longer considered members of the highly developed culture of humankind. We will begin with the second point and try to formulate in a short phrase the worldview we are going to criticize. How, in fact, is the process by which an individual achieves a high degree of morality? The first and most obvious answer is that man is good and noble from birth. We will not consider or comment on this opinion. The second answer is that we are dealing here with a process of development in which, under the influence of upbringing and culture, evil tendencies are eradicated in man and replaced by tendencies towards the good. In this case, we can only wonder why evil breaks out in the behavior of such well-mannered people with such fierce force. However, this answer contains one word with which we can in no way agree: the word eradicated. Psychological and, to an even greater extent, psychoanalytic studies show that the deepest essence of man is constituted by instinctive urges of an elementary, spontaneous nature, aimed at the satisfaction of known original needs. These instinctive urges are neither good nor bad in themselves. We classify them and their manifestations in this way only in relation to the needs and demands of human society. We must admit that all the urges that are considered evil and bad by society, let us take the selfish and cruel urges as an example, are just such primitive, primordial urges. These primitive urges develop latently for a long time, without manifesting themselves in any way, until they are given free rein in their mature state. They are suppressed, their energy is directed to other spheres and areas of human activity, they combine, merge, dissolve, change objects of influence, and often even are directed against their own personality. The pictures of reactions to certain drives simulate their substantial transformations. From egoism arises altruism, from cruelty, compassion. Reactions formed in this way favor the formation of pairs of oppositely directed drives from the very beginning, a very strange and obscure relationship denoted by the term ambivalence of feelings. The most obvious and understandable example is the not infrequent combination of love and hatred in one person's soul. From psychoanalysis we know that a person can have equally contradictory feelings toward himself. Only after all these drives have been overcome does the will of the fates establish what we call a person's character, a character that we, according to a somewhat flawed classification, call either good or bad. A person is rarely either absolutely bad or absolutely good. He is usually good in some ways, bad in others. A person may make good decisions under some conditions and vice versa under other conditions. Very interesting for us is the observation that if strong evil urges prevail in childhood, such a person often becomes good when he grows up. Highly selfish children can grow into selfless and sacrificial citizens. Most compassionate people who love other people and animals grow up to be little sadists and cat tormentors. The transformation of the evil urges is carried out under the influence of two equally important factors, internal and external. The internal factor is mediated by the influence of bad, let us say, selfish urges, which influence through eroticism and the need for love in the broadest sense of the word. Through the erotic component, selfish urges are transformed into social urges. The position of being loved is considered preferable and advantageous, and for the sake of this benefit one gives up other benefits and advantages. The external factor is the pressure of upbringing, which represents the claims of the cultural environment and has a continuation in the form of the influence of the cultural environment. Culture is acquired by the individual through the renunciation of gratification of drives and requires such renunciation from every individual who joins it. Throughout the life of the individual there is a constant transformation of the external coercion of culture into internal coercion. Cultural influence leads to an increasing number of selfish aspirations being transformed into altruistic and social aspirations by the presence of an erotic component. Ultimately, it must be recognized that all the internal coercion that matters in the development of the human person was originally, that is, from the emergence of humanity, only and exclusively external coercion. People born today have a predisposition to transform egoistic drives into social ones, and this predisposition, which is innate and inherited, ensures the said transformation under the influence of favorable external conditions. The other part of the transformation of drives occurs independently in later life. In such a situation, the individual is not only influenced by his contemporary cultural environment, but is also influenced by the cultural history of his ancestors. If we consider man's acquired ability to transform his egoistic drives of an erotic nature into cultural needs, we see that they consist of two parts, the innately conditioned and the innately acquired. The ratio of these parts to the unchanged part of the instinctive life is highly variable. In general, we tend to overestimate the innate component of cultural disposition and, therefore, overestimate the influence of cultural disposition on residual instinctive life. In other words, we think a person is better than he is. There is another point that clouds our judgment and distorts the result in the direction we desire. The instinctive drives of another person naturally escape our attention. We judge his instinctive drives by his actions and behavior, from which we infer his instinctive motives. By definition, such inferences are often wrong. Good actions may in some cases be dictated by noble motives, and in other cases not. Scientific ethics considers only those acts that are dictated by good motives to be good, otherwise the acts are not recognized as such. For practical reasons, society does not care too much about this fundamental distinction. It is satisfied with the fact that man in his deeds and actions adheres to cultural prescriptions and, therefore, takes little interest in his motives. We already know that external coercion, such as that exerted on man by upbringing and environment, has the effect of turning the instinctive life toward the good and of promoting the transformation of selfishness into altruism. But this influence of external coercion is neither necessary nor regular. The upbringing system and environment do not only encourage a person with love, they can also reward in other ways, through a system of rewards and punishments. That is, external coercion may influence in such a way that the person being brought up chooses culturally approved acts and actions, but there is no ennobling of desires. Selfish inclinations are not replaced by social inclinations. To put it in a nutshell, the following conclusion can be drawn: only under special conditions does it become clear when a person does good out of inner motivation and when he is forced to, guided by considerations of benefit and personal gain. When we get to know a person superficially, we are unable to understand what motivates his actions, we cannot make the necessary distinction, but, driven by optimism, we overestimate the number of people transformed by culture. A cultured society that demands good deeds and actions, but does not care about their instinctive justification, thus breeds a multitude of people who, in obedience to the demands of culture, do not follow their own nature. Encouraged by success, society is led astray and begins to exaggerate moral requirements, thereby increasingly depriving members of society of the opportunity to satisfy their instinctive urges. People have no choice but to suppress their need to satisfy their urges by force, and the resulting tension manifests itself in the strangest forms of compensation and substitution. In the realm of sexuality, where repression proves most difficult, the reaction manifests itself in the form of neurotic diseases. Cultural pressure in other spheres, although it has no obvious pathological influence and does not cause clinically significant disorders, manifests itself in features of character formation and in a constant readiness under favorable conditions to satisfy repressed urges. He who is forced to react for a long time to the surrounding stimuli in the spirit of cultural prescriptions, which are not the expression of his own instinctive inclinations, lives, from the psychological point of view, not according to means, so to speak, and objectively can be called a hypocrite, and it does not matter whether he himself is aware of this contradiction or not. No one would deny that our culture is highly conducive to the formation of such hypocrisy. We would even venture to suggest that our culture is built entirely on this kind of hypocrisy and must change greatly if it is to lead people on the basis of psychological truths. There are incomparably more such cultural hypocrites than there are truly cultural people, and of course one can debate how much such cultural hypocrisy is necessary to keep our culture from collapsing, but the bottom line is that perhaps the cultural dispositions of people alive today are simply not up to the demands of culture. On the other hand, preserving culture provides perspective and inspires hope that with each new generation there will be a softening of inclinations, fertilizing the ground for further cultural growth. From the reasoning above we can draw the consolation that our disappointment in many of the illustrious figures who claimed uncultured warfare was not very appropriate. This disappointment rested on an illusion we allowed ourselves to succumb to. In fact, they had not fallen so low, for they had not initially reached the heights we expected of them. The fact that great men, peoples, and states have abandoned moral restraints in their relationships to one another was the result of an understandable urge to free themselves for a time from the relentless pressure of culture and to give an outlet to the satisfaction of repressed instinctive drives. It should not be forgotten, however, that as far as their own people were concerned, their morality had not suffered any damage. We can further deepen our understanding of the changes brought about by war in our former cultural compatriots, while refraining from making unfair accusations. Spiritual development has a peculiarity that cannot be found in any other developmental process. When the village grows to the city and the child grows to the age of maturity, the village perishes in the city and the child perishes in the adult. Old features are found only in vague memories. In fact, old material and forms disappear, replaced by new materials and forms. This is not what we see in the processes of spiritual development. This peculiarity can be visualized only as follows: each previous stage of development continues to exist side by side with newly acquired spiritual properties and qualities. Their succession turns into coexistence, despite the fact that the same material is involved in the entire sequence of changes. An earlier state of mind may not reveal itself in any way for years, but it is nevertheless present, and one day it may manifest itself with incredible power. At the same time, it is the only one that manifests itself, as if all subsequent layers had disappeared, died. This extreme plasticity of the psyche is not limited to any one direction. Such a return to an earlier stage of mental development is called regression, for in such a state all the later stages become inaccessible to the individual. Such a primitive state can establish itself and reign for a long time, if not forever. It is, in a sense, enduring. It may seem to the uninitiated that spiritual and mental life is disturbed in mental illness. In reality, the disturbance concerns only the later spiritual acquisitions and stages of development. The essence of mental disorder is a return to former states of affect and mental function. An excellent example, confirming the plasticity of mental life, is the state of sleep into which we delightfully immerse ourselves every night. Since we have learned to decipher the most incongruous and confusing dreams, it has become clear to us that when we fall asleep we shed our morals, like clothes that we put back on each morning. This exposure is in no way dangerous, for the state of sleep immobilizes us, depriving us of the capacity for active action. Only an account of dreams can give us information about the regression of our sensual life, about its transition to previous, lower stages of development. It is noteworthy, for example, that our dreams are all dominated by purely egoistic motives. One of my English friends made this assertion at a scientific conference in America, to which one of the ladies present remarked that all this was probably true of Austria, but that both she and her friends could safely claim to be altruistic even in their dreams. My friend, though an Anglo-Saxon himself, after analyzing the lady's dreams, vigorously objected: in her dreams the noble American is as selfish as the rude Austrian. It is also possible that the transformation of drives, on which our culture is based, may regress under the influence of life circumstances. War is undoubtedly among the forces that can produce such an effect, so we should not exclude all those who are behaving unculturally at the moment. On the contrary, we can expect them to regress in quieter times. Perhaps even more surprising and horrifying is a symptom that has manifested itself in the great cultural compatriots: a decline in their ethical level. I am referring to the recklessness that has seized the best minds, the exasperation and insensitivity to the most persuasive arguments, and the uncritical attitude toward the most questionable assertions. To be sure, all of this presents a sad picture, and I want to emphasize again that I would not want to appear blinded by bias to a person who looks for intellectual lapses on only one side. This second symptom is no less worrisome than the one discussed earlier, and also requires interpretation. Human soul connoisseurs and philosophers have long told us that we mistakenly perceive the intellect as an independent force, overlooking its dependence on the sensual life. The intellect can work reliably only when it is not subjected to a strong onslaught of the senses, otherwise it becomes an instrument in the hands of an alien will and produces the results that will demands of it. Logical arguments are powerless against effectively colored interests which everyone knows like raspberries, as Falstaff put it, and so substantive argument with them is simply impossible. The experience of psychoanalytic work confirms this view. Every day we see the cleverest people suddenly behave as recklessly as the feeble-minded, as soon as their intellect meets the resistance of an unconscious feeling. But reason returns after this resistance is overcome. The logical blindness caused by the war in the best members of Europe's intellectual elite is a secondary phenomenon, a consequence of sensory arousal, and it is to be hoped that the blinding will pass when the arousal subsides. If we understand our estranged cultural compatriots in this way, it will be easier for us to endure the frustration caused by this estrangement, because in the light of this we can make much milder demands of them. Peoples repeat the developmental path of the individual and are now at the primitive stage of organization, the stage of organizing numerous closed communities. Accordingly, the educational moment of external pressure on morality, which always proves so effective for the individual, is decisively weakened under conditions of war. We had hoped, however, that the great commonality of interests, supported by the needs of production and the free movement of people, might be the beginning of such external pressure and cultural compulsion, but it turns out that peoples put their passions above their own interests. People use interests only to rationalize their passions. They bring interests to the fore in order to justify the indulgence of their passions. It remains a mystery why members of the same nationality hate and despise each other, and why entire nations feel the same way about each other, even in times of peace. I have nothing to say on this subject. In such cases we see that, for some unknown reason, in millions of people gathered together the morality they have acquired under the influence of culture disappears, and only the most primitive, ancient and crude mental attitudes remain. Something can probably be changed in this unfortunate situation only through purposeful effort. But a little more truth and sincerity in the relationship of people to one another, in the attitude of power to its subjects, can make this coming process less painful and the path more direct. 2. Our relationship to death. The second thing that I believe makes us so uncomfortable in this once so wonderful and familiar world is the dramatic change in our habitual attitude toward death. This attitude was never sincere. In words, we were naturally ready to admit that death is a necessary outcome of life, that each of us is inherently condemned to death and that the debt of death must be paid. In short, we readily admitted that death is natural, undeniable, and inevitable, but we behaved as if that were not the case. We have always shown an irresistible tendency to push death into the shadows, to exclude it from our lives. We have tried hard to keep quiet about it, and there is even a saying, think of nothing more than death. Naturally, it is only about our own death. We are unable to imagine our own death, and every time we try to do so, we remain voluntarily or involuntarily in the role of bystanders. Psychoanalysts have this saying, essentially none of the people believes in their own death. To put it differently, subconsciously each of us is convinced of our own immortality. As for the death of other people, a cultured person avoids talking about it in every possible way and unnecessarily mentioning death. Only children cross this boundary, who do not hesitate to talk to each other about the possibility of death and may even say something like this to the face of the person whom they, without any doubt, love. For example, a child might say, "Dear mommy, when you unfortunately die, I will do this and that." A cultured adult is reluctant to even think about the death of others. These thoughts are annoying and make him feel uncomfortable. Exceptions are rare, usually lawyers, doctors, etc. are forced by their profession to think about death. That is, people who have to deal with death in the line of duty. It is also permissible to think of death if it is associated with the event of gaining freedom, receiving an inheritance or promotion. But this reasoning in no way detracts from our reverent attitude to death. When it happens, we are seized by a sincere deep sadness, we are shocked, as if by a terrible surprise. We are always eager to emphasize the accidental nature of death. It is an accident, a consequence of serious illness or advanced age. In so doing, we betray our desire to downplay the significance of death, to replace by chance its necessity and inevitability. The piling up of numerous deaths seems to us something unheard of. We have a very special attitude toward the deceased. We admire him as a person who has accomplished some incredibly difficult act. We refrain from any criticism of the deceased, we forgive him all injustices and sins, proceeding from the motto de mortuis nil nisi bene, only good things about the dead, and in our eulogies and in the inscriptions on monuments we speak only of the good deeds of the deceased. Respect for the dead, which they no longer need, is for us greater than the truth well known to us and greater than respect for the living. This culturally conditioned attitude toward death makes us feel utter despair when people close to us, parents, spouses, siblings, children, or beloved friends die. Together with them we bury our hopes, our aspirations, our joys. We are inconsolable, for no one can make amends for our loss. We behave like Ezra, who dies with those she loved. This attitude toward death has a profound effect on our lives. Life loses meaning, loses interest if the stakes in the game of life become too low, if we do not put something very important, sometimes life itself, on the line. Without risk, it would become dull, tasteless, and insipid, like the American flirtation that we know in advance promises us nothing, unlike the continental love affair, in the course of which both sides are bound to have some serious problems. Our sensual ties and the unbearable power of our sorrow turn us away from seeking danger for ourselves and our loved ones. We do not dare to consider a number of enterprises that are dangerous but necessary, such as test flights, long-distance expeditions, or work with explosives. We are paralyzed by the very idea that in the event of an accident or death no one can replace a son as mother, a wife as husband, or a children as father. The tendency to exclude death from all plans and calculations leads to a host of other denials and exceptions. But let us remember the motto of the Hansa: navigare necesse est, vivere non necesse. It is necessary to go to sea, but not necessary to live. This is why it turns out that it is only in the world of fiction, literature, or theater that we look for an ersatz version of life's losses. It is there that we still find people who know how to die bravely and who find the courage to kill their enemies. It is fiction that creates the conditions that reconcile us with death, although in all the vicissitudes of fate we unwaveringly maintain our belief in the inviolability of life. How sad that in life, as in a game of chess, it can happen that one wrong move leads to a loss, with the only unfortunate difference that in life it is impossible to win back the next game. And it is in the fiction of art that we find the multiplicity, the repetition of life, so lacking. We die identifying with the hero, but we nevertheless survive him and are ready to die with other heroes more than once. Obviously, war decisively and brutally abolishes such a comfortable attitude toward death. It has now become impossible to deny death. One has to believe in it. People do die, not just by units, but sometimes by tens of thousands in a single day. Death ceases to be an accident. Of course, a bullet accidentally hits one person, but someone else can just as easily get the next bullet. The piling up of deaths puts an end to the impression of randomness. And, of course, life immediately becomes interesting, it regains its true content. Here we must distinguish two groups of people. The first sacrifice their lives on the battlefields, the second, left at home, are afraid of losing their families and friends who have gone to the front and who may die from wounds, illnesses, and infections. It would be very interesting to investigate changes in the psychology of frontline soldiers, but I am too ignorant of the subject. By necessity, I will confine myself to the people of the second group, to which we, those left at home, belong. I have already said that in my opinion the inherent weakening of our ability to act is due to the fact that we cannot continue to maintain our former attitude toward death, and that we have not yet found a new attitude. It will probably be easier for us if we direct our psychological research to two other attitudes toward death, the attitude we attribute to prehistoric primitive man, and the one that persists in all of us, but is buried in the depths of our psychic life and remains below the threshold of consciousness. How prehistoric people viewed death, of course, we know only from reconstructions and speculative conclusions, but I believe that this is still enough to come to credible conclusions. The primitive man had a very peculiar attitude toward death. His attitude toward death was by no means unequivocal, but rather contradictory. On the one hand, he took it very seriously and understood that it took his life. He strove, therefore, to propitiate it with all his might. On the other hand, he denied her death and belittled her. This contradiction was aggravated by the fact that he had very different views on the death of his countrymen and enemies. The death of the latter seemed to him justified and reasonable, he regarded it as the destruction of the hated strangers, and no doubt in reasoning deterred the primitive man from killing. He was a passionate creature, cruel and merciless like all other animals. He killed willingly, killing was a matter of course for him. We should not ascribe to primitive man the instinct that kept other animals from killing and eating members of their own species. Mankind's prehistory is littered with murders. What our children are taught in schools as world history is essentially a description of the successive exterminations of entire peoples. The vague sense of guilt that has weighed on humanity's conscience since ancient times, condensed in some religions into the concept of original sin, probably arose from the murders that weighed on the conscience of prehistoric humanity. In my book, Totem and Taboo, following the direction set by W. Robertson Smith, Atkinson, and C. Darwin, I have tried to uncover the nature of this ancient guilt, and I think the Christian teaching as it stands helps us to do so. If the Son of God had to sacrifice his life in order to deliver mankind from original sin, then according to the rule of Thalian, that is, to reward measure for measure, that sin was murder. Only such a sin was atoned for at the cost of human life. And if original sin was a crime against God the Father, so the oldest crime of mankind was actual patricide, the murder of the forefather of the primitive horde, whose imprinted image was then deified. 40. Primitive man, like us today, could not imagine his own death enough to believe it was real. But there was one instance in which two opposing conceptions of death merged, coming into conflict with each other, with great significance and far-reaching consequences. This occurred when primitive man saw the death of his loved ones, a wife, a child, or a beloved friend, people whom primitive man loved just as we love our loved ones, for love cannot be much younger than the passion to kill. The pain associated with the loss of loved ones told man that he himself was mortal, and his whole being rebelled against this thought, for each of the dead was a beloved part of his own self. But on the other hand, any such death was also justified, for in each of the loved ones there was also something alien. The law of ambivalence of feeling, which even now prevails in our attitude toward relatives, loved ones, reigned unchallenged in the prehistoric era. That is, deceased loved ones were at the same time partly strangers and enemies, awakening hostile feelings in man. 41. Philosophers argue that the intellectual riddle presented to primitive man by the image of death led him to think seriously and became the starting point of all his later reasoning. It seems to me that in this case philosophers are reasoning, shall we say, too philosophically, paying little attention to primary motives. I would therefore like to narrow down and correct the above statement a bit. Primal man triumphed over the corpse of a slain enemy, without giving himself the trouble to puzzle over the riddle of life and death. It was not the intellectual riddle or every case of death, but the conflict of feelings aroused by the death of a loved one on the one hand and a hated stranger on the other, that prompted man to reflect on the nature of death. In fact, psychology was born out of this conflict of feelings. Man could no longer dismiss the thought of death, since he felt it as the pain of the death of beloved people, but at the same time he did not wish to acknowledge death, for he was unable to imagine his own death. Then the man made a compromise. He accepted that death would befall him, but he denied that death meant the destruction of life. This motive was completely foreign to the man when he observed the death of his enemy. But in looking at the dearly departed, primitive man imagined spirits, and a sense of guilt or satisfaction mixed with sorrow gave these spirits the appearance of evil demons that man should have feared. The external changes that occurred to the body after death suggested to primitive man the idea of dividing the essence of the individual into a body and a soul, sometimes even several souls. In this way man devised an explanation for the physical decomposition of the corpse that was taking place in the meantime. The incessant recollection of the dead provided the basis for thoughts about other forms of being, inspired primitive man with the idea of the continuation of life after imaginary death. This posthumous existence was in the beginning only a ghostly add-on to the termination of true full-blooded life, despised until comparatively recent times. Descriptions of the afterlife were scant and fragmentary accounts of the miserable lot of the dead. Between people in times past and times to come was happiness. 1. We honor thee alive as an immortal God. And here, reigning over the dead, you are as great as you were in life. I once was, do not murmur at death, O Achilles the wise. That's what I said, and that's how he responded, sighing heavily. O Odysseus, give me no comfort in death. I'd rather be alive as a day laborer, working in the fields, by serving the poor plowman to get his daily bread, rather than the dead reign over the soulless dead here. 42. The Odyssey, Psalm 11, verses 484 to 491. One may also recall Heinrich Heine's strong, bitter, and parodic description. Der kleinst lebendige Philister. Zu Stucker dem Necker, viel glücklicher ist als ich, der Pielide, der Tod held. Der Schattenfürst in der Unterwelt, 43. Only much later did religion turn this posthumous afterlife into a full life, making the earthly life only a preparation for the life beyond. The attempt to extend life into the past by providing it with previous incarnations, spiritual wanderings, and rebirths seems no less logical. All of this is dictated by a clear and obvious desire to take away from death the opportunity to cut off life forever. This is where the denial of death began, which we have here identified as a traditional cultural phenomenon. Not only did the doctrine of the soul, the belief in immortality and the inescapable sense of guilt emerge over the corpse of the loved one, but also the first ethical commandments. The first and most important injunction of the claiming conscience was, "Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not kill." This was a reaction to the liberation from hatred of the beloved dead behind mourning. Later this attitude was extended to unloved strangers and then to enemies as well. Today, the conscience of the cultured man is silent and does not show itself in any way with regard to his enemies. When the madness of this war is over, the victorious fighters will return home to their wives and children without any remorse about their enemies, killed either by hand-to-hand or by cannon. It is noteworthy that the primitive peoples now living, who are closer than we are to prehistoric men, do not behave as we do at this point. At least they did until they encountered the influence of our civilization. The savage Australian, bushman, or Fire Earthman is by no means a cruel, hardened murderer. When he returns with victory from a military campaign, he has no right to enter a settlement and touch his wife until he has purged himself of the sin of murder in a long and burdensome ritual. Of course, this is explained to us by his superstition. They say that the savage is afraid of revenge from the spirits of his slain enemies. But the spirits of murdered enemies are nothing other than his sick conscience, the awareness that murder is unacceptable. Behind superstition hides an archaic ethical sensitivity that has been lost on us cultured people. Pious people, who very readily regard human beings as essentially good and far removed from all evil and lowliness, would not hesitate to draw far-reaching conclusions from the fact that the prohibition against murder is universal and dates back to antiquity. They would not fail to point to the power of ethical urges deeply rooted in our souls. Unfortunately, the argument rather proves the opposite. Such a strong and categorical prohibition could only be directed against an equally powerful urge. That which does not penetrate to the very depths of the human soul does not need such strict prohibitions, a conclusion we take for granted. 45. Even the very tone of the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," compels us to make sure that we all come from a countless succession of generations of murderers who, like us, perhaps, had the lust for murder in their blood. Humanity's ethical aspirations, whose power and significance need not be trifled with, are a historical achievement of mankind. In a regrettably small way, they have been inherited and are the domain of present-day human beings. Let us now leave prehistoric man and turn to the subconscious sphere of our psychic life. Here we find ourselves on the firm ground of psychoanalytical methods of research, which like nothing else can reach the necessary depth. We ask, how does our subconscious behave in relation to death? The answer is, just as prehistoric man behaved. In this respect, as well as in many others, the man of the prehistoric past continues to live in our subconscious in an unchanged form. That is, our subconscious does not believe in its own death, it considers itself immortal. What we call our subconscious, the layers of our soul that consist exclusively of instinctive urges, are not at all familiar with negative affirmations or denials. Opposites at this level of our psyche merge, and therefore the subconscious knows nothing about death, for this concept can only have a negative meaning. The belief in death is not opposed to anything instinctive. Perhaps herein lies the secret of heroism. The rational justification of heroism is based on the judgment that one's own life may seem less valuable than some abstract universal values. But in my opinion, heroism is more often unaccountable, instinctive, and impulsive. It usually has nothing to do with such high motives, but rather obeys the maxim of Onsengruber from his Steinklopfer Ganschrift, despite the dangers, not a damn thing will happen to you. It is also possible that high motivation is only needed to cast aside the doubts that constrain subconscious heroic reactions. The fear of death, which turns out to be stronger than the heroic impulse more often than we realize, is secondary and, for the most part, stems from guilt. On the other hand, we recognize and accept the death of strangers and enemies and kill them as readily as prehistoric man did. There is, however, a difference here that must be considered decisive. Our subconscious mind does not perform killing, it only thinks about and desires it. But it would be wrong to underestimate this psychic reality compared to the reality of facts. Mental reality is meaningful and fraught with real consequences. In our subconscious reality, we eliminate daily and hourly anyone who stands in our way or offends us by word or action. When we say damn him with playful displeasure, what we really mean is damn him to death, but in our subconscious it is quite a serious and full-blooded desire. Yes, our subconscious is ready to kill our neighbor for a mere trifle. Thus, the Athenian law of the dragon knew no punishment for crimes other than the death penalty, and there was a certain logic in this, for every crime directed against our all-powerful and autocratic self is essentially crimen lese majestatis. 46. This is what we are, if we are judged from the point of view of the unconscious. As far as unconscious urges are concerned, we are no different from a gang of primitive murderers. Fortunately, all these desires are deprived of the real power with which they seem to have influenced primitive men. 47. Under the crossfire of oppositely directed curses, humanity would have perished long ago, including the most valiant and intelligent men and the most beautiful and chaste women. Because of such attitudes, psychoanalysis is not trusted by the uninformed public. People see psychoanalysis as slander and defamation, which are not worth paying attention to, but rather as trusting in the reliability and obviousness of consciousness. These people do not take seriously the seemingly tenuous signs by which the subconscious opens to consciousness. In this connection, it will be appropriate to recall that many thinkers, who could know nothing of psychoanalysis, have bitterly stated our readiness in our innermost thoughts to transcend prohibition and eliminate anyone who stands in our way. Of all the examples, I will choose for illustration one, perhaps the most eloquent. In Father Goriot, Balzac uses a passage from the works of J.J. Rousseau, in which the author asks the reader what he would do if he could, without leaving Paris and without risking anything, kill an old mandarin in Beijing with a single effort of will, for the death of the mandarin promises him significant benefits. The author leaves the readers to guess for themselves how long the old Chinese dignitary would have lived. To her son Mandarin, kill your mandarin, is a phrase that has become a winged phrase. It is the quintessence of the hidden inner readiness to kill that is inherent in modern man. There are many cynical witticisms and anecdotes that testify to the same thing, such as the one about the husband who says, "When one of us dies, I will move to Paris." Such cynical witticisms would be impossible if they did not expose a carefully concealed truth that we ourselves, without realizing it, seriously and openly express out loud. By joking, the man in this case is telling the truth. As with primitive humans, nature plays a cruel joke with our subconscious. When two opposing attitudes toward death collide in it, one recognizes death as the end of life, the other denies death. When these two attitudes collide, they come into conflict. Such a conflict, as in prehistoric times, takes place in the event of mortal danger to our beloved parents, spouses, brothers, sisters, children, and close friends. These loved ones are our intrinsic possessions, part of our ego, and on the other hand, they are strangers, that is, enemies. The most tender and intimate love relationships are not devoid, with the exception of very few situations, of an admixture of hostility that excites a subconscious desire to cause death. What emerges from such an ambivalent conflict, however, is not a doctrine of the soul, or ethics, but merely a neurosis that gives us a glimpse behind the scenes of a normal, healthy mental life. We often encounter practitioners using psychoanalytic methods. In these practitioners, we observe symptoms of extremely tender concern for relatives and unwarranted remorse over the death of loved ones. The study of these cases irrefutably proves that here we are dealing with an expansive interpretation of unconscious death wishes. The uninitiated have an overwhelming fear of the very possibility of such feelings and use this revulsion as a basis for distrusting psychoanalysis. I believe they are mistaken. It is not a question of belittling love and loving relationships, and psychoanalysis did not and does not intend to do so. In our thoughts and feelings, of course, we are far from connecting love and hate in such a simplistic way, but since nature uses the opposite pairing of these feelings, love must always be on guard to survive and protect itself from the hatred lurking behind it. It could even be argued that we owe the most beautiful manifestations of our love life to our reaction to the hostile impulses that occasionally awaken in our chests. To summarize, our subconscious is just as incapable of imagining its own death, just as hungry for the death of a stranger, and just as ambivalent about loved ones as it was peculiar to prehistoric man. how far we are from this primordial state in our habitual cultural attitudes. It is easy to imagine how war invades this rupture. War tears away the later cultural layers and exposes the primitive man buried beneath them. It forces us to become heroes again, unable to believe in our own death. It designates for us strangers and enemies to be inflicted, or to wish to inflict death. It teaches us not to reckon with the death of those close to us. War, however, cannot be abolished, as long as there remain essential differences in the conditions of life of peoples. As long as there is hatred among peoples toward one another, there will be wars. But then the question arises, should we not come to terms with this and adapt to war? Shouldn't we admit that we, with our cultural attitude toward death, have outlived our time and need to go back and finally accept the immutable, though unpleasant, truth? Would it not be better if in reality as well as in our thoughts we clear for death the place which it deserves and at least slightly expose that subconscious attitude to death which we have so thoroughly suppressed in us up to now? Of course, this would not be an achievement. On the contrary, it would be a step backward, a regression, which has the advantage, however, of reconciling us to the bitter truth and making our lives more bearable. Making life bearable is the first duty of all who live. Illusions are useless if they prevent it. Remember the old saying, si vis pacem, para bellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. Now is the time to modify this aphorism, si vis vitam, para mortem. If you want to preserve life, prepare for death. Why wars? 1933. Vienna, September 1932. Dear Mr. Einstein, when I learned that you had expressed your intention to invite me to participate in an exchange of views on a topic for which you had shown great interest and felt it was worthy of the attention of many, I readily accepted your invitation. I expected that you would choose a problem from a frontier field of knowledge, where a physicist could meet a psychologist in the same territory and discuss the problem, each using the original approaches of his or her own science. But, admittedly, the question surprised me: what can be done to eliminate such an evil as war from the life of humanity? My first impression was that I was unsure of I almost wrote, our competence, because it seemed to me that this was a purely practical question, which should be solved by statesmen. But then I realized that you raised this question not as a naturalist and physicist, but as a humanist responding to the call of the League of Nations, like Fridtjof Nansen, who had set out to help the starving and homeless victims of the World War. I also realized that I was not expected to make practical suggestions, but only to illuminate the problem of preventing war from a psychological point of view. But on this point, too, you have said almost everything in your letter, depriving, so to speak, my sails of the wind, but I will gladly follow you in your keel. I am ready to agree with everything you have said and, as far as my knowledge and assumptions will allow, to extend your interpretation somewhat. You begin your letter with the relationship between law and authority. Indeed, this is the most correct starting point for our study. But would it be permissible for me to replace the word power with the harsher and harsher word force? It is right and power that confront each other today. It is easy to show that one of these concepts derives from the other, and if we go back to the beginning and see which of these phenomena occurred first, the solution to the problem will come without difficulty. Please forgive me if, in what follows, I talk about things that are common knowledge as if they were news. The coherence of the narrative compels me to do so. In principle, conflicts of interest between people are resolved by force. This is also the case in the animal world, from which man should not exclude himself. However, in addition to conflicts of interest, humans have conflicts of opinion that reach the highest degree of abstraction and require a different way of resolution. This, however, is a rather late complication. At first, in small human associations, the question of who owns what or whose will all members of a family must obey was solved by muscle power alone. Over time, muscle power was replaced by a variety of tools that made humans much stronger. Now the one who had the best weapons, or the one who could wield them better, was the victor. With the invention of weapons, brute muscular strength began to lose its significance in human communities. The ultimate goal of the struggle remained the same: he who was defeated or simply weaker had to give up his claims and resistance. Often the ultimate goal was achieved by physically eliminating the enemy, that is, by killing him. This approach had two advantages: first, the enemy was eliminated forever and could no longer pose a threat; second, the intimidating example subdued other potential adversaries. In addition, killing the enemy satisfied the instinctive inclination, as will be discussed below. The intention to kill could be countered by the consideration that a defeated enemy could be used to far greater advantage if he were intimidated but left alive. In this case, power was satisfied not by killing, but by enslaving the enemy. Thus mankind began to spare its enemies, and the victors had to reckon with the vengeance of the vanquished and partly sacrifice their own safety. Consequently, this was the original state of affairs, the domination of a supreme power based on naked or intellectually backed violence. We know that in the course of social development such a regime of power changed, paving the way from violence to law. But what was this path? In my opinion, there could be only one path. It was born out of the realization that only the union of the weaker could withstand the power of the one. L'union fait la force, strength will break unity, the power of association establishes the right in order to resist the power of one. We see, then, that right is the power of community. Nevertheless, law remains a power ready to turn against any individual who opposes the community. Law acts in the same way and pursues the same goals as power. The only difference is that it is no longer the power of the individual, but the combined power of the community. But for the transition from the right of force to the new right to take place, one psychological condition must be met. The unification of the majority must be sustainable and enduring. It would be no achievement if it were only formed to overcome the power of one person, and then crumbled again when that task was accomplished. In such a case, someone else, who considers himself stronger than the others, would try to bend them to his will, and such a game would be played indefinitely. The community must remain, organize itself, and establish regulations that exclude the possibility of resistance, that is, laws, supervise their enforcement, and use force when necessary. On the basis of the recognition of this commonality of interests, a sense of unity emerges among the members of the resulting association, linking the community into a whole in which each individual will feel secure. In this way, it seems to me, they achieve the most important thing of all, the taming of power by the transfer of power to a larger unity, which is supported by the common feeling of its members. Everything else is a technical detail of application and execution. This relationship remains simple enough as long as the community consists of a relatively small number of equally strong individuals. The laws of such an association determine how much of their freedom to use force an individual must sacrifice in order to maintain peaceful coexistence in the community. However, such a state of peaceful coexistence is only theoretically possible. In reality, the situation is complicated by the fact that society from the very beginning includes unequal elements, men and women, children and parents, and after victorious wars, masters and slaves are added to this list. The law of such a community becomes an expression of the unequal power relations within the community itself. Laws are written for masters, leaving little room for the rights of the subaltern and oppressed. From this point on, two sources of legal instability arise in the community, leading to the further development of the law. First, there are the attempts by individual members of the ruling class to transgress the limits of the law for all that is, to abandon the rule of law in favor of the rule of force. The second is the persistent attempts of the oppressed to gain greater power and to enshrine these gains in law, that is, to renounce unequal rights in favor of equal rights. These efforts become particularly significant when there is a marked change in the balance of power within society, as has happened more than once in world history. The law then adapts to the new relations of power and subjects, but much more often, when those in power are not prepared for such a change, another thing happens: resistance, civil wars, and other cataclysms ensue. In short, it then comes to the abolition of all law, to a return to violent methods of government, after which a new law takes effect in society. But there is another source of change in law that takes place peacefully, and that is the cultural growth of community members, but something that is only possible in the later stages of society's development. Thus, we see that even in legal societies it is not possible to avoid violent solutions to conflicts of interest. But the need to maintain the commonality of interests, arising from living together in the same territory, contributes to the rapid end of struggle and increases the likelihood of a peaceful resolution of conflicts. It is true that even a cursory glance at world history shows us that it is a succession of ongoing conflicts between communities, between large and small communities, between cities, regions, tribes, peoples, kingdoms, and these conflicts were almost always resolved by wars. Such wars ended either in robbery or in subjugation and seizure of territory. Wars of conquest cannot be interpreted unambiguously. Some of them, such as the wars of the Mongols and the Turks, brought only misfortunes; others, on the contrary, transformed violence into law and led to the formation of larger communities, within which the tendency to violence was suppressed and the legal order smoothed out and resolved conflicts. This was, for example, the Roman conquest of the Mediterranean basin, which led to the emergence of the priceless Roman world, the Pax Romana. The conquering policy of the French kings led to the formation of a peaceful, united and prosperous France. As paradoxical as it may sound, we must admit that war can serve as a suitable means of establishing perpetual peace and lead to the creation of great state alliances whose strong centralized power makes it impossible for wars to continue. But in reality this is rarely the case, for the success of conquest tends to be short-lived and transient. The newly formed communities disintegrate again, most often because of the weak ties between the forcibly united parts. Moreover, conquest, no matter how extensive, can only lead to an incomplete union, conflicts within which will continue to require the use of force. The consequence of all these bellicose aspirations has been that humanity has exchanged countless small-scale military conflicts, which required the participation of smaller armies, for the rarer but more destructive big wars. If we look closely at contemporary events, we see the same result as you point out, albeit less verbatim. The true prevention of war is only possible when humanity establishes a single central authority with the sole authority to solve all conflicts of interest. Here, obviously, two requirements come together: the creation of a single supreme governing authority and the empowerment of that authority. Today we think of the League of Nations as this authority, but forget that the second condition is not fulfilled. The League of Nations has no power of its own, and it can receive it only if its individual members, that is, states, relinquish power in its favor. It seems that this institution has no real prospect. The League of Nations as an institution was established without understanding all the conditions, without realizing that in doing so an unparalleled attempt was made to unite mankind, of which we find no example in world history. It is an attempt, by appealing to ideal notions, to acquire authority, that is, coercive influence, which usually rests on the possession of real power. We already know that for a community to be cemented, two conditions must be met: coercion on the part of a strong authority and a sense of unity among citizens, usually referred to as identification. In the absence of one of these points, it is likely that the second is able and alone to keep the community from disintegrating. These ideas, of course, have some significance only when the existing commonality between members of the community finds real expression. Let us ask ourselves, how strong is this commonality? History teaches us that such commonality must be manifested in actions and deeds. For example, the Pan-Hellenic idea, that is, the consciousness of superiority over the barbarians who lived next door, expressed itself in amphictyonies, oracles and common games, and these actions reduced the tendency of Greeks to fight with one another. Though another thing is certain, even these actions could not prevent clashes between Greek city-states, whose rulers, in order to defeat their rivals, made alliances even with the kingdom of Persia, the mortal enemy of the whole Hellenic world. Equally small is the sense of Christian unity, which, incidentally, was quite strong during the Renaissance, when it prevented small and large states from resorting to the aid of the Turkish Sultan in wars with one another. In our time, there is not even an idea with which to justify the creation of such a unifying authority. The currently prevailing national ideals lead, as we see, to quite the opposite result. There are those who argue that only a complete victory of the Bolshevik worldview can end wars around the world, but we are infinitely far from realizing this goal, which, if it can be achieved, will be achieved only at the expense of horrific civil wars. It is clear that the attempt to replace real power with the power of ideas is doomed to failure today. It would be a mistake to rely on law in its calculations, forgetting that it was originally brute force in its purest form and is still incapable of existing without the use of force. Now I'll move on to my comments on your other statement. You marvel at how easy it is to encourage and raise people to war, and you suggest that it is due to something very effective, some urge for hatred and destruction that responds easily to all sorts of incitement. Again, I want to agree with you completely and unequivocally. We are convinced of the existence of such urges, and in recent years we have made much effort to study their outward manifestations. Allow me, therefore, to present to you a section of the doctrine of drives, which psychoanalysis has arrived at as the result of difficult trial and painful errors. We believe that there are only two types of drives inherent in man. We call them erotic, in the sense of eros in Plato's Pyrrhus, or sexual, deliberately extending the scope of the conventional notion of sexuality. The second type of attraction is aimed at destruction and mortification. We define it as aggressive and destructive. As you can see, this is just a theoretical reformulation of the long-known opposition of love and hate, which represents the polarity of attraction and repulsion in relationships between people and probably reflects much deeper patterns that you are dealing with in your own scientific work. But let's not be too quick to judge them in terms of right and wrong. Each of these drives is inconceivable without the other. Because of the interaction and confrontation, all phenomena of life are born. Moreover, it appears that hardly any of these drives is able to act in isolation, in its pure form. In each drive there is an admixture of the opposite drive, which somewhat modifies the goal or even helps the main drive to achieve it. For example, the instinct of self-preservation is undoubtedly an erotic drive, but it also has to resort to aggression in order to fulfill its goal. Similarly, an object-directed love desire needs an admixture of the desire to possess if it is to gain access to the object of its desire at all. The difficulty of separating heterogeneous and differently directed urges that act in an indissoluble unity has greatly slowed down the process of their cognition and investigation. If you agree to follow my reasoning further, you will hear that human actions are also characterized by a different kind of complexity. Any action is very rarely the result of the influence of a single instinctive impulse, which itself already consists of erotic and destructive urges. As a rule, in order for any action to be possible, a combination of a whole series of motivations is necessary. One of your colleagues, G.H. Lichtenberg, also knew this. At the time of our classics, he taught physics at Göttingen, but he was probably more of a psychologist than a physicist. He invented the rows of motives, of which he spoke as follows: the various motives from which people act can be arranged as the 32 arms of a wind rose, and the designations of motives can be formulated accordingly, for example, bread flame or flame bread. Thus, when people are called to war, in their souls a variety of motives respond in concert, from the most sublime to the basest, which are either loudly spoken of or prefer to remain silent. We have no way of discovering all these motives. At the core is undoubtedly a passion for aggression and destruction. The countless atrocities perpetrated in the past and in the present maintain and reinforce this passion. The intertwining of these destructive urges with other urges, erotic and idealistic motives, makes it naturally easier to satisfy them. Sometimes when we hear of past atrocities, we get the impression that ideal erotic motives served only as a cover for destructive aspirations. In other cases, for example, in the inhuman activities of the Holy Inquisition, the ideal motives prevailed, amplified many times by a subconscious desire for destruction. Both variants are possible, as we see. I suspect that I have already abused your interest in this subject, aimed more at preventing war than at our theories. But I still want to draw your attention for a moment to the destructive urge, which we have grossly underestimated. As a result of a number of observations and conclusions, we came to the conclusion that this urge is inherent in all living beings, and it is aimed at destruction, at mortification and destruction of living matter, returning it to its original inanimate state. This urge is rightly called the urge to death, while the erotic urge is aimed at the continuation of life. The urge to death is transformed into the instinct of destruction, which is realized by means of corresponding mechanisms, collapsing on objects of the surrounding world. A living being defends his life by destroying other living beings. However, the part of the urge to death that has not found its way out remains inside the organism and continues its destructive work. Based on this interiorization of destructive urge, we try to deduce the mechanism of formation of a number of normal and pathological phenomena. We have even fallen into heresy, trying to explain the emergence of conscience by a similar turning of aggression on itself. You understand that it becomes quite harmless when such a process gains momentum. Then it becomes frankly unhealthy, while the turning of destructive urges against the outside world, outwardly, makes life easier for man, acts on him in a beneficial way. This is the biological justification for all those disgusting and dangerous aspirations against which we are opposed. We must admit that these aspirations are closer to nature than the objections we oppose them, for which we have yet to find justification. You probably have the impression that our theories constitute a kind of mythology, in this case not too happy and optimistic? But does the natural sciences have a different mythology? Is it different in your physics? From all the foregoing we can draw a conclusion that leaves no hope for the possibility of eliminating the aggressive tendencies of man. There must indeed be tribes in some happy parts of the earth, where nature provides in abundance all that men need, tribes whose lives are lived in peace, tribes that know no oppression or aggression. I have a hard time believing this and would love to know more about these lucky people. Likewise, the Bolsheviks hope that they can rid people of aggression if they ensure that their material needs are fully met and that members of society are equal in the distribution of the common wealth. I believe this to be an illusion. So far, the Bolsheviks are strenuously arming themselves and inciting an unquenchable hatred among the population for the world around them, thus achieving the unity and cohesion of the people. However, as you rightly argue, it is not a question of completely eliminating human aggression, but of channeling it into a direction where it can't threaten us with war. From our mythological doctrine of drives, we can easily derive a formula for an indirect way to fight wars. If readiness for war is the release of the destructive urge, then its antipode, the constructive urge, eros, must be called upon to fight it. Anything that contributes to people's sense of solidarity must counteract war. This feeling and this connection can be of two kinds. First, it is an attitude of love toward an object that does not carry a sexual connotation. Psychoanalysis does not have to blush here when talking about love, for religion asserts the same thing: love your neighbor as yourself. Such a demand is easy to make, but difficult to fulfill. The second mode of sensual unification is identification. Everything that establishes community between people calls for such a sense of inseparable connection, for identification. It is on such a community, on such an identification, that the edifice of human society rests. I use your accusation of abuse of authority as an indication of another means to counteract war. There is an inherent and irreducible inequality in human beings which divides the human mass into leaders and people dependent on them. The latter far outnumber the former, and they demand and crave an authority who will make decisions for them that they are willing to submit to willingly and unquestioningly. To this we must add that no effort should be spared to ensure that the governing layer of society includes independently thinking, undaunted and honest people who alone are worthy of governing the non-self-governing masses. That excessive power and the Church's prohibition of free thinking are by no means favorable to such an outcome requires no proof. The ideal would, of course, be a community of people able to subordinate their passions to the dictates of reason. Nothing else would create a more perfect and resilient unity of people, even in the absence of an emotional connection between them. But it is more than likely that such hopes are utterly utopian. There are other indirect ways of opposing wars, but all of them do not bode well for immediate success. One thinks longingly of mills that grind so slowly that people will starve to death before they wait for the flour. As you can see, we get a very modest result when we involve pure theorists in solving urgent practical problems. It would be better if people tried to prevent danger in each particular case by the means at their disposal. But I would like to touch on an issue that you did not mention, one that greatly interests me. Why do we so passionately accept war, you and I and many others? Why do we refuse to accept the inevitability of this evil? After all, war seems to us quite natural, biologically grounded and practically inevitable. Don't be frightened by this way of putting it. For research purposes, it is acceptable to try on masks that one does not use in reality. The answer is this: because every man has the right to dispose of his own life, and war destroys young, unflowered lives, puts man in a position in which he is devalued, forces him, against his will, to kill his own kind, destroys material values and other fruits of human labor. We also oppose war because it, in its modern guise, does not contribute to the realization of chivalrous heroic ideals and, as modern technology improves, will soon be capable of leading to the total annihilation of one or even both adversaries. All this seems so indisputable that one can only wonder how the conduct of war has not yet been thrown by the united human mind into the dustbin of history. Of course, it is possible and necessary to debate individual points. We can argue about whether a society has the right to dispose of the lives of its individual members as it sees fit. Neither can we equally damn all wars without exception, and as long as there are states and nations that are prepared to destroy other countries mercilessly, those countries must be well prepared for war. But further discussion of this subject would take us beyond the discussion to which you have invited me. My purpose here is different. The main reason we oppose war is because we cannot do otherwise. We are pacifists because hatred of war is organic to us. So it is easy for us to back up our position with reasonable arguments. This can hardly be understood without further explanation. What I mean is this: since time immemorial, there has been a process of cultural development in mankind. I know that many people prefer the term civilization. To this process we owe all the best that we have, but thanks to culture, many of the things that we suffer from today have also emerged. The causes and beginnings of cultural development are hidden in the darkness of centuries and millennia. The ultimate outcome is uncertain, but some of its characteristics can easily be discerned. Perhaps the development of culture will lead to the extinction of humanity because it largely disrupts sexual function, and already today civilized races and backward populations reproduce much faster than highly civilized ones. This process can probably be compared to the domestication of wild animals. There is no doubt that the process of cultural development brings with it changes in human anatomy. People have not yet gotten used to the idea that cultural development is, among other things, also an organic process. The psychological changes that go hand in hand with cultural development are striking and cannot be challenged. These changes consist in a continuing shift in the purpose of drives and in the suppression of instinctive urges. Experiences and sensations coveted by our distant ancestors have become indifferent or even intolerable to us. I am convinced that such changes in ethical and aesthetic demands have an organic, biological cause. The psychological attitudes resulting from our cultural development are flagrantly at odds with war in its most brutal manifestations. This is why we must tirelessly oppose it, because for us it is totally unbearable. It arouses in us an intellectual and effective rejection, and we pacifists do not even physically accept war, which causes us a kind of idiosyncrasy. Moreover, the aesthetic ugliness of war disgusts us just as much as its cruelty. How long will we have to wait for everyone else to become pacifists as well? I have no answer to this question, but perhaps it is not so utopian to hope that two factors: cultural attitudes and a justified fear of the destructive consequences of war will put an end to war in the foreseeable future. Whether this will be achieved by direct or indirect means is impossible to guess. The only thing we can say with certainty is that everything that the process of cultural development requires works against war. I bid you a hearty farewell and apologize if these considerations of mine have disappointed you. Yours, Sigmund Freud.